ball. Gabba moves back and pulls fastly past.
Double century to Green. Wicket-taking Test match record.
In the air, he's got it. One best ball. And brings up in both of them century.
There's the 100th for Border. He's done it.
Oh, and that's taken the off stump. There it is.
Ball's got him.
I see. Has he got it into the gap? He has. What a moment for Michael Clark.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Ashes of 2013-2014 are underway.
100 days, 2,000 miles, to you I'd run.
Rogers square.
Day and night.
Rogers
We've got to
out.
finish what we started. We've got a life to rescue, darling.
Catch that, he does!
Shirt is torn, the shoes I wore. My
There it is, that's out. He's got it, straight away.
I'm strong. I feel like I'm a force of nature.
Straight to cover. Broad's now got Warner. Edge. And got it. It bowls in. There it is, 5 wickets for Broad. An outstanding day.
The atmosphere was at fever pitch and the cricketers of Australia and England delivered. Good day everybody and welcome to the second day's play in the first Commonwealth Bank Series Test match here. The Ashes is alive and it is well. We had a fantastic day yesterday and it promises to be another fantastic day today. Ian Healy and Michael Vaughan are alongside me. It lived up to expectation, boys.
It did live up to expectations. There was a lot of hype and there's a lot of concern that it might not do that, but England produced the goods right when they needed to. The bowlers are under pressure. When they're asked to bowl in Brisbane day one, you're expected to do plenty of damage. It didn't happen early for them, but then they got it right.
Yeah, I gave England 9 out of 10 yesterday. I thought they were excellent. I think the plans, particularly to the top 6 of Australia, were excellent. You know, Stuart Broad gets the 5 wickets, he gets the headline, or in some papers, no headline. But Jimmy Anderson was the leader of the attack, and in the afternoon session in particular, he just got the ball moving around a little bit.
This ground was, well, more than half full, I'd say, at this time yesterday, an hour before play. Let's have a look at what happened after Michael Clark won the toss and chose to bat in ideal conditions. Hot, a good-looking batting pitch, 8 for 273. David Warner was the one who threatened so much and slapped one to cover. Brad Haddin was the one who delivered along with Mitchell Johnson, and somehow the Australian selves got themselves back into the game. 8 for 273, having been 5 for 100, was an excellent comeback from that Haddin-Johnson partnership. I guess, Heels, we might have expected an early wicket given that frenzy I was talking about.
Yeah, well, the frenzy, the dressing rooms couldn't hold the players. The batsmen were out early, the umpires were out early, the English team were out there, they couldn't wait. So there was some excitement. The crowd were into Broad and he gets that wicket. He squares Chris Rogers up and it doesn't go to ground, it flies to slip. So plenty of times that hits you on the glove and it goes down, but Chris Rogers didn't get away with his first one.
We all know the David Warner threat.
Well, when you have a guy at the top of the order that can play with aggression, you want him to commit to his shots, and he certainly did that from ball one. This pull shot is a belter, and that showed the intent that he went out with and the mentality. I thought his balance on both the front and the back foot was excellent, and that's what Australia needed. They needed their aggressor to go out and play with freedom, and he certainly did that.
And then at 60 for 1, there was a ball change. A wicket down, 60 on the board. England don't like it. They get a ball change. 10 runs later, just a few minutes before lunch, a problem.
Yeah, they've spoken to the umpire a couple of times and then they finally got the ball changed. And then just before lunch, Shane Watson played an uncharacteristic shot for his innings. 71 balls for 22. He was working hard at playing straight and staying tight. He gets one that he fishes at and he's out. And just before lunch, Clark survives at lunch, then doesn't after lunch.
Well, I think this is a big moment in the series because England has set the plan. They feel that Michael Clark struggles with the short ball, particularly to Stuart Broad, who's now got him 6 in 8 innings. And I think that can have a big momentum change in terms of his batting for the remaining series, because he knows as soon as he goes out, England are going to target him with the short stuff.
Yeah, there's no way, mate. He'll get over the top of that.
I hope you're right. David Warner, exactly. That was such a shame.
Everyone thought that was the first 50 of the series, but it wasn't to be. Warner was out for 49, and then the pressure. You know, Anderson gave them nothing. Broad was lively all the time, trying lots of different stuff. Tremlett was really controlled, and Swan bowled 26 overs of control. So they had to bat really well to get on top of this English attack, and they couldn't.
The dismissals of both Steve Smith and George Bailey told us about the good line bowling from England all day.
Yeah, that's what you expect from this England team. Very attritional, very disciplined, particularly Anderson. And the wicket of Bailey, that was a spell that Anderson just got the ball to move about a bit. And I thought the wicket of Smith was the one ball that you'd say was a real good one throughout the whole day.
All right, what about this partnership then? Because it took quality players. It took a bit of a counter-attacking style of aggression, didn't it?
Yeah, and that's what Haddon started with, a flip shot for 6. It was unbelievable. Mitchell Johnson started finding gaps, and the freedom came. 114, the partnership, and it was great to just steady everything and maybe give them some optimism. It's a great feeling mid to late on day one when you get out to bat. You see how good the wicket is, so there's no better time to bat, and Haddon's made the most of it so far.
Yeah, he's a real fighter, Brad Haddon. You know what he's going to try and do out in the middle. He's done it often against England. I think Mitchell Johnson, this is a big moment. I think when he gets runs, and in the past he's done that, he comes out with freedom and he releases it out of the hand. And I think his wicket, when it swung back, if I was Mitchell Johnson, I'd be thinking, I don't mind that. Today I'll hopefully swing it back into the right-handers.
I was about to say to you, you had some fine swing bowlers when you captained England and won the Ashes with those bowlers, but none of them bowled any better balls than this one that Stuart Broad found for Mitch.
No, it's a beauty, and it goes late, and that's the skill in swing bowling and the length. There was one probably good for England yesterday, negative. I thought they might have just bowled a foot too short. I think Australia, when they come out and bowl today, they'll be looking to bowl that length.
Yeah, all the time. That's exactly right. I don't think Brad Haddon has scored many runs down the ground at all. So they bowled a little bit too short and allowed him to hang back there. That was Peter Siddle, and he was getting a real workout by Jimmy Anderson. So 8 down, Ryan Harris will relish the challenge of getting Haddon to a milestone.
England caught very well at slip, I think we must point that out. 2 wickets for James Anderson, the talisman of the attack, as always. 5 for Stuart Broad, the standout. 1 for Chris Tremlett, who showed real signs yesterday of a bit of rhythm and a bit of strength in his bowling. He started to hit the gloves hard towards the end of the day. And the fulcrum around which they all operated was Graham Swan. He didn't pick up a wicket, but he did pose problems. Right, Stuart Broad, he was the panto villain when the day began. By the time it was over, he had 5 wickets and he chatted with heels.
Well, Stuart, 5 for 65, that's exactly what you needed, and Australia didn't.
Yeah, it was a really good day for the guys, to be fair. I mean, after losing the toss on what looks like a fantastic batting wicket, to get 8 wickets in the day as a team, we're delighted. I mean, there's some tired boys in that changing room. I mean, we've not had this sort of temperature in our trip to Australia so far. So we had to work really hard today, but the rewards were there. I mean, to get 8 wickets and hopefully knock them over in the morning and get batting on what is a great batting wicket.
Yeah, now talk us through the pressure of leading this English attack with the Australian fans on your back. How was it?
It was good fun. I mean, it was, we sort of played along when we went down to the boundary when we were getting called every name under the sun, but I mean, we don't need any extra motivation to be in Australia's backyard playing for our country in an Ashes series. It's you've got to expect a little bit of stick here and there, but it shouldn't change what you do on the field. You've still got to deliver the ball exactly where you need to, and you've still got to play your shots and leave well. So we're very focused on what we need to do. We've got a very experienced team in that changing room, and as I say, today's gone as well as we could have hoped.
Injury disappointments for you on the last Ashes tour out here in Australia. Nice way to put them to rest.
Yeah, I mean, it's always nice to pick up a fifer in any test match, but in Australia, against Australia in the first test, is always nice to start the series like that. And we're only 1 day into a long series, but more importantly, 1 day into a 5-day test match here. So we know how important backing our skills up today will be, because we can get ourselves in a good position in this game. Yeah,
our favourite deliveries. I love the one Mitchell Johnson to remove him. Anything that stood out for you today, looking back?
I mean, it's always good when you get the opposition captain now. I mean, he's obviously the star man for the Australian side, averaging over 50 in Test cricket. So to get him early in the calibre and the way we did was really pleasing. But yeah, Mitch batted really well. So to be able to break that partnership and then we knocked over 1 or 2 more was really pleasing.
It wasn't a bad toss to lose for you blokes. Were you quite enthusiastic in the rooms knowing that you were made to bowl?
No. Not at all. No. You know what it's like. Cracking batting wicket, we wanted to bat. But no, I mean, it's as a bowler, you always have to take responsibility when you're bowling first. You have to set the tone as much as you can. There was always going to be a few nerves first day of an Ashes series, but we overcame them after about an hour and really settled into our length. So I think we've had a really good day. It's a good start to this trip, a good start to this series. But as I say, it's a very small part of this series. We need to back it up.
Nice measured response from Stuart Broad in the face of a bit of stick in the press. Thanks to Ian Healy and Michael Vaughan, at least for the moment. We're a big production, almost 100 people. Amongst them, the cameramen are key. Have a look at this for a bit of work from Matt Fenny. In the modern age of preparation, I've noticed that teams take it much easier in the mornings, particularly if they've had a tough day the day before. So England all day out in the humidity yesterday, and they've really been quite relaxed this morning. They're still to do their stretches, and they get a lot out of the Gatorade Esky as well. We're going to throw our attention up to our studio because James Brayshaw's waiting with Bumble and with Warney for, well, let's call it an alternative look on proceedings.
Thanks very much for that, Mark. I have got Bumble here with me and Warney, and I guess, gentlemen, where do we start? There's so much to talk about from yesterday, but a little, well, in fact, no surprise that Stuart Broad was the story after what happened at Trent Bridge. We had a look at that yesterday, and then the local papers have piled into him. We'll have a look at this. This is day one, and Broad ban, smug pommy cheat, if you don't mind. And then he takes 5 wickets, so this is the next day where they've whited him out. The Phantom Menace. So let's just take a listen to what happened when Stuart Broad was throwing the ball first, and then we'll chat about it. Well, I guess there's no surprise that was how he was welcomed, Bumble, to the Gabba on day one. We're going to get to his emphatic response in a second, but it was loud in the house.
Not affected him. If you want to know about him, he's a quiet, intelligent, but confident. I think that's the key. He's a very confident human being. He's just like his dad. You remember his dad who got 3 centuries here in the Ashes? They're just the same, very confident.
And Warney, does that feel like? I don't think you ever quite copped that loud a boo, but there were some certainly in England.
Yeah.
I think the one thing is when you go to the opposition country and you play and you know they're going to get into you, it sort of inspires you to do better. I used to love it when they used to sing their ridiculous songs to me. That it used to fire me up even more. I mean, you don't need that inspiration. You're playing an Ashes series, you don't need the added motivation, but it just, as an individual, just deep down there you think, oh, I'll show you. You can sing your songs as much as you like, but I'm just going to go about my business. I know what I'm doing, and it just inspires you as a little bit more. So I think the crowd getting into Broad, this ridiculous stuff with the papers, which is just childish. It's like being at primary school. I mean, the Australian papers, we've been the worst print media for a long time. They're horrific, some of these guys. And I tell you what, to do this is actually helping Broad, so it's backfiring on them straight away.
I want to get straight into KP. Get right into KP.
Well, his response was emphatic. It really was. He was so impressive, Stuart Broad. He got the ball in hand and took 5 wickets, which is obviously the bowling equivalent of a century, and did everything right.
Well, he's got great rhythm. You look at this, he's pumping in there on the run-up and he's hitting the lengths and he's got good pace and he's got bounce. I'll say again, he's a very confident lad and he wants to go at Michael Clarke. He wants to get right into his ribs.
I just think, right from the word go, when all this is happening to you and the crowd are into you and all that's a jaffer, that one, knock over Mitchell Johnson. Late swing, 5 well done. I think when it's happening, the first few overs you bowl are really important to settle, and to knock over Rogers straight away, I think gave him some confidence right away, and then he had his rhythm up and away he went, and he was outstanding yesterday.
And Jimmy Anderson in tandem too, they've got real sort of rhythm as a pair.
Well, I think it's usual suspects. If you look at those two and then Tremlett comes in behind them and did nothing wrong, just hit his line and length, and you get the holding pattern from Swan, but the damage was the big two. It's Anderson and it's Broad.
What about some other side issues from the play yesterday, including a pig being smuggled into the ground? This is quite extraordinary. It was dressed up as a baby, brought in a pram, and somehow the police found out about it, and here is the police officer escorting the pig out of the ground.
Is it live? He's not a live pig.
Live pig dressed up as a baby, yep. and they found out about it, so that was posted on social media. 31 years, Warnie, after you and I were youngsters watching on TV, but Bumble, you would remember this. This is 31.
Eddie Hemmings, that's Eddie Hemmings, the off spinner, isn't it, on one side? Oh my
Eddie Hemmings and Ian both of them spray painted onto a pig either side.
Well, we've only seen it one other time in Australia, and that was Australian rules football at the SCG when Tony Lockett copped a pigging.
Yes.
So everything's okay.
We just want to make sure the pig's okay, though. He had some drink and he had something to eat, and he's all okay.
There's no problems. The pig and its owner were escorted out of the ground. Hey, Mitch Johnson, unbelievable performance yesterday. But he does great work for charity too. Every year he jumps into Movember. Movember, of course, behind research into prostate cancer. They do amazing work, and it's a great initiative. Look at some of these Mo's. There's Mitch, and then there's the coach, Darren Lehman. Here's our great friend Ian Chappell with a real 70s styling. And then this one surprised us, Bumble.
That's Borat.
Not bad. It's just a few blonde highlights through there. I think that'll be all right.
Would you have a crack at it, Warnie? What would it take?
It'd take me a while to do it. I do more than happy to support Movember. It's a wonderful cause. As you know, we do the Shane Warne Foundation. We do some great work. There's so many wonderful charities. But maybe next year I might give it a crack, mate. It'll take me too long this year. There's not enough time in November left.
You were in your prime in the 70s, Bumble. Did you ever go to the Tash route?
No, never. I saw Dennis Lilly. That was an absolute cracker. And then you move on to Merv, of course.
Yep.
Joe Root's having a go. He started 2 years ago.
He was 10.
Exactly.
He was 10.
We need to get to a break. You can have your say, by the way, on which of the Mo's you thought was the best. We're going to get to a break. Mark Taylor's going to join us, Bumble. Thanks very much for that. We're going to take a look at one of the great Ashes moments from 3 years ago.
I just sort of thought if I could bang the wicket and bowl it fast, that's all I've got to try and do. Hit the stumps. You obviously got to make him play. You got LB. You got a lot of chances. So that was the plan. So I start my run-up charging in the roar and just the excitement of the moment.
Here we go. Crowd cheers. Here's Siddle. Oh, well, bowler's close. He's given him. He's given him. Peter Siddle's got a hat-trick on his birthday.
The ball didn't quite come out as I expected, but yeah, lucky enough I got one part of it right and bowled it at the stumps, and yeah, got him on the foot on the full, which does make a lot of LB chances a lot more certain. And lucky enough, the umpire put his hand up.
One of the boys told me he was just going to try and hit a decent length, and it happened to be a full toss. And we were laughing at the time about how far he got it wrong.
The DRS gets called, so all the boys are sort of, was it out, is it, what's going on? But most of the blokes behind the stumps, keeper and the slips, who usually have the best the view of those type of things, were very certain. So it was still a nerve-wracking wait though. The heart was beating, and to see the umpire put that finger up once again was quite a magical moment.
Peter Siddle, you have a birthday hat-trick.
It was one of the great modern Ashes moments. It was at this very ground on Peter Siddle's birthday 3 years ago, and in the commentary box we had Mark Taylor, and Warnie, you were with him, and I remember sitting watching it thinking, this can't happen, surely to God. It was an amazing thing, and you handled it brilliantly.
Well, thank you, mate. It was a lot of fun. I just listened to it again there, and hearing Warnie's little laugh there at the end where Mark sort of back announced it and said, Peter Siddle's got the hat-trick on his birthday. You hear Warnie in the background going, ha, 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 because he wound me up beautifully. He wound me up superbly. Come on, Tub, get those vocal cords
ready to call it, Tubbs.
It was brilliant. So we worked well together that night.
I tell you what, though, I thought I might have to give him mouth to mouth. He was absolutely, you heard him there. He's gone. Siddle's got a hat-trick. I think he's gone. Got to say, get up, Tubbs.
Well, so the first wicket is your regulation wicket. You know, you've got a bowler coming in, trying to hit the right lines and get someone out. So that happened, and then he knocks over Pryor with a beauty. That was probably the best ball of all three of them. And then you start thinking about hat-tricks.
Yeah,
so,
absolutely.
You know, it just built from one good wicket, which gets Australia back in the game, to a belter. to the hat-trick.
Well, let's take a look at them. Here's the first one. Alistair Cook. Peter Siddle has... he had no idea at this stage that this is the first ball of a hat-trick, but there you go.
Yeah. And I think our call at the time was fairly subdued. The edge out, okay, good. Siddle's done the job. He's broken the partnership. Now Australia are back in it. And then the next one is an absolute beauty. Matt Pryor knocks him over.
Yeah,
and you start getting excited.
Yeah, this is a ripper, this one. Like that just beat him for pace. It nipped back in on your bike. And look at him, beauty with two. Australia are back in. He can feel the emotion that's starting to come in.
All right, you mentioned the winding up. And this is what we've managed to do. We've dug back through the archives and we've got the 50 seconds or so build up to this final ball. So enjoy.
Here we go. There's 4 slips, well, almost 5 slips. What about one around the corner, a back pad or something like that?
I'm backing him. Get ready to yell happy birthday, Tubbs. Get ready, loosen those vocals up, Tubbs. Here it comes.
Here we go. Crowd cheers. Here's Siddle. Oh, well, bowler's close. He's given him! He's given him! Peter Siddle's got a hat-trick on his birthday!
Not yet, he hasn't.
Beauty!
Not yet, he hasn't. Third umpire Tony Hill from New Zealand says to Alinda, all is well. Peter Siddle, you have a birthday hat-trick.
Oh, Peter Siddle, happy birthday, 26 today. He's also got a 5-wicket haul to go with it. What a day he's having.
I suppose to put people in the picture, the other thing was that Warnie and I sat together for another hat-trick. Oh, what was it, about 4 or 5 years earlier.
McGrath, West Indies in Perth.
Yeah, Warnie and I were on commentary at that time, so it was actually the 2 times we've done it, and that's why Warnie did what he did. Get ready, Tubbs. Here it comes, because we'd been there before. So, I mean, you don't think it's going to happen again. But a bit like the crowd, you start out reasonably sedately, and then you feel the crowd get into it a bit more because there goes Pryor. Then there's a hat trick, and you can hear the crowd get excited. And it's the same for us in the commentary box. All of a sudden, we're excited because this could be a great moment in sport.
Yeah,
and a much replayed moment. So you need to get it right.
That's right.
I'll take it again today too, though. I take that today. When's his birthday? Must be some similar time, isn't it?
Can't be far away.
Yeah.
Hey, gentlemen, thank you very much for that. Enjoy what's going to be a ripping day of Test cricket. We're going to get to a break. There you go. The best mo, by the way, Mitch Johnson by a mile. I can't believe Chappelle's so low. That was a legitimate 75 sort of version. There he is.
He's gone up to 2. How's that happen?
Into second place. I think everyone realised it was a nice Photoshop of Warning. Hey, we're going to get to a break. Mark Nicholas is going to join us next. But as we go, interesting advertising around this Ashes series. Fight, unite and fight. And there are our next 3 batsmen. So they've got a big job to do. Rhino's at the crease at the moment with Hads. Nathan Lyon still to come. We'll be back after this.
The sun came up over Brisbane this morning and we seemed set fair for the day. If you're just joining us, the Gabba had one of the great atmospheres yesterday. The excitement was at fever pitch and the players truly delivered. Welcome. Fantastic here. Ian Healy's alongside me. I mean, it's as good as you'll get for cricket, I'd say.
How good's Kevin's timing on the roll-up, right when we came to air. Well done, Kev. It was a great day. It was a really great day. We're heavily in favour of England, but Australia have got themselves back in the match, and there's a real sense of optimism out here from the Australians. They think there's still plenty in this pitch that they can use today.
8 for 273. David Warner, a blistering performance at the top of the innings, but he slapped one to cover. 78 for Brad Haddin and 64 for Mitchell Johnson in a partnership that has dragged the Australians back into the match. We showed various parts of that earlier in our show today. Of course, we come on air now an hour before play. There are the English bowlers. James Anderson, intelligent. Stuart Broad, impressive. Chris Tremlett, threatening. And then Graham Swan holding it all together for England like he so often does. A lot of the guys have been saying what a good pitch this is, Heels. It's being rolled now, this very heavy roller. Kevin Mitchell, one of the great curators anywhere in the world. You had a go with the key yesterday and you found a fair bit of moisture underneath the surface.
Yeah, so I expected this morning for the moisture not to be as prevalent and a little bit tougher to get the key in. I was around this area of the pitch yesterday and I went in really easy. Once again, it's gone in the same way. A little bit less slick with the turf there, and even this area where you'd really expect it to be hard, the key still goes in pretty easily. So the Australian bowlers know that, everyone knows that there's a decent level of moisture still underneath this very hard flat surface. it played extremely well for a day one pitch.
Okay, let's have a look at the weather wall and try to get a feel for. Here we go. Look, as if by magic, we've got quite a bit of humidity. Still 58%, though not quite as high as yesterday. The pitch moisture is registering there at 60. I actually had a word with Kevin about 7 or 8 minutes ago, and he reckons that enough has come out of it in the last 2 hours since we registered that, and it might be nearer 50% now. The light's excellent. We've given it 9 out of 10. Player comfort, yeah, pretty good. Temperature 29 degrees. I mean, you know, these are terrific cricket conditions. There's hardly a breeze out here, a little bit coming off the southeast, but essentially conditions out here in the middle really good for some of the best players in the world. Now, leading into the series, Michael Clarke became as much a feature as this series itself. And I guess that isn't a surprise. They say that if you're Australian captain, you hold the second most important job in the land after the Prime Minister. Well, rather than go to chat with him ourselves, we sent one man who knows a bit about pressure, Shane Warne, to do the job for us. Here they are, just a couple of days ago.
Well, thanks for joining us, Pup. Or Mike. Actually, I should say thanks for joining us, Mr. Clarke. First off the bat...
Talk my old man.
Well, look, everyone knows we're mates, but there are some questions I'm going to ask you, so you open for me to ask anything you want?
Fire away, mate. Whatever
would
you
be
like.
anything different to what's been happening anyway, would
Exactly right. Go for it.
What about those people, some of those ex-players that say that it's not a happy change room? You know, there's some issues in the change room. What do you say to those things? Is it true?
The guys that can say that are the guys that are in the change room.
Yeah.
It's hard for somebody to say it's not a happy change room when you don't sit in there. You know, I think the feeling around the group is fantastic. I think we showed that in the UK as well. I think Darren's played a big part in that, coming in and making the environment a lot more relaxed. And I think you would have seen by the way we were on and off the field in the UK that the feeling in the group is fantastic. It was great to see us have some success in the back half of England winning the one-day series. The boys play so well in India. So, look, it's... I guess it's part and parcel. I probably realised that when I got dropped as a 26-year-old young man that playing cricket at the highest level, it's not just about what you do on the field. There's criticism on the field, there's criticism off the field. It's just part of it. And you know, I learnt then that this is something I want to do. I want to play cricket for Australia. I want to help this team be the best in the world. So, you know, you get to a stage in your career where you accept you're going to be criticised, and I think I've probably copped a bit of that through my career. I'm probably at a stage now where I'm a little bit numb to the criticism because it's just part and parcel of my career. I've just accepted it.
Well, and why do you think that criticism comes? I mean, I've been watching and reading the last 3 or 4 weeks, and there's been I think, unfair criticism. I mean, everyone's entitled to their opinion, sure.
Yeah, definitely.
But I think some of the stuff that it seems to be constant every day. They're into you. Why is that?
I don't know. I don't know the reasons, Warnie, to be honest. I wish I did. Because then I could front them, but I don't know. I don't know why. Again,
does
like
it
you
hurt?
say,
Does it hurt?
It's disappointing, but like I say, I'm at a stage now where I think I'm numb to it. To be honest, I haven't changed. My goal is so clear to me in what I'm trying to do for this team and how I'm trying to help this team get back to being number one that I won't allow that stuff to stand in my way. So I think I'm probably at a stage now where it's water off a duck's back.
Is cricket still fun for you? You still enjoy it?
I love it. I love it more now than... I loved it as a 7-year-old boy as well, but I love it just as much now. I probably have more respect for the game now because I've learnt and experienced the highs and lows of the game.
Yep.
When you're young, you get out of bed and it's all about going and playing with your mates and you love that. And you make no runs, you go home and cry for a couple of hours and wake up the next day and go again. And I think you get... Through your experiences, you enjoy the success of the team's performances as much as your own, especially when you get the opportunity to be captain. I've still got that same drug of waking up at 5 o'clock in the morning before a day's play and open the curtains, check it's not raining, and yes, we're on here. So, you know, my love and passion for the game is as strong as it's ever been.
Oh, you little beauty! The Sydney Cricket Ground becomes Michael Clarke's kingdom for the day.
Well, that was some of the distractions we spoke about, but what about a few bigger ones? Your ex, Ricky Ponting, and then Mickey Arthur, 3 in one day. Sure there wasn't a fourth anywhere lurking? That was just one day.
It was a fun day, wasn't it? I'm sure there was somebody in a pub who was abusing me as well about something.
Did it hurt, the punter stuff?
Like I say, what do you do? It's obviously, it's always disappointing when you hear negative stuff said and spoken about you, especially from past players. But like I say, I'm at a stage where I've heard it my whole career, whether it be from the media or past players, and it doesn't faze me anymore, Warnie. I think everybody is certainly entitled to their own opinion.
How long does Michael Clarke want to play cricket for, at the top level?
As long as I can, as long as I'm enjoying it, and most importantly, as long as I'm performing. Like I say, I'm like every other player. If I don't perform, I'll be dropped, and I've never hid away from that fact. So, making sure I'm performing, I'm scoring runs, I'm helping the team have success, and I've still got that enjoyment. Hopefully, a lot longer.
Mickey Arthur, to me, was out of order completely as an ex-coach he obviously didn't want to coach again with some of the stuff that he did. But having Darren Lehman on board, that must be a lot better, that relationship. I
have a great relationship with Buff. He was a fantastic guy to play with. I really enjoyed playing in the same team as him as a young player, and it's no different now as the head coach. We get on very well. I think we play the game in a similar fashion, and maybe he taught me that as a young kid growing up as well. I had some great players to play under and learn from, and they showed me the brand of cricket that Australian cricket should be played, and I guess I've just tried to continue that on through my career, and I guess Buff played a part in that when I was a young kid, and now I'm fortunate that I've got him right there as the coach to be able to support me.
Why will Australia win the Ashes this year?
Well, I believe we will win the Ashes, and I guess the main reason is because I don't think you can have better preparation. We've just played 5 test matches against our opposition. We know what we're up against. We know the bowlers we're going to face. We know the batters we're going to bowl to. We know our conditions so well. The other exciting factor for us is blokes have form on the board, so they're coming into this first test match full of confidence with runs and wickets under their belt. I see no reason why we can't win this series.
Well, for all us Australians, we are right behind you. We wish you the best of luck. Thanks, and I think it's going to be a fascinating series. Good luck, make some runs and cap them well.
Thanks, Matt.
Thanks again.
Thanks, buddy.
Cheers, pal.
Good job, Warnie. I still have my love and passion for the game, says Michael Clarke. That's all we needed to hear. More from the Gabba in just a moment. Well, if Michael Clarke's not the best batsman in the world, he's mighty close to it. But even he, at the start of an innings, got stuck in the crease yesterday. And 2 or 3 of the Australians got out to the ball that bounces. Historically, tourists come here and have trouble, particularly at the Gabba and Perth with the bouncing ball. But it was the Aussies who struggled against the English yesterday. I wondered why.
Yeah, look, there were a couple where they got lazy and nicked off out through the slip region. And that's just getting, losing concentration or just wanting bat on ball when you're starting to feel good. Michael Clarke's was a little bit different. He heard before the series that England were going to target him with a short ball. Now, I don't think he's got a problem with it at all, but within 10 deliveries, he was found out by the short ball, and it was Chris Broad who has got him 6 out of the last 8 times, and this is a really difficult thing for a batsman. Michael Clarke now saying, does he have a problem? How much extra work does he need to do? Why did I bunt it to short leg? It's the worst feeling, getting out to the short ball, because no batsman wants that on their resume, that they're a little bit timid of that. So if we're looking at what happened, he was looking to press forward, it got big on him, but he doesn't make any movement back in the crease. He just stands tall to try and play it. And in the end, the eyes weren't on the ball. It hits shoulder, lower the handle and into this bat pad position. Now, he could have looked, I suppose, if he was out there a little bit longer to get in under it that way. He could have swayed off it that way, or if he was really confident, and this is what I'd like to see him do when he is feeling up to, is stand up and smash the thing to the boundary. Very easy for me to stand here with no ball coming and say that, but this is the mode of dismissal. It was the worst way for Michael Clarke to start the series, only because England think that they're really onto something here, Nico, and perception becomes reality when you overthink it as a batsman. So he's the class act, he is the best player, one of them in the world. He will get through it. I don't think there's a major issue, but it's just one of these little mind testers, and it'll be hard for a little while. He'll just be feeling, have I got a problem or not?
And he wasn't the Lone Ranger. I mean, Chris Rogers and Shane Watson both falling to shortish balls.
Yeah, and that one again, that was Rogers being caught on the crease. And that's what happens with the modern day technique. They don't use depth of crease. There we go, another one out in the slips, and that was just before lunch. That was a big wicket of Watson. But just to finish off, and this is what I'm talking about, the modern day player looking to press forward, if they're playing short, they rise in the crease, but there's no depth used. And I'm not saying one's better than the other, but I would have liked to have got back and across, and that gives you about 2 foot extra space. In other words, you've got 2 foot extra, a little bit of extra time to line it up and then maybe decide to get out underneath it. The modern batsmen don't do it. We used to do it. I'm not saying one's better than the other, but it's an interesting change in technique over the years.
And it's something that Brad had him handled particularly well. He came in, played beautifully. He's unbeaten with 70 odd. He made 100 in the match here 3 years ago. Maybe he'll make another. Like all of these cricketers, you know, there's a moment in their life where they find a bit of karma. They settle. And there's more to the man than may meet the eye, as Mark Taylor found out just a couple of days ago.
Well, Brad, firstly, thank you for your time, mate. 50 test matches for Australia, obviously a great achievement. And here at the Gabba, first test match of a vital series against the Poms. It couldn't come at a better time for you.
Yeah, it is. It's an exciting time no matter when the Australian summer starts. The first test is always a massive occasion. I remember playing with Matthew Hayden and how excited he got for the first test of an Australian summer. But to be your 50th test and also probably my last Ashes campaign, it doesn't get any more exciting than this.
You had to wait quite a while behind Adam Gilchrist, who was obviously a great keeper batsman for Australia. Did you think one day you'd be sitting here playing your 50th test match for Australia?
No, in all honesty, no. I thought with the age I was and the way Adam was going, I never thought I'd get the opportunity to play test cricket. In saying that, I took everything else out of the equation and just challenged myself to be the best player I could be, no matter what level it was going to take me to. And once Adam retired, I wanted there to be no second guessing who was the next keeper in line.
Do you see yourself as a keeper first or a batsman first? I know Gilly was a terrific all-round keeper batsman, but averaged 50 in test match cricket. You average about 33, 34. Is the keeping more important for you?
Yeah, that's how I get picked in all the sides I play. I'm a wicketkeeper first. I think Adam changed the perception of how wicketkeepers were seen. I think he might be the exception to the rule. I think first and foremost you've got to be a wicketkeeper.
And when did you decide to become a keeper? When did that happen?
Well, it's funny how it came about. I had it under, I think, 10 or 11 trial for ACT cricket, and everyone had to put their hand up, who's the fast bowler. So I put my hand up like everyone else, and you got allocated to a net, but they didn't put me to a net, and they said, who's the opening batters? I said, well, I like to bat as well, so I put my hand up, and they didn't allocate me to a net there either. So then they asked, who's the wicket keepers, and no one put their hand up. And I said, oh, well, best I'll put my hand up. How hard can it be to catch a ball? So and here I am, 50 tests on.
You got to 44 test matches pretty sharply. Against India a couple of summers ago, you whitewashed them 4-0. And then you got some terrible news about what happened at home with your daughter Mia. And you spent 14 months not in the side. Did you ever think you'd get back?
In that period, to be perfectly honest, cricket wasn't in my mind at all. It was just about where my family was at, and families always come first for anyone, I think. And when that situation arose with Mia, it was all hands on deck at home. You can't prepare yourself for news like that. Then when it did come, it was that our only focus was on Mia and getting through that stage, and cricket actually didn't really come into my thought process.
She was diagnosed, Mia, with neuroblastoma. What does that do to a family when you hear that news?
As I touched on before, you can't prepare yourself for it. The one thing you do is you've just got to get on with it. You can't go around kicking cans and saying why me or why us. You've just got to rally around as a family, and we've got very strong family support from my side and Karina's side, and all the focus was on making sure our family was fine, and we just dropped everything, and it was to make sure our daughter had the best opportunity she could to continue her life and the fight she had in front of us. So we're a very lucky family that we're all close, and we're lucky now that me's going in the right direction.
I read somewhere that you said you spent 6 months not thinking about cricket at all, and I absolutely believe you. When did you start thinking about cricket? And when you did you ever think you'd get back into the Australian side?
Yeah, it was probably a bit longer. That cricket wasn't in our thoughts with the treatment plan for me. Probably for a good 8 to 9 months or longer. There was no picking up a cricket bat. There was no putting your gloves on, or cricket wasn't even a priority. But like most families, once things stabilised with me's condition, then you have to think about someone going back to work. Then we sat down and spoke about it, and I was happy to call it a time then. And Karina and I discussed a lot about what we were going to do, and I said I wouldn't go back to cricket if I couldn't give it 100%. I think cricket deserved that, and cricket's been great to me and my family. So I was never going to go back if it affected my family, and I couldn't give it 100%. And I've always said I never doubted I could get back to the level I am now. It was just whether circumstances allowed me to get back and play the game.
He's got it away. This will be his 100. This is a wonderful feeling. Have a look at the celebration. A maiden Test century to Brad Haddin.
How have things changed since you started playing as a country lad who came to Sydney to today, now playing in 2013 in the new era of Australian cricket?
Yeah, we can talk about the new era and how cricket changed, but the bottom line is it's still a game of cricket. It's still a game that we all love playing, and it's no different to when we all first started at Milo cricket or your teams in the country or your school cricket. It's still a game of cricket. And from that point of view, that our preparations for this series has been spot on. Guys are ready to play. We've done everything we possibly can leading into this campaign to get ready, and now it's up to us to go out there and enjoy this game of cricket that we all love.
It's a glorious day in Brisbane, the second day of the first Commonwealth Bank Ashes Test match, and the crowd has built. We're ready for another sellout. All three of the first day sold out. Listen to the roar as the Australian batsmen make their way to the middle. Brad Haddin with Ryan Harris, Nathan Lyon to come. Michael Hussey's with me, a master of batting with the tail. How does Brad Haddin go about this, Huss?
Oh, huge reception there for Brad Haddin. He did a great job yesterday. I guess he's got to see what Alistair Cook does, first of all. Does Alistair Cook leave the field back and try and protect the boundaries? And then he's got a number of options. He can either try and hit a couple of fours and then get a single late in the over to try and retain the strike at the next for the next over, or the second option is just to take every run, show some faith in Ryan Harris and Nathan Lyon, who, to be honest, are not the worst batsmen going around. So it'll be very interesting to see what happens this morning from both sides, what Cook does and what Haddin does.
Do you ever overthink it, confuse yourself?
Yeah, well, sometimes it's a difficult situation for someone like Brad Haddin. You're playing at your best when you're just playing the next ball as well as you possibly can, but in this situation, you've got different things going through your mind. You're thinking a few balls ahead, you're thinking about how am I going to hit a four, and sometimes you can get yourself into trouble.
Right, all right, thank you very much. The Australians 8 for 273. Brad Haddin unbeaten with 78, just 22 away from 100 here at the Gabba. Welcome to everybody all around the world who joins us for the first time. It's a pleasure to have you with us, and waiting for us in the commentary box are Ian Chappell, Mark Taylor and Ian Healy.
Thanks very much, Mark Nicholas. Ryan Harris, he will relish this challenge of hang around, try to get Brad Haddin to that triple figure milestone and make the English side bowl much more. They were tired last night, the English. There's 22 overs Anderson, 20 overs Broad, 19 Tremlett, 26 Swan in hot sapping conditions. They're on offer again today. They are so glad they've got Australia 8 down. Here goes Broad to start day 2. A little bit of swing and just 2 slips in place. Good morning, fellas.
Morning, Ian. And everyone back at home. You talked about Ryan Harris relishing this opportunity. I got down to Brisbane here a couple of days before this Test match and saw the Aussie boys in the nets, and Ryan Harris was absolutely creaming them in the nets. So he will be confident, but as we've seen on a number of occasions, net form doesn't always translate to form out in the middle, but he certainly will feel confident because he really enjoyed his net sessions when he was batting.
Yeah, good morning, Ian, and hello to all of our viewers. Michael Hussey just going through some options there for Brad Haddin. I think, well, the first thing, he's seen what Alastair Cook's done, and Alastair Cook hasn't pushed the field back any more than normal, really. He's got a square leg out and he's got a point out. But Brad Haddin's got a guy down the other end who's a reasonably competent batsman. In his early days, his batting was probably stronger than his bowling. So I think at this point, Brad Haddin just plays normally.
Exactly like that. Harris on his heels early, but gets going, and Australia pick up the first run of day 2.
There's 8 for 274. I reckon these Aussies would love to get another 50, at least. 320, I reckon they'd sign up for right now. Otherwise, that would obviously give Brad Haddin a chance to make 102 in his 50th Test match, which would be a milestone for him. But also just that 300 is a psychological figure that you feel when you bat first that's the first milestone you want to achieve as a team, is to at least make 300.
Extra slip goes in for Harris, and the two extra men in the deep are in.
Oh, that's out of the middle. Confidently on the back foot, seeing it big. And Harris wants 3. Haddin says no.
Well, that was certainly a very confident shot. It was far from a half volley. He's hit it on the rise and hit it pretty well. As I say, early days, Ryan Harris, he batted much further up the order.
Punched one down the ground last evening as well, past Jimmy Anderson. Comfortably under a short ball. He's well armoured up, Ryan Harris. You see he's got the arm guard on today. He's got a chest guard, or just above the hip, above his thigh pad, so the whole front side of his body protected. Doesn't want an injury at this stage, an elbow injury, a wrist injury that could prevent him doing what he needs to do in the field. 5 for 68, Broad. Last ball of his 21st. Full, it's on leg stump. It's another 2 to Harris. So once again, Broad trying lots of things, lots of action. The batsman responding well. 8 for 278. An eventful first over already. 5 runs coming from 2 twos and a 1. Haddin has taken himself to 79 not out. Ryan Harris 8. Jimmy Anderson solid as a rock yesterday. Not real penetrative, but just couldn't get him away. 22 overs for just 61 runs.
Yeah, that's a good point, Heels. I agree. I thought England, they weren't explosive yesterday. Yeah, sure, they got Michael Clarke out who bunted one up in the air, but I just thought they limited bad bowling. There was very few really bad balls bowled. The Australians had to earn every run.
It's always a good method of judging the way a guy has bowled in a day, a frontline bowler, how many times he beats the forward defence. And Jimmy Anderson beat the forward defence of the top order batsman quite a bit yesterday. Didn't get the outside edge. That happens some days. Some days you get the edge, other days you miss out. But I thought Jimmy Anderson bowled very well yesterday.
He was always there or thereabouts. He picked up the edges of Bailey and Siddle. Now he's got Haddin in 2 minds. That's his form. He's only made 3 Test centuries, Brad Haddin. 2 of them against England. Almost 3 years ago, that one in 2010-11. 136 is his most recent century, so he's been here before.
A lot of trust required today by Haddon.
How many test hundreds for you, Heels?
4.
Oh, so he's still got one to get, eh? He'll know that, I'm sure.
I'm not sure I'm a decent benchmark, Mark, that he'd be worried about. 2 of my 4 against England, 1 here in Brisbane.
I don't know, I'm sure he'd probably know that. The other one's Rod Marsh, what, 3 or 4? 3, Ian Chappell tells me, for Rod Marsh.
First Australian keeper to score a Test century, Rodney William.
A bit of in-swing. Everyone's expecting it to go away from the right-handers by Anderson, and same as yesterday, he was able to produce straight deliveries as well as just in-swingers to the right-handers so that they readjust their thinking. But the trust I'm talking about, trust that his technique will hold up, then trust that the partner can hang around. He knows he wants to hang around, Ryan Harris, then Nathan Lyon. Trust that they will be there long enough for him to get to 100.
No.
There were times during the Ashes series in England where it looked as though Brad Haddon's best days with the bat might have been past him. Perhaps he was a little down on confidence, but he certainly hasn't looked like that here in Brisbane. He's looked very competent right from the start and confident.
Well, that 6 he hit yesterday off the hip over to the right of screen, he just nailed it. He looked really calm in defence. Now, what was that? He was going to do something there. There was something in mind.
Yeah, he was trying to retain the strike there, and Jimmy Anderson confused him by the ball he delivered. So it's 8 for 279.
Well, Brad Haddon's got the strike. He's on 80, not out. Not sure what sort of shot he was playing to get at the last ball of Jimmy Anderson's over. But that's the field. They've got 2 slips and just 2 in the covers. Stuart Broad bowling the 3rd over of the morning. Short ball. Played the hook shot. There's 2 men out, but he's been playing it brilliantly up until now.
Broad getting that one a little higher, and I think that was his objective. Try and get it high so that there might be a top edge. Not sure, Mark, that you can retain the strike by hitting a 6, can you? Because I think he had a big one in mind last delivery of the last over.
Probably was thinking something similar there too. It was a good bouncer, that one. Yeah, that last ball though of that last over, he was no doubt expecting a bouncer.
Well, that's dangerous bowling. Short and wide. Haddon's just got one. Didn't quite get it away from that sweeping man well enough, but he'll be able to put something over slips or through the gully gap if Broad stays there.
Yeah, well, that last ball of that last over, they brought the field up to stop the one, and I think Haddon thought he's going to get a short ball. He was getting that front leg out of the road, was probably going to play a pull or maybe even one of the sort of ramp shots over the slips, and all of a sudden the ball was a legitimate sort of length ball on about middle stump. In the end it worked out nicely for him. Got a thick edge, went to backward point, got a single.
Again, Ryan Harris just left of the field. It creates a misfield. He was herring off down the wicket, Ryan Harris, but pretty happy that Jimmy Anderson once again plugged in the outfield and misfielded.
Yeah, that was a classic case of I've hit it, that's good enough to call yes. Ryan Harris, as soon as he hit it, it was yes. If Jimmy Anderson had fielded it, there was a big chance for a run out. He's got to stop diving, Jimmy Anderson. He's going to hurt himself if he keeps doing that.
Oh, so he's been to the Michael Slater school of calling, has he? Hit it pretty well, it's got to be a run.
We don't need Brad Haddon guessing, so he needs to just trust. Good bowling, really good bowling. That's where they didn't bowl enough to Brad Haddon yesterday. Not really getting that front foot out of the crease far. He's waiting for the ball to come on, and therefore it's much harder to time when they're up there. Scored lots of his runs square of the wicket. Brett Lee's on the tweet already. Game on. He's pretty happy that the Australians can do damage with the ball.
These guys have got too much time in their hands, haven't they? Shouldn't they be preparing for the cricket show or something like that?
That took Binger about 14 minutes to type.
And who did the spell check for him? Well, that's what it does himself, I suppose, on the phones, doesn't it?
I don't think it's an issue for Twitter. He can get that's why he likes it. Doesn't get in trouble for misspelling, but Stuart Broad angling one in that delivery, and Ryan Harris nailing it again. His timing and his footwork and his front footwork and weight transfer is very, very good. Offside field is all up. 2 men back for the hook. Gets it to run off the face of the bat. Broad's got 6.
Just second-guessed himself there, Ryan Harris. He's going to play it, then at the very last moment he decides to leave it. It doesn't withdraw the bat quick enough. Just leaves the bat there. It runs, as Ian Healy said, almost off the face of the bat. Just going to let that go and just guides it straight to the keeper. 6 wickets. Stuart Broad, 6 for 73 now for him. Harris gone for 9, 8 for 282.
Oh, England will be delighted with that, to get Ryan Harris out. They're now 9 down. Nathan Lyon at the crease. Now he can hang around. Every now and then LBW type dismissal mode, but he's got to be sharp and he's got to bat with Brad Haddin. Now we will see some guesswork. Haddin, will he be backing away, opening up, playing pull shots, cut shots, glides? Alistair Cook has defended the field even more. Everyone on the leg side's on the boundary. On the right of the screen, they're all back. And he's got a third man down in place too, down the top left of screen. Haddin might look for 6. He does. He gets it over cover. Picks up. Not 4. How are they running? He gets 3 and he takes it. Wouldn't have minded seeing him stop on 2.
That's a good save on the rope, because not only does he save a run, more importantly, now got Nathan Lyon on strike, and they've got him on strike for potentially 5 deliveries. Haddin backs away, gets it a little off the toe, I think. Not quite out of the middle. Had he middled it, would have been 4, but Carberry does well. Makes good ground, and with the sliding save, keeps it to 3. And as I said, now Lyon on strike.
It was good batting by Brad Haddin. He had a spot in mind where he wanted to go. Obviously, it helps if the bowler bowls it in the right position. But he had his spot picked out. Just didn't quite get it in the middle.
3 slips, short leg in place. No easy singles here other than on the leg side. Lyon solid. Was it too much trust, I wonder, to put in Nathan Lyon? Anyway, Ryan Harris looking good, now gone.
Yeah, just hung the bat out there in the end and guided it straight to Mount Pryor. Terrific bowling performance from Broad, 6 wickets. Good bounce there. You can see that wasn't all that short, and the ball was passing well above waist height. So good carry, and probably a little quicker today and a little less sideways movement off the seam as the pitch dries out. It reminds me a bit, Nathan Lyon, of Jason Gillespie in his very early days. Jason Gillespie was a very good defensive player, not a lot of shots. I think Lyon's got a few more shots than Gillespie in his early days, but Gillespie just got better and better to the point where he keeps reminding a lot of people that he made a double century as a batsman in Test cricket.
We hated in-swingers too when he started, Dizzy. He was a big LBW chance with in-swingers, and he knew it. He said, I don't play in-swing as well. Lyon, what's he got? He's a bit the same. That's what they target, that front pad, and hope the bat doesn't get down quick enough.
Well, Brad Haddin at the other end is on 85, so Nathan Lyon obviously wants to hang around as long as he possibly can to get that total up to 300, but also I'm sure he'd love to be there to help Brad Haddin to 100.
Yeah, that's huge incentive to do something like that. Drag this out as long as possible. Yes, well played. He'll like that too. It'll be stinging, but he'll like the fact that, yep, I've got my duck working.
Just thinking of a couple of unlikely candidates who have guided batsmen home to centuries. Jimmy Higgs comes immediately to mind at the MCG, getting Doug Walters home from about 78, which was an absolute miracle. And I got a feeling Terry Alderman, who wasn't much better than Jimmy Higgs, he guided someone home to 100 as well. in a fairly unlikely situation.
Well, the most stunning one I can remember is Glenn McGrath. MCG got Michael Hussey from 27 to 100. It was devastating stuff. 9 for 285.
So 9 for 285. Who Haddon on strike now. Stuart Broad. Broad's bowled beautifully. 6 wickets. Lots of discussion about Stuart Broad leading to this test match, and I think if anything it's just made him focus even more on bowling well. He picked up 2 wickets in the Ashes series here 3 years ago. Played at the Gabba and then broke down I think in Adelaide in the second test match and didn't play any more games. Just had 2 wickets for the whole series. Here he's got 6 already, so all the jibes and newspaper reports which have been ripping into him have done nothing but fire him up. He's bowled beautifully.
Something short and wide maybe here that Haddon could put over slip, but everyone else is out saving 2. Giving ones, saving 2. Broad, what's he going to deliver? What length? Haddon keen to have a crack.
He seems to be favouring the offside. I guess the main thing is he's giving himself room by getting that front leg out of the way early. I guess that gives him 2 options. If it's close enough, he can whack it through the offside, and if it's in the right spot around about middle and leg, you'll try and hit it over the onside. He's got a man at deep mid-wicket to clear. It's a big hit.
Little inside edge. Takes the single. He's got good faith in Lyon.
Well, I think at the end of the day, you've got to say to yourself too, it's the first innings of the game. You're not trying to save the game here at the moment. 9 for 286, I dare say, is probably, well, it'll be at least 100 runs probably short of where Australia would like to have been after the first innings. But it's not a bad score by any means. And into day 2 of the test match, you don't want to start wasting time here. I'm not against him taking the single here and getting on with the game.
Well, we found it in the archives too, the Hussey-McGrath partnership at the MCG years ago. Hussey in his 4th test. If Nathan Lyon can hang in this delivery, we'll have a look at it. Oh, he does better than hang in. He gets a single. Haddon's on strike. It was full of that, the MCG. McGrath had been playing for a decade. Hussey in his 4th test. It worked.
They had 107, these two. Against South Africa too. McGrath. Glenn McGrath tried to get out 3 times with that delivery and he wasn't even on strike. That's his late cut.
That is remarkable, isn't it? 27, Hussey on 27, and Glenn McGrath's got him home to 100. That really is unbelievable. That is a miracle.
No wonder the South Africans were frustrated. Andre Nell and Hussey backing away, advancing and smashing over wide mid-off.
Tell you what, they were a couple of quality shots though, weren't they? Like over cover, and there's his 100, Michael Hussey. Yeah, Nathan Lyon looking good. Played their club cricket together, these two now, for the mighty Northern Districts Cricket Club, these two. Here's a bit more of Michael Hussey. Here it is, that's his 100. So from 27, he was when McGrath joined him.
Can that be Haddon and Lyon? They're the two it's going to have to be. 9 for 288. So live stream the cricket and follow all the action this summer with Cricket Australia Live, the official app. Latest news, stats, exclusive behind the scenes content, and it's free to download, available on both iOS and Android machines, operating systems. So check out the video highlights section, and you can have your say on all the big moments and controversies of the summer with the CommBank viewers verdict as well. It's brought to us by KFC and Toyota. So visit cricket.com.au/live to subscribe to all that. Jimmy Anderson, full and swinging away. Hadden happy to take one.
I think Alastair Cook might have to make a quick adjustment. Hadden's done it. Hadden said, all right, you're going to put the field back, I'll take my singles. I'm happy that Lyon has a reasonable defence and can stick around. But at the moment, he's playing pretty traditionally. And that means I think he needs an extra slip at least for Hadden, because that's probably his best way of getting Hadden out, an edge from Jimmy Anderson's outswinger. So as a captain, you've got to be prepared to make adjustments pretty quickly.
Good shot.
You've got Chris Tremlett there who fielded that ball at mid-off. That'll be where Nathan Lyon might think about an opportunity for a single. Hit that last one very well. But if he just dobs the ball down there on that offside, there may well be a chance of a single. Carberry's at point. There's Carberry there. He's a very good fieldsman, Carberry. He'll be quick, so anything around point won't be a single.
The other thing they could try, Chappelli and Tubbs, is maybe bowl a bit straighter to Hadden. He's really backing away, looking to load up on that offside, and it's not his natural side to go over mid-wicket. But if they get something on his pads and he flips it with a straight bat, not the pull shot, not short, you might be able to set a fielder ready for that.
The important thing is to be thinking about trying to get him out, not just get him away from strike. You've got to bowl trying to get the guy out. I think it's a huge mistake. And if the captain doesn't give the bowler some support as far as fielders that can help him get a wicket, I mean, when the bowler turns around the top of his mark, he's got to look down there and see ways he can get the batsman out other than bowled and LBW. Otherwise, you're just, particularly an attacking bowler like Anderson, you're cutting him in half. It's about he's a 50% bowler.
Oh, they like it. The English like it. Nathan Lyon thinks he got everything down quickly enough. So does the umpire. We're in line for a review here, I bet.
No, actually, I think Jimmy Anderson said no. I think James Anderson thought straight away that it might have been back arm, or he dropped his hands pretty quickly. Let's have a look here. No, I just flicked maybe the arm guard or the forearm of his right arm. It's definitely above the gloves. Yeah, his back arm probably. Yeah, good decision. That's really good, that real-time snicko there. That gives you a great idea, doesn't it? When the sound was and where the ball was when that sound was made.
Hotspot's working again. A little white mark on the back arm. 9 for 289. Right, Stuart Broad getting to bowl to Brad Hadden again. His partnership 7 runs, and it's been pretty calm and composed stuff. Hadden getting a single, Lyon a single every now and then, mixed with a lot of defence. Hadden looks around the whole ground, just checks where all these fielders are. Can he find a gap? Oh, he's going to have a go. He's found the gap, and well,
that was really well hit. Kevin Peterson only had about 15 metres to go to get the ball, but he was jogging right from the start. He realised it had been hit in the middle. He found the gap beautifully. He did it by giving himself some room. Broad once again going for a bit of height with that bouncer, trying to get the top edge. Just Hadden just got on top of it beautifully.
Not easy to time that as well as he did. What's he got now? Short. Oh, I thought there was an edge, but it was just the wind.
The problem for England here is if he gets the top edge to that, it's going to be 6 probably over the sight board. That's not going anywhere near any of the fielders he's got. out in the deep. His fine leg is not so fine. And you've got deep mid-wicket and Kevin Peterson, who's coming across with a bit of advice from long on. I think he's indicating something about the fielders on the leg side.
He might be asking to move to the other side because that's where Haddon's swinging. Towards anything he hits is going to go out that way. They're moving another fieldsman out there at the moment. But Haddon's now 92.
Yeah, I don't think he can go short again, can he? Because Haddon has had a couple of practice runs. He'll ramp it over the keeper or over slip if he gets another one, especially now they've filled that gap in. Maybe the top of leg stump is the go.
I tell you what, they've got a few captains. About 8 guys waving their arms around out there.
It's short. He's just happy to hit it to the man. He's pushing just in case there's a bit of a fumble. Haddon 93 and leaves 3 balls for Nathan Lyon to manage.
The thing that Brad Haddon succeeded in doing, he's got Broad bowling a lot of short stuff, so immediately you can forget LBW and bowled. The ball's bouncing way over the top of the stumps. The fielders are so widespread, it's a lottery that he's going to hit one to a fielder. I think the odds are way in Haddon's favour of surviving, even playing adventurously like he is.
It's another Ashes moment that's engaged the crowds, that's for sure. They are loving it. Can Lyon battle away now? The one criticism of England's bowlers yesterday has been that they just didn't bowl enough balls that would have hit the stumps. Most of their lengths would have bounced over the stumps yesterday, so it's the one learning that Australia can take into day 2, and their lengths might be a little bit more consistently on the stumps.
And they're certainly banging it in there to Nathan Lyon at the moment. He's playing it pretty well, watching it well, and then just dropping the hands at the last second or split second. But as you say, Hills, I think you've got to bring in a few more modes of dismissal. At the moment, okay, that might get him caught behind or caught at bat pad, but there's no way that ball's going to bowl him or get him LBW. It's too short.
And that last catch was Matt Pryor's first. Oh, that's an awkward one. He does well. Broad peppering Lyon. 9 for 294. That's been the order of the day. Stuart Broad does not want Australia hanging around at all. They're 9 down, he wants 10. Very obvious what he's trying to do, knock them out as well as get them out. But Jimmy Anderson's been a little fuller, but he's really working hard as well. He's bowling from the Vulture Street end, the Stanley Street end, full. Haddon might get 2. Into the crease and out, he turns his pressure on, he's out. The jockeying of strike has got Brad Haddon for 94.
Oh, what a shame. Really, it's a real shame. And Haddon runs off the ground. And a terrific innings comes to an end on 94. Carberry very quick coming in from deep point. When he hit it, you thought there was a chance of a 2. And then because Carberry was so quick, there was a hesitation. And in the end, Haddon was no chance.
You've got to give a bit of credit to Matt Pryor as well. He's done extremely well to get this ball and get it back to the stumps. Wasn't right over the top. He's done well, especially for a man who's had a calf problem. And the Australian innings ends, rather sadly for Brad Haddon, run out for 94. Broad the star for England.
There's the response. He's still a villain. But he's a new type of villain. A man who takes 6 Australian wickets. 6 for 81 from 24 overs. England were extremely disciplined with the ball. 295's a lot better than Australia could have expected. At one stage being 5 for 100.
Yes, 5 for 100 and 6 for 132. So they'll have to settle for 295. As I said, it's probably about 80 to 100 short of where they would have wanted to be when they won the toss yesterday and batted. But thanks to Haddon, Johnson, who put on over 100 for that partnership there. They've got a total to bowl at. 295, and as we said a moment ago, the star was Stuart Broad. 24 overs, 6 for 81. Plenty of boos, but also plenty of wickets.
Yeah, new type of villain, a successful one. Very successful. Anderson didn't quite get the reward that he deserved, but he bowled well, 2 for 67.
Well, 295, there is something to bowl to. Australia reasonably optimistic that there's still plenty of moisture underneath that roller, which now goes up and down the Gabba pitch. England to bat next. We'll take a short break. Let's have a look at it. There's the response. He's still a villain.
Welcome back to the Gabba, day 2 of the Commonwealth Bank Series. This is Test Match 1, and Australia are dismissed now for 295. That's how the scorecard looks. It was 49, 22, 31 the starts yesterday to Warner, Watson and Smith. Overnight you had Haddon and Siddle. It was Harris batting with Haddon. He went fairly early this morning for 9. Then Haddon was run out. So this is the Harris dismissal, trying to get out of the way of it. Under edge through to Pryor. Another one for Broad. Outstanding figures aliside him in the commentary box. Michael Vaughan and Shane Warne. This was a shame. He deserved 100.
Well, you've got to know your fielders, and Carberry's quick. It's Ashley's debut, but I'm sure the word would have been around the Australian dressing room. I know Warney knows a lot about Carberry, that when he's in the field, you just don't take him on. He's so quick.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. Yeah, with Michael Carberry there, Michael Clark would have known it, playing in Hampshire and that as well with Michael Carberry. So he just picked the wrong guy. He was just trying to do the right thing. Brad Haddon, was an excellent innings. That 295 that Australia made is probably worth 330, I reckon. Slow outfield. Here's the bowling. Stuart Broad, the star of the show, 6 for 81. Anderson bowled well. Everyone bowled well there. Root just bowled a handful.
It was a very smart display from England all round. Cook was very good with his tactics. And the England villain, the Australians, loving to hate Broad, but how can you? He has been a superstar. And,
so I have to say, I've never seen a crowd stand up and clap and boo at the same time.
It's unique, isn't it? Well, they'll give a lot the Aussie crowds, but they'll appreciate his efforts because he was setting a standard that hopefully the Australian bowlers, they're now going through their warm-up. They were straight out there, the Aussie boys. Watson is rolling his arm over as well. There was some thought that he might be just left maybe for the second innings. He said he's 90% fit, but Mitchell Johnson was tearing in. Peter Siddle, Harris, big job to do.
Slats, I just watched Mitchell Johnson bowl a ball. That was a thunderbolt. If he gets it right out there, look out.
Well, if he can get it swinging, and the good thing from England, they got the 2 wickets pretty quickly. You know, Ash's debut for Michael Carberry, he'll be walking out just there in a minute. You should just look at Alistair Cook and just watch the way that he prepares and just goes about his business. He'll be calm. There'll be nerves inside, but Alistair Cook exteriorly always sends out a calm message. Good player, Michael Carberry. Likes to play square at the wicket. He's an aggressor. He's not quite Dave Warner, but he'll certainly try and score. If the balls are there to hit, he won't die wondering, he'll go for it.
Yeah, they could be a good foil for each other. Likes to get on with it, Carberry. Any width whatsoever. He's very strong through that square of the wicket. Strong against the short ball too and off his pad. So not much margin for error for Carberry, and Cook will be the calming influence for him as well.
Absolutely, and he's been waiting for this chance for years. He's scored plenty of runs for Hampshire. Waiting for this opportunity. Plenty of nerves, no question about that, but just got to trust his game. He's been in good form. He got a terrific 100 just a couple of weeks ago in Hobart. Scored runs in Sydney, scored runs in Perth in the first game, so he's in good form.
As Brad Haddon tearing out Michael Clark, the leader, first over the rope. You always follow your skipper out, and you can see the opening batsman ready to go. The pads on early. It's a quick changeover, but I think you're right, Vaughan. It's nice when there's 2 wickets left. You get them quickly. The opening batsmen don't have that nervous energy running in the field for too long, because you turn up pretty focused on your batting, even knowing there are 2 wickets to fall.
Yeah, absolutely. But there you go, Michael Carberry walking out the first time in an Ashes Test match to have a bat. He's just got to watch the ball, trust the ball. You know, the situation of an Ashes Test can be such a big occasion, but he's just got to trust his game. He's a good player, plays well on the front foot, the back foot. Just want to get off the mark, don't you? Get that first run.
Get off the mark, and I tell you what, he might want to change that lid too. How bad's that helmet? Have a look at that helmet. He looks like a jockey. He's one of those bike riders that ride around. Aero don't. Look at that. What's that? Come on.
I like it. No wonder he runs fast. Did he have that on the field? It's streamlined. He's been in the wind tunnel designing that baby.
Well, I tell you what, if it clips it, it's like a ramp.
6 off the melon.
He's trend-setting with the helmet. It's a very interesting design. Looked like the one I saw you in at golf the other day, Vorney. The old style.
The old school cap. Checkered trousers as well.
So you've got to play when you wear that kit. Here he is, Cook. Remember the last tour, he was disappointing by his own standards in the recent Ashes series. He relished the Australian conditions last time here. In fact, Australia found it very difficult getting him out in Carberry. We know he's an attacker. It was a different style of a century down at Belrive Oval recently in the tour match. He was grafting for a long time, and then he hit out against the spinner. You could see how powerful he can be, but it was a very cautious innings. Cook and Carberry was just behind Cook, and here we go. Australia with ball in hand. It's Harris, and runs immediately down to fine leg.
Just a hint of movement back into Cook. Ryan Harris, he had all the England players in trouble. The series just a few months ago. Bowls a terrific length. Full. Brings all dismissals into play.
Yeah, Ryan Harris is the leader of the attack now. He's a quality bowler, as good as anyone in the world. Deceptively quick. And as we've seen already this morning with the Gabba pitch, as usual, quickens up on day 2. So he'll test these two left-handers because he can swing the ball back. He's got some natural angle across into the grippers. He tested. Michael Carberry will be nervous. But Ryan Harris is good. He's real good, Ryan Harris. He'll be enjoying playing a Gabba test match. And this wicket's quick.
Massive moment for Carberry. There he goes. He's away. That is a nice feeling as an opening batsman. You can just imagine the nerves running through the body. He's not a young man anymore. He's got a wealth of experience.
Oh, you don't mind that. A nice one on the hit, first ball.
Yeah, it's disappointing from Ryan Harris to make first ball he faces, gets a nice little clip off for 2. Michael Carberry, Australia would have wanted Michael Carberry there to wait, end up flashing at 1 or just wait a while to get off the mark. Still trying to get over that helmet. Goodness me.
Good areas there from Harris, but bunted down the ground. It'll take some stopping. Another 2. Oh, it was a little bit of a mix-up for the second. Just a bunt, wasn't it? He was playing that late. Very still the moment the ball is released.
And there's the zip from Ryan Harris. He's taking it across Michael Carberry, carrying through nicely to Brad Haddon. This is what we saw in the summer. The ability to swing the ball back into the left-handers and then also just take it across them.
I love watching a batsman who's taking on a big moment, and this is what Carberry's faced with. There was a thought that it'd be Joe Root opening the batting with Cook, as we saw in England recently. And on the pad again, so he's setting it up for the in-swing. It's starting to hoop around a little bit, but he's setting it off on the wrong line. How did that come about, Vorney? All of a sudden, Root, who set his career up batting in the middle order, didn't he? He's gone back there.
I think what happened with England arrived in Australia. Pretty sure the plan was to open with Joe Root. And they were looking at number 6. Gary Ballance was selected in the squad. Johnny Bairstow. Ballance played in the warm-up games, played in Perth, didn't get any runs. Gave Carberry the opportunity in the first game in Perth because of Alistair Cook's injury to his back. And he made it count. 76 in Perth. I think England weighed up the options of thinking Gary Ballance is probably not quite ready, not done enough. And there's Ben Stokes also, who's Probably here for the experience.
Carberry on strike to take on Mitchell Johnson. Welcome back. The big Mo. He scored runs, he'll be confident. And as Warney said in his warm-up deliveries out in front of the commentary box here, he was sending them through. Craig McDermott, he's back as the bowling coach, and he had the mitt on, the baseball mitt, and he was, a couple really stung the hand. So we're hearing about the pace of Johnson, the accuracy. We're now going to see if it's exactly what we've heard.
Well, we just saw Ryan Harris bowl 145 Ks that over. It's easily the quickest bowler so far of the match. Mitchell Johnson will be hitting up around 150 plus. His legitimate pace, if you can get that ball swinging too, it's going to be a real handful for the two left-handers. Could be the X factor. He's got runs with the bat, but his first over or so is a real key for him to keep his confidence high. A wicket early for him could be just what the doctor ordered.
Whoa, it's a loosener. He's still capable of the wide one, and don't expect everything to be in that zone. Mitchell Johnson can come up with licorice all sorts at times, and if there's the wide one, it's a bit of the mystique about his bowling. If majority are in that corridor, and then there's a wide one, that's hard to face, but he's got that ability to jag the wicket ball out of nowhere.
Look at the pace, 145 first ball.
The adrenaline will be pumping through his body too, and he knows what his role is. Michael Clark would have told him, I'm only going to bowl you 3 or 4 overs. Let him go. What he's been able to do, he's been able to bowl control, but good pace. Now that's quick. It's only his second delivery, but if he can get that right and find his length with a little bit of swing, definitely going to cause some issues. But that'll be his role, and it's really important the captain of the team and says to all these players in the field, this is my role, this is your role, this is what I expect of you. And I'm sure he said to Mitchell Johnson, you're not going to be bowling long spells, I just want you to absolutely let him rip. Take a couple of wickets, fantastic, but just let him go. I don't care where they go. We've got the Siddles and Harris and all that to bowl your line and lengths. Watson.
Scoring zone there, Carberry up the other end.
But sorry, what Mitchell Johnson has to work out though, if he's trying to bowl full like that and get it to swing and it's not swinging, he can't just keep going like that. He has to then suddenly bring his length back and hit the deck to try and bring on the edge rather than to hoop it around. Got to try and work that out quickly. Already he's bowled 3 deliveries. There's no swing. And he's Michael Carberry shuffled across. It'd be different to Alistair Cook, but he's got to get his length early here.
I think England will just look to use the pace and know that the balls will come to score. And also, if they get the opportunity, we'll try and test his mentality. He has struggled against England in the past. He has sprayed the ball around, and England will try and test that.
Right up there again, giving it a chance to swing. Varney will come back to Joe Root. I don't think you've quite finished the middle order setup of Root and Carberry opening.
Yeah, I just felt England looked at the equation, and Carberry did so well in those games, and particularly in Hobart. Realised that Joe Root had scored 100 against New Zealand only a few test matches ago. Felt it was the best option for Root to go back to 6 and give Carberry the opportunity at the top of the order. I think it's the right decision that they've made. Root struggled a little bit at the top of the order in the Ashes series back home, particularly those full balls from Ryan Harris.
And, too much on that leg stump, as Shane Warne's saying, he's wanting the ball to swing. It's not swinging just yet. Very, very full. And that's the Craig McDermott influence. He's very much, he was a bowler, took the ball away from the right-hander, and felt when he came in as the bowling coach a couple of years ago that our guys had got too short with their length, and maybe England were guilty of that occasionally yesterday. So you'll see a lot of driving opportunity, but it's all about trying to get that movement and the edge.
Well, I think it's the right approach with the Kookaburra ball. For 10 or 15 overs, we know that it's going to swing just that little bit more, so you've got to get it as full as you possibly can.
It's a quick delivery, drags it down. And Mitchell Johnson is away. 6 balls under his belt, no wicket for 9. Trott, Peterson, Bell. Bell was the standout in the recent Ashes series in England, averaging 70. That's a good delivery from Harris. He won't leave that spot. I wonder if he's the most feared bowler in the England dressing room, Harris.
I reckon he would be, and that delivery is one of the reasons why. We saw in the first over he swing the ball back into the left-hander, and that's why he's troubled Alistair Cook. He'll trouble Carberry too. Carberry's looking for it. You can see the way he's set up. He's that kind of the one that's going to swing back. No, it goes across the left hand. He just gets his bat out of the way. But he's good pace, so he's deceptively quick, Ryan Harris. And he does something with the ball. He's not just straight up and down, and that's what makes him difficult. And as you said, Slats, he was absolutely outstanding the last Ashes series in England. If he consistently got early wickets, which puts that middle order under pressure. And if it wasn't for Ian Bell, he was the difference between the two sides. He really, when England were in trouble, he was the one that stood up and put that partnership together and made big runs. A couple of hundreds in the first few tests. There's the one that hoops back.
And England's tactic, and they will realise and know that if they can keep Ryan Harris quiet in this series, it'll go a long way to them winning it. They know how good a bowler he is. His record's exceptional. You know, the impact that he's had on Ashes Test match. If you look at the last three Test matches in England, Old Trafford, Australia could have won that game if the rain hadn't come at Durham. And then again at the Oval, where rain and bad light kind of came into play. The Australians were on top in most of those games, and it was down to Ryan Harris's bowling.
And Australia just need that early breakthrough, don't they? Something back in their favour. They'll be disappointed with the 295, even though it was looking like points yesterday they wouldn't get to 200. So maybe they're relieved that they got close to 300. This morning they would have thought 320, 330. That wasn't to be. But a couple of early poles and they feel like they're away and that they can even the ledger running into the second innings, or maybe even gain a slight lead.
Yeah, the other thing is, Slats, that we can all be pretty critical of the Australian batting. That was pretty poor yesterday at 500, 632. But you can't really judge it until both teams have batted on it. Once both teams have batted on it, then you can really assess what the conditions are like. Is it tough for batting? We've already seen the cracks, which I didn't think would really come into play till later in the match, have really opened up. So the last innings is going to be tough to bat. So if Australia can just get a few wickets early, just put a cat amongst the pigeons early, give something for England to think about, they're in the game.
It's a terrific over from Harris. It's a maiden. Still no wicket for 9. So the fastest of the match so far, it sits with Mitchell Johnson. So 139.6, 139.5 Anderson, 135 Tremlett. So already the Aussie opener is proving there's a little bit more heat through the air. And here's Johnson again. And it's thundering into the bat.
Certainly quick, but Mitchell Johnson's arm just looks a little bit low.
It definitely did in the first over. That's the first over, and I think when you can tell that is when you get those full ones down leg side, and he also bowls some full ones on at leg stump, and I think that's that extra effort of trying to bowl quick. His arm just drops a bit. I think why he's been consistent in recent times, even though it is one-day cricket, his arm's just got up a fraction higher, and I think that's enabled him to swing the ball and be consistent with his line and length, and that's his key.
That's a nice start from the England captain. Good positive foot movement. Mark Taylor mentioned yesterday that sometimes Alistair Cook doesn't quite get far enough forward, doesn't smother the ball. Well, he certainly did on that occasion.
It's a fraction higher than it was in the first over. I'd still like to see him just stand up a bit taller, and I think at the moment he's just trying to bowl as fast as he can. He's got his emotions going, he's pumped, the adrenaline's flowing. As he settles a little bit, wicket will be... See, that's the one. That's that full one on leg side again. It's a little tickle for 4, and I just think when he tries to bowl too quick, he gets that arm very low and you get the full one of leg stump, and that's easy pickings for the batter.
Yeah, you just look at the seam position as well. When Johnson's at his best, it's upright and allows the ball to swing away from the lefties or into the right-handers. Just watch this one. He's just trying to bowl so quick that the seam position's like a flying saucer.
And the real key, it's like anything, it's like a golf swing. The harder you try and hit it, it doesn't happen. The longer you hit it when you've just got your rhythm. It's the same with bowling. When you're a bowler, it doesn't matter if you're pace or spinner, it's all about rhythm. And Mitchell's just got to find that rhythm, and he's just got to let his nerves settle and find his rhythm.
And there's another full toss. I just want to ask you about the golf swing. Do you practice what you preach?
Exactly, Mick. I always, if I could just
All
remember.
out.
Well, I was playing with. Let's have a look. Let's back to the cricket. Just quickly have a look at Mitchell Johnson's arm height. Just see the seam. You can see him spraying for it. That's the full toss. Well, just back to the golf swing. Michael, our friend Michael Vaughan, was. We were playing together up the old course at St Andrews this year in the Dunhill, and managed to shoot 71. Mick, if you want to run through it, each hole, I'm more than happy to address it with you.
Yes, well done, mate.
Did you just one under?
Was it the first shot you knew you were away?
Nice, easy swing it was. I wasn't trying to hit it too hard. I just had my rhythm, Mick.
Yeah, the cricket's good.
Bit of a chat there, Michael Clarke and Haddon. And, oh, there we go. There's bragging rights. It was 71. Old course St Andrews. Oh,
Bandito.
It was
I played pretty good, didn't I, Vaughan?
Oh, he slammed it. It made a thud out of the middle. And that's a good counter-attack. That's the first genuine short one. And Cook just stood up and smashes it for 4. No wicket for 17. That pad in play still. Carberry letting that one go through. He's very watchful so far. 6 from 13.
But you know what it's like, Slats? The openers have got to send the message to the dressing room. Now, this is a good pitch. You've got to send the calmness back there. And so far, so good from this England pair. That was a terrific last shot from Alistair Cook. It really was. The short ball from Johnson's and bang, smashes it to the boundary.
It's full of authority. That is a nice feeling. As an opening batsman, when you stand up, you know that they're going to ruffle the feathers if they can, the quick bowlers, and then you've just met that moment with a big pull shot. It's a tingling experience, actually, when you get going. It's one of those shots that it's the first one you need to get away, and there it goes. It's interesting, isn't it, the short ball? I mean, if he fumbles through that, tries to stand up and play it, or gets in an awkward position, now you're in for an onslaught. But when you've played a shot like that, the bowler now thinks, oh, I'm not sure I'll do that again for a while.
Absolutely. If you look at Alistair Cook's back lift, it's just there in position. It's so high. He feels that the short ball is just pats it with that left hand. He's in place. And he's the type of player that as soon as he sees the short ball, he thinks scoring opportunity. And I think the best players in the world in terms of who have played the short ball well, they have that mindset.
Well, you need it in Australia, don't you? The successful tour you had here, it was a lot of square of the wicket shots.
Well, with the extra bounce, if you can play well off the back foot, you're going to get so many opportunities. And I think that's why, if you look back to the summer again, that slow, low wickets, the Aussies ball full to Alistair Cook, didn't give him many free hits on the back foot, and he struggled. He's come back over here, and in the he's playing the 2 warm-up games, he's got runs because he just feels so comfortable batting on these wickets. And so far, so good. His alignment's excellent as well.
Is there something that the England players do with these faster, bouncier tracks in their preparation that you guys have done? Is there anything specific?
They've just arrived in Australia. I think the experience is the key. Alistair Cook doing well in 2010-11. It's kind of stored in the memory bank. I'm pretty sure there'll have been in indoor schools because of the rain in Hobart and just been on the machine and fired a few at the head, but I think it's embedded in Alistair Cook's game. He knows exactly what he's doing on the back shoot, and it's on the front foot where he's had his issues.
Not giving much away, Harris. Good line and length. 5 overs down, no wicket for 18. So Cook at the non-strikers. Carberry now has to put up with Johnson, 3 slips, Gully, and a backward point, and that's Nathan Lyon is behind point, so they feel if anything is sliced off in that direction, it's not going to a square man. He's very much tucked behind a square. There he is, beyond Warner at Gully.
Mitchell Johnson needs to give the captain, Michael Clark, something here. Australia just need to get a wicket just to get themselves into the game. It's all a bit too easy for England. And if the plans are to bowl Mitchell Johnson 3, maybe 4 overs max with a new ball, Mitchell Johnson has to give him something, because Michael Clark will not want to take him off early. He'd like to keep him on just for his confidence, but he's got to give him something. At the moment, he's not bowling very well. It's a bit better. He just hasn't quite found his length because there hasn't been any swing.
Yeah, no swing, good pace, but impressive from Carberry. It's very calm, composed. I'm sure the England plan and goal would be to see off this new ball. They know how important it is, and get this 3 seamers into the 2nd, 3rd and 4th spell. Bat long. I heard Alistair Cook say the other week the most important aspect of playing in Australia, get big first innings runs, just like 2010. Look at that fella.
Look at that. Well, I wondered what Black Caviar was doing in retirement. Very chilled. You would have heard of Black Caviar. In retirement, very happy.
I always think when someone comes dressed like that and he's got a horse on his head that he shouldn't be here. He's hiding from someone.
It was Jeff Lawson, actually. Did that one swing? Was there a bit of movement, or was it pace? He looked a tad late on that, and fortunately for Carberry, didn't get an edge on it.
It just might have left Carberry late. Let's see if it seamed off a little crack or it was just late swing. Late swing. Carberry was stuck on the crease. Good delivery. Just think he's just trying still a bit too hard. Yes, that was a pretty good delivery, but it was full and swung a bit. Just looks like Mitchell Johnson's running in a bit too quick. It's like he's overstriding at the crease and his arm just a bit low. It's just through effort.
That's a wild one again down the leg side, so he's still got the radar just out at the moment. He hasn't been able to calibrate it. It's a difficult one. I understand if he is, because he's been out of the test side for a long time. He's so excited to be there. He scored runs. So this first spell is probably the settling spell, but Australia need him to be the damager from the outset.
Yeah, 100%. And it's not a criticism, just saying it's just like looking at him, watching him bowl. He's keen, he's pumped, he really wants to have a go. He's trying to bowl fast. That's what he's been told to do. He's back in the side. He's got some runs. As I said, his confidence up. He's just trying to lead the way for the Australian side to get a wicket, but he's just trying a bit too hard.
Oh, that flies. That's how you use the pace. It's maybe seen as reckless from Carberry. I don't think so. You get a little bit of width at this pace and you use it. 6 overs gone, no wicket for 22. Solid start so far from the England openers. Cook, Carberry changing the commentary as Harris continues. He's been hard to get away. There's another one bang on target. It'll be James Brayshaw, Mike Hussey and Mark Taylor.
Thank you, Michael Slater. Yeah, good start from England here. 6 overs, none for 22. It's been bright and at times have been quite proactive. The big hook shot off Alistair Cook from Mitchell Johnson a couple of overs ago, to me, showed some intent. something I thought the Australian batting probably lacked a little bit yesterday morning after they got off to a reasonable start. Australia need to strike back here, and they need to find an early wicket with this new ball, because if they don't, and that ball gets a bit soft and that seam starts to lose its height, this will be a very good batting strip.
Yeah, it was a beautiful pull shot. I wasn't actually expecting that from Alistair Cook early in his innings. He's the type of guy that likes to wear the bowlers down, get the shine off the new ball, and Mitchell Johnson's bowling quick. And it was just outside his eye line, so to get it away with such power was a great shot.
And Ryan Harris bowling well. I believe he has a trivia question for us.
Trivia time, boys. In which year did Jeff Thomson achieve his best bowling figures in a Test match?
So in which year did Jeff Thomson achieve his best bowling in a Test? Well, it's going to be here, isn't it? It's going to be at the Gabba, and it's going to be that vision that you see plenty of, where he had the Englishman ducking and diving around. The year's the worry, though. I've done my bit, you blokes. Come on.
I was going to say that's 74-5 is the English series, and then 75-6 was the West Indies, and they were the two domestic summers that Tomo tore to shreds. That vision we played yesterday, and Bumble in the studio next door went white. All the blood drained out of his face. So if it was the England game, then 74-5 Huss would be my guess.
Don't ask me. I wasn't even born.
Oh, that's showing off. That's just showing off that. Yeah, I think he only got 6 for it. I don't think he ever got a 7 for Tomo, so I reckon that's the game. And I also think that was the Sandshoe Crusher game, where he hit Greggy on the boot and went back onto the stumps. And I also remember one ball that, I can't remember who it was to, down the leg side, and Rod Marsh just let it go for 4, and it bounced once, I think, before it hit the pickets at the far end, or the old fence. They wouldn't pickets much in those days. Yeah, about 74-5, I think. That series sounds about right. So you weren't born then, Huss?
No, 75. It's my birth year.
That's outrageous. How'd you get a job here?
We played some of this yesterday, as I said, going into the break before we got Bumble involved, and I'm telling you right now, it is scary to have a look at. This is Jeff Thomson in the high 150s, 160s even. Yeah, I mean, that is just rapid.
And it was rapid because he didn't run in that quickly, did he? You can see he's just almost a bit more than a jog, but it's just that big slinging action. That's hit the stumps.
What pace do you reckon that is? That's got to be close to 160. I'm sure he says it's about 175, but that looks absolutely rapid.
I heard a story, I think it was in Barbados, they reckon he bowled really quick one day. And people in the West Indies reckon they've seen some serious quicks over the years, and a lot of the locals still reckon that the spell that Tomo bowled in Barbados one day was quicker than anything they've seen. So yeah, he was up there, 160. If you ask two up, he'll say 165, 170.
There's also a test in that next series against the West Indies in Melbourne, where legend has it he bowled seriously fast to the West Indies in that game. So I remember you would have played against him, Huss, watching, thankfully, Shoaib Akhtar, and I couldn't believe anyone could bowl faster than that. But you talk to the blokes that saw Tomo, they all say that he was a step up on that again.
Well, here's a man who won't be looking to bowl all that quickly, but looking to bowl well, get a wicket for Australia, and it's something he's done very well throughout his career. Let's get that wicket when Australia need it. Here's Peter Siddle. Just to add to your story about you weren't even born then, Huss, I actually played against Tomo. My first year of state cricket. Faced Tomo in the Sheffield Shield final. He wasn't quite as quick in those days though, 1985. Quite as quick as he was in 74.
Wonder if he's floating around here somewhere too up. He normally does. Works a couple of the rooms and tells a few of the stories, which he's very good at, by the way. If you get a chance to hear him do the public speaking thing, Tomo, very entertaining man.
Very unusual offside field actually to Carberry at the moment. You've got your regulation 3 slips in a gully, but you've got Nathan Lyon, who's at, well, he's almost at a deepish gully. You see him right of screen. I'm talking about, it's him there. Now at the moment just doing a bit of stretching. But he's very fine, and when he walks in, he's almost in a squarish gully position by the time the ball is bowled.
Yeah, well, they've obviously done their homework, the Australians. We watched Carberry bat brilliantly, actually, down in Hobart in the Australia A game, where he scored 150, but there was a couple of opportunities, small opportunities, that did go through that gully region in the air. He was trying to hit through cover, a cover drive, and it skewed off the outside edge and went through that wide gully area. And so Michael Clark's obviously leaving the whole cover area free, enticing Carberry to try and go for a cover drive through that area and trying to bring in those gullies. He's got 3 slips and 2 gullies in position. Try and get him out caught through there.
Oh, a bit of a leading edge there. Might have just bounced a little bit more than Carberry thought. The thing that Peter Siddle will do well is he'll make batsmen play. Not a big swinger of the ball. Now, the last couple of years has had the knack of bowling lots of balls in the right area, making batsmen play and trying to bring them forward. It's nicely played. He's worked it away through the onside. He'll get 2 for that. Compact style, Carberry. It's not a flamboyant style, but very compact, not a huge foot movement. Just waits for the bowlers to bowl to him and then works the ball to the leg side.
He gets very low in his stance, and he's got a bit of a different backlift there, which sometimes can skew the ball out through that gully area, but that's his strength. Off his pads, he played that beautifully at Hobart and timed some remarkably well. So the Aussies will definitely be looking to try and get him to drive through the offside and bring in these 3 slips and 2 gully into play.
Two from Peter Siddle's first over. It's none for 26. Another lovely day here at the Gabba in Brisbane. Yeah, probably 28, 29 degrees in the middle. It's warmish. It might be a storm later this afternoon, they're saying. But absolutely ideal conditions for cricket.
Ian Chappell made a really good point in the pre-match yesterday, Tub, when he said Mitchell Johnson was so important to Australia because if he bowls badly, it's going to put so much pressure on Siddle and Harris to carry so much more of the load. Now, Peter Siddle's in the attack already and Harris is doing a very good job. Mitch Johnson's bowled 3 overs now. 3 overs for 15, so they're not as he wants. He's not maybe a new ball bowler anyway, so he's got plenty of time to come good. But the issue for Michael Clark will be he needs Mitchell Johnson badly to come good, because otherwise he's down to 3 bowlers and noodling overs out of Smith and Watson, which is exactly the position the skipper doesn't want to be in. So he'll be saying to Mitch Johnson, have a break, let's get some age into this ball, but when you come back you need to be really effective for me.
Well, it's one thing I've always liked about Michael Clark's captaincy. He's prepared to bowl his bowlers at different lengths of spell. And I thought before this test match he'd have Mitchell Johnson on what I call a short leash. And that's exactly what's happened here. He gave him the new ball, gave him the opportunity, then he gave him 3 overs with it. So he said, all right, if you don't get it right in 3 overs, you're off. And I'm going to get Siddle on there because I know what I'll get from Peter Siddle. So that's what I like about his captaincy. And that doesn't mean that Mitchell Johnson's now resigned to the outfield for the next 2 hours. It means you'll get another 3 overs probably in half an hour's time. And I like that. I think the bowlers now are responding to that.
Well, and Huss, you played a lot with Mitch. He was used as an old ball bowler a lot of the time and bowled brilliantly with an old ball. That's when he starts to really get it moving around.
That's well taken. Really well taken.
Yeah, I think Clark would have been keen to give him the new ball, and if he gets it right with that new ball, he can swing it late, and we saw him beat Carberry on one occasion. But then, yeah, it'll be a short burst, get him off, and then use him in those short bursts for impact. Try and bowl as fast as you can for 3 overs. Try and, ruffle up their feathers, pick up a wicket for us, and then we'll get you off and let the guys of like Siddle and Harris just go to work for a while. I really rate Ryan Harris as well, especially as a left-hander. He bowls so well to left-handers. He's got the ability to swing the ball back into the left-hander, which he did do early in his first couple of overs. But then he bowls such a good line where you feel like the ball's coming in and it might just hold its line, and you find yourself just feeling for the ball outside off stump, and he gets a lot of left-handers caught in the slips. You can see he's got 3 slips and a gully. But I find him just such a difficult bowler to face as a left-hander.
And that's a maiden. And Harris, number 26. So Australia bowled out for 295 today. Brad Haddon ran himself out, really, trying to retain the strike. For 94 was the last man out in the Australian innings. England none for 26. Good single. There's that little compact shot talked about last over. He really is in position before the ball is bowled to play that shot. So anything that sort of just comes in the middle and leg just works on the onside and gets himself off strike.
It's a very English thing to have your bat picked up so early in that fashion. I used to see a lot of county players play exactly like that. Very unconventional. You don't see too many Australians with their bat picked up in that fashion when they're waiting for a ball, but you wait till the ball's ready now and he's in a really good position, so that's all that matters. You can actually stand there with the bat between your legs if you like. The only bit that matters is once the ball's released, you then need to get into a good position to access the ball, and certainly looking at that replay of Carberry, he gets into a very good position.
Well, both these openers are very experienced players, and they know their own game, what works well for them, and that's half the battle, is figuring out what works for you and sticking at it through thick and thin. That's part of the art of batting. I think there's no perfect technique out there. We've all got weaknesses, but it's about figuring out how you play best and just sticking to it.
Yeah, and I suppose it's a bit like a golfer, isn't it? You get yourself into a rhythm. If you watch any batsman that tap the bat on the ground before or while the bowler's running into bowl, they'll do it the same over and over and over again. So the moment he lets the ball go, your backlift will be in exactly the same position. That's what Carberry does. He doesn't tap the bat as much. So he holds it up, but as soon as the bowler bowls, he's doing exactly the same thing every time, and that's his rhythm or his technique. It's unique to him. It's whatever works for you. That's something unique there. He lifts it up, but he does it the same every time. He's in the same position every time as soon as the ball is bowled. And that seems to be about the line you've got to bowl to him right there. You can't get too straight to him, because I think you're right with that technique and the way he crouches over. He's going to be a better onside player. His actual backward defence goes to sort of wide mid-on, doesn't go back down the pitch. Some of the English supporters over here, there's about 4,000 of them, I think, part of the Barmy Army.
He's running with a very weird helmet, Carberry. It's the duck's bill style, and it's got the white stripes on it. I must admit, I haven't seen one of them before.
Like a dolphin's nose, or something, is it? That's what it looks like. Away with one there, Peter Siddle, down the leg side. None for 28. So Trott, Peterson, Bell, Root, Pryor, Broad, Swan. So there's plenty of batting there for England. And got off to a nice start here. None for 28 after 10. Going back to Ryan Harris, a lovely bowler, Ryan Harris, really is a late bloomer, I suppose. But it's one of those guys as a captain, he's just easy to leave on all the time. But he is one of the older bowlers in the side. I suppose you also got to look after him.
Yeah, but he's the type of guy that it's very difficult to get the ball out of his hand. He's always telling the captain, I want one more, give me one more. I remember playing a Sheffield Shield game last year when him and James Hopes, they just kept bowling for almost the whole session, I think.
There it is, he's got a wicket. Lovely bowling from Ryan Harris. That's why you like to keep him on. He makes batsmen play, gets the ball up there, gives it a chance, and he's got the England captain.
This is exactly what Michael Hussey was talking about. It's why he is such a good bowler to left-handers. Drew a really good player in Cook into the shot and then took the ball away from him. And that is a crucial breakthrough for Australia. It was starting to look very easy to bat. Let's check this. No, that's fine. So no problems there. And the result couldn't have been better. Just have a look at exactly the point Michael Hussey was making. That's drawn him into the shot and then got the ball to dive away. Healthy edge. Simple catch to Haddon. Big moment for Australia. 1 for 28.
Ryan Harris has struck for Australia. England 1 for 28. England captain out for 13. Jonathan Trott, the new man, has joined Michael Carberry. Career 247.4 with the bat.
I'm really looking forward to this contest as well. Trott was tested with some short stuff in England. Didn't look 100% comfortable. He said he's been doing a lot of work on his technique. Will they go short to him straight away, or will they go for the LBW? Will Trott be shuffling across the crease, or will he stand quite still? It's going to be a great contest, this.
Yeah, and an unusual onside field too. You can see their man coming into, well, it's a catching mid-wicket, and also a man shortish backward square leg. He's there for a catch. He's not there really to save runs. Here's Harris. Starts him with a short ball. Lets him know that's what we're going to be trying to do. But you can bet Ryan Harris will be also looking to do exactly what he did to the England captain. Get the ball full. Give it a chance to swing or just do a little bit. This is perfect bowling. It just hints like it's going to come back at him. Cook feels he has to play and the ball holds its line and then hits the edge.
It's just quality bowling. You can sort of see it's just trying to come back in. So yeah, you're right. You just feel like you have to play it. Angles across, healthy edge.
Here's that man short mid-wicket.
And I think the plan to Trott will be a couple of short ones, no doubt, but try and get him to shuffle across the crease a little bit. He is very strong off his pads, but the Australians got him out a couple of times LBW because he shuffled too far across. There was also 3 slips and a gully waiting as well. So there'll be a few mind games being played here by Ryan Harris.
It's that perfect length, isn't it, from Ryan Harris? We talked about this yesterday with Alistair Cook. He likes to go back. He feels more comfortable going back. And when he comes forward, he doesn't get a long way forward. Watch where his front foot is here. That's on the crease. And there's the bat out in front of the pad. The ball holds its line and hits the edge. Harris now has him 6 times in Test cricket, 4 times caught by the wicketkeeper and twice LBW. Because he gets the length right, and because the England captain doesn't go a long way forward, he's susceptible to that dismissal and the LBW. It's clipped away, that's 4. That could also be the danger when you get straight to Trott. Clips away for 4. It's 1 for 32. There's that wicket again. Lovely edge. That's catch number 199. Or sorry, dismissal number 199 for Brad Haddin. So he has 199 dismissals in Test cricket, and this is his 50th Test match.
Hasn't Ryan Harris turned into a wonderful strike bowler for Australia? He's a real weapon now. You know, that workhorse tag that he came into the game with is non-existent now. He's 145 plus, really slapping it into the gloves and putting everyone he bowls to under enormous pressure. He has become such an asset for Australian cricket.
And Mitchell Johnson coming back into the attack. And I wonder if it's a tactical ploy. As soon as Trott comes to the wicket, get Mitchell Johnson on.
Yeah, and that's that one that Shane Warne talked about earlier that he gets wrong. He just big full ball down the leg side. Gets away with it on that occasion. Yeah, no doubt the fact that Jonathan Trott is out there has brought Johnson back into the attack. And this is the beauty too of also having bowlers on short leashes. He's only bowled 3 overs, so he'll still be fresh and he'll be ready to go for this challenge. They'd love to get one more before lunch, the Australians. That's fine, that's 4. He's got his line right at all to the left-handers so far.
Those boys are happy. Even with 2 back, you get a thin edge now. We're seeing a leg slip come in. So Michael Clark starting to show that funky style of captaincy that is a trademark of his. He's not afraid to put fieldsmen in different positions and try different things, and got a happy knack of making it work, actually. Not sure you'd want to see a fieldsman there for a long period of time, but the odd ball, it may just come off.
Yeah, you don't mind that, actually. What you need to tell your bowler there is that, okay, I'm going to go to leg slip, but I don't want you bowling down there. It's only going to be, I'm only coming into play if you get it wrong and the batsman goes after it. I really want you off stump, that's where I want you, or outside. But I don't mind this, particularly if half an hour before lunch. If you can strangle a wicket, as we often call it, caught down the leg side, you take them any way you can. Now punch through the offside. Should get 2 there.
It's one of the things that is fantastic with regard to, there you go, brilliant from Harris Vaughan, he's spot on, of course. Michael Clark's captaincy as a spectator, I love it because he never lets the game sit. There's always the feeling that he's trying to make things happen. There's never a dull period in a game where he's out there. Fans getting around Ryan Harris, and so they should.
I noticed Michael Clark put the deep square leg out for Carberry straight away, and I just wondered if he was almost hoping that Mitch Johnson would just get onto his hip and give him a single so he can have a real crack while he's fresh at Jonathan Trott early in his innings. Trott's had an opportunity to stand at the non-strikers end, have a bit of a look, assess the situation, assess the conditions, see what Johnson's doing with the ball, and I'm sure Michael Clark would have loved to have got him down to face the music straight away.
A couple of nice short ones there. Good pace to finish off the over. It's 1 for 38. Australia all out for 295. England 1 for 38 in reply. It's trailed by 257. It'll be Ryan Harris to continue. And to continue in the commentary box will be Shane Warne, Ian Healy and Mark Nicholas.
Thanks, Tubby. It's a big deficit to deal with, 257. The ball hasn't moved around a great deal, but there have been signs, certainly from Ryan Harris, that if you find the right length, which is what Stuart Broad did, and you mix it with the odd short pitcher, the batsmen haven't found it easy to get their feet going in this game. That might be the slightly bouncier pitch, the sort of tennis ball sort of bounce that's out there. It's not a super quick Gabba pitch. There's Craig McDermott, back in the ranks with the Australian team as the bowling coach. I mean, a very buzzy day, quite the frenzy of yesterday, but another full house here at the Gabba. And the Barmy Army, gee, they're going to be some burnt boys tonight.
Could be a nice target for them too, Mitchell Johnson. Jonathan Trott just looking to establish himself. Been working tirelessly in the nets on lots of things. Not falling over too far, getting ready for the short ball, batting with energy. Got a very interesting technique at times. And we'll pick it up throughout the summer where from side on, wide stance at the crease, the back foot moves first quite often, not the front foot. He's got a very interesting pre-shot routine.
There is just a little bit of swing there for Ryan Harris. It's not extravagant in any way. Sometimes a little bit is handier than a lot.
Especially to go with the pace of the pitch, as you mentioned. It's zippy, and today's probably the best day to bowl for these fellas. And I don't think you want to be batting last here, so Australia have got to keep the English around their target, around their score or less.
Yeah, that's right. Anything over 200, 220, 230 batting last be difficult. The cracks will open up. That's good leave from Jonathan Trott. It's something England have thought a lot about. You can see it in Carberry. How much can you leave alone on the bouncier surface?
Well, the Australian bowlers had the wood on Jonathan Trott towards the Ashes, and that they basically just bombarded him with short stuff. And it looks like they set him up with a 3-card trick here with the leg gully. I'm surprised they haven't got a bat pad in there, though.
It's 1 for 38. The Immortals, a Bradman Tendulkar signed bat. Can you believe that? Superbly presented. A prestigious piece for sure. Sachin retired last week as cricket's greatest modern-day batsman, and there's an argument that says he's second to the Don, whose iconic average of 99.94 and Tendulkar's 200 tests and 100 hundreds are records that may never be surpassed. This is limited to 52 units only, licensed by the ICC. And it's selling fast all over the world, so act fast. 1300 676 020, or go to the site there, officialmemorabilia.com.au. Bradman and Tendulkar. That was quite something when Sachin Tendulkar retired from the game the other day at the Wankhede Stadium in Mumbai. He gave an outstanding speech. He spoke for 15 to 20 minutes about his life in the game and who he owed so much to. Can you imagine that he started against an attack that was Imran Khan, Wasim Akram, Waqar Younis and Abdul Qadir. He started against that attack. He was 16 years old. He played for 24 years. And in that time made 100 international hundreds. Runs, 4 of them for Michael Carberry. There was a leg slip in place earlier, but he was more leg gully, too wide. That's a good spot with Johnson's pace. An old-fashioned leg slip's not a bad plan.
Decent plan to Carberry as well, not just anyone. It might work for him, but don't get it so leg stumpish, but have him ride it up with the body a little bit at times. So yeah, you'd hope that it was going to get a bit easier after Sachin's debut against that Pakistani attack, wouldn't you? Facing those, getting through as a 16-year-old, Test cricket was always going to look a little rosier. Those low hands of Carberry.
Carberry's hands stay very close to his body. He works hard at not letting his hands get away from his body. You can definitely have a leg slip in, and you can definitely have him fine. And the point about Tendulkar is interesting. He thinks that of all his innings, the most recent one against Dale Steyn in Cape Town in 2011 on a tricky pitch was right up there with any of the innings that he played. He was pleased to have been played it against such a strong South African attack so late in his life.
And you were over there too, Warnie. He was pretty emotional.
Yeah, it was. It was an amazing atmosphere over there. He was, I think, the best batsman in my 20-odd years of playing. It was fantastic to see. It was great to watch. The adulation, the pressure and everything he was under. The expectations of all the Indian public and everyone around the world every time he walked the crease. I thought the way he handled himself on and off the field was outstanding. So we will all wish him well, and hope him and his family have a good time in retirement. As we're speaking now about Sachin, and Michael Clark's put a leg slip in straight away. And I just think the one thing here with Mitchell Johnson is he hasn't got it right when he's pitched the ball up, but he's suddenly looked threatening when he's hit the ball halfway down the pitch. Started to bowl some good short stuff. And I think if he's going to bowl that, he's better off saying he has to weigh up himself to say, I'm just trying a bit too hard. I've got it full and down the leg side. The ball's not swinging for me. What's my next plan? I can't just say I didn't get it right. And I think he's worked this out well to try and go, okay, let's get some short stuff in until I find my rhythm, because bowling is all about rhythm. And it's not a criticism or anything. I think he was just trying a bit too hard because he was pumped up. But now I think he's getting it quite right now.
That leg slip's about right there. I think that's a good angle. It's 1 for 43. Jonathan Trott's just come out there to join Michael Carberry. If you're turning on for the first time, Alistair Cook is out. Near perfect delivery from Ryan Harris. Little edge through to Brad Haddin. The Australians were bowled out for 295. Brad Haddin fell just 6 short of the 100 mark. Ran himself out, really. Took a risky second in an effort to retain the strike and hang on to the Australian innings. And then some impressive bowling from Ryan Harris earned him the wicket of Cook. Here's Peter Siddle coming on down here at the Vulture Street end. That's where we commentate from. He'll bowl to Michael Carberry. 3 slips, a gully, a backward point, a mid-off, a wideish mid-off. A straightish mid-wicket. Mid-on, long leg. And a great hum around the Gabba. Australia coming back from, well, I suppose 6 for 130 was the worst stage. 5 for 100 wasn't good to make 295, thanks to the Haddin performance, particularly alongside Mitchell Johnson, whose 64 was the stuff of gold given the situation in which Australia found themselves. Favourite stroke of Carberry's. Ryan Harris was the one to go first this morning. It was wicket number 6 for Stuart Broad.
Yeah, he just tried to leave it, Harris, didn't he? It was a last-minute call. He went to play, he was in 2 minds, but it was that man again, Stuart Broad. And then Brad Haddin to Michael Carberry, who's probably the fastest man in international cricket, picked it up, swooped, and was gone by a long way. And Matt Pride did a great job to take the rails off.
Pride did well not to kick the stumps over. Sorry, Warnie.
Yeah, he did. It was sort of all over the place. He did well to take the bails off. It's the way to wrap it up, and England did well. Did well to do it quickly, didn't have that lingering around. Australia would have liked to bat it for another 20 or 30 minutes, wouldn't they? Put on another 25 or 30 runs.
Well, there's high expectations that Ryan Harris could do that. And then Nathan Lyon was going well, and then they just bit off a bit more than they could chew. And he got the first one this morning. Got Ryan Harris and the run out of Haddin were the 2 wickets to go this morning. So the foot leg slip back in again for Carberry. For Peter Siddle's bowling now. Alistair Cook, the man out. Big wicket. Everyone knows how much he likes the Gabba, and mainly it's in the second innings, so he's still got time to recover. Ryan Harris, the first wicket with the bat to go this morning, picks up the first wicket for Australia.
That is a good seam position. Perfectly upright. That tells you the release out of the fingers is spot on.
So Peter Siddle operating now, having a leg slip in place, but he's in now. They've got to get their lines right. Where do they want to be bowling? Is it leg stump? Is it middle stump? Is it short and at the body of Carberry? They would have liked that to carry him to go a little bit harder at that and get something spooned off that leading edge. Not to be.
He waits. 100th Test match for Kevin Pietersen. 45. Jonathan Trott will now face Mitchell Johnson, which, as Shane Warne said during that break, Warney, this is the way round that you wanted, isn't it?
Yeah, I just think the way that Harris bowls the left hand, as you can see him trouble Cook, it was troubling Carberry too. And Siddle's quite similar. He swings the odd one back and nips one across. But Johnson has obviously not got it right when he's pitched up full, so he's gone for the short option. And Jonathan Trott really struggled in England, and Australian bowlers had the wood on him, just banging it in short every ball. There's caught leg slip, caught behind, bat pads, and Michael Clarke's going for it. They've managed now to get the right combination. Siddle to bowl to Carberry, Johnson to Trott.
Johnson's got to get the bounce of this pitch right, though. There's been too many flying over the heads. He's got to find what length have I got to bowl to get it at the chest of Trott.
That's what Broad did so well. Now, you don't want the release ball here. You want to keep Trott on strike for as much of this over as he can.
Oh, I like that. That's fast. That's something. That's lucky. Don't worry about that. Michael Clarke would love that to have happened yesterday. When you get a message with your first one, not a dismissal, you can learn from it and get going.
And that's why he wanted Mitchell Johnson down to Jonathan Trott. He just walks across the crease too much. He gets himself in not a very good position at all where he can play the short ball. And Mitchell Johnson, you were talking about, he was getting the right height and the right pace, but he's got it right there. And he's giving Jonathan Trott something to think about.
I like him banging it into the pitch. It gets him through his action. It takes the pressure off having to bowl a really good ball. Hit that pitch. That's good reply. Trott almost premeditating. Getting back and across his stumps. Good way to go.
Now, don't let up, though. They've run a 3 and Carberry's back on strike. Get the height right to Carberry as well, and the length. He's been a bit leg side, bit leg stumpish to Carberry. He was able to tickle some leg lances away.
Okay, here you go. I've got a question. With Michael Clarke now, there's 9 minutes to go until lunch. Why not to Carberry? Have all your slips and your leg slip, but everyone else push him out. If he gets one, bowl to Trott again. That giving away singles and bad, or is it actually trying to get Carberry back on, Trott back on strike, so he might get a few more cherries at him and knock him over?
No, get it right to Carberry. What are you saying? Carberry is enjoying this? If he gets it right, he could be out.
Oh, you wouldn't believe that. That's leg gully area. Maybe credit goes to the batsman. I like the idea of doing the thing the opposition at least want you to do. And right now, Trott doesn't want to be on strike to Johnson.
I don't know about that. He's peeled off 3 beautifully there.
I'll promise you right now, I would have kept all the slips into Carberry, a leg slip and stuff, and then put everyone out. If you just bowled a good ball and he blocked it, get a single, get Trott down here now. Same thing here. There's no point having a mid-wicket and a mid-off. Let him get their single if they want. He's on strike the next over. Give it to him again.
But when they do bowl to Carberry, they've got to bowl better. He's getting so many easy runs down the leg side. Anyway, it's Trott. It's a runaway train, isn't it? Trott's looking to come at Johnson. Anything that's in his zone, anywhere that he sees, he'll play a shot at it. Johnson bowling rapid, making it difficult. No one's really sure where the next Mitchell Johnson delivery will be going.
Yeah, and I just wonder with the way he's doing, it's like he's running away, but he's on the offside. And the reason he's doing that to get himself in line so he can just get out the way. What I think Michael Clarke could do is the fine leg man could just come up and a bit square, because I reckon if he goes for a full one, he might just flick it straight down his throat too. Full or short.
You're on and on about that line. Dan Trott comes back for 2. Good running. He's so far across his stumps, he must be exposing leg stump. This is fascinating.
So the big fast leg stump, Midland leg Yorker. Let's have a look at where he ends up. He's taken that sort of pull shot from outside off stump.
You'd be cutting that, Heels, wouldn't you? You'd have been trying to cut that behind point.
Oh, cut it to fine leg. So Michael Clark's made another change. Trott has a look. Leg slip's gone to just behind square leg.
What a horrible feeling where this ball's going.
What leg slip? 1 for 51.
Plenty happening again. 16 overs, 1 for 51 England. 2:44 behind the first innings score of Australia. Peter Siddle to Michael Carberry now. Carberry 28 runs. He's really dug himself in.
Well, this is why they call it Test cricket. Carberry's picked to do this job, absolutely. Joe Root down the order, more fluent player. That England middle order, Peterson, Bell, Root, Pryor, all natural attacking players. Carberry takes the sting out of the new ball, leaves a lot of lone around off stump, works the ball away with his body, takes very few risks, and then when the air goes out of the ball later, ball gets softer, the pitch is a little easier, the stroke makers cash in. That's the thinking, and Carberry's doing exactly the job he's been chosen for. And he gets a bit of luck for his good defence. He lets the ball come to him. He doesn't push out too hard at it. Don't begrudge opening batsmen a thick outside edge here and there.
Yeah, no, he's doing a good job. And the other thing I think that looking at that wagon wheel, Michael Carberry's so strong through point and that cover point region that they've been a bit too straight, Australia, and that's why I think he's trying. That's why he scored a lot on that wagon wheel through to fine leg behind square, because they just haven't tried to give him any. They don't want to give him any width whatsoever. Davey Warner with it. Good slide, no divot. Didn't have to replace his divot. Got the slide right.
Jimmy Anderson nearly got it wrong again today. Well, he did get it wrong again today. It wasn't an actual slide, but he hit the point of his knee again and dug up the Gabba. Right knee. Little surprise factor from Siddle is important now. It was about this time yesterday, a massive moment in this test match. Shane Watson was out, Michael Clark had half an over to survive.
It was this time yesterday where I think the game changed, when Shane Watson was out with I think 4 or 5 minutes to go just on the break. Clock's 11:57, there's 3 minutes to go. I just would like Peter Siddle to not rush his over, but get through it and try and squeeze in another one. If clock ticks on, so be it. Australia can just go in on a bit of a high here on the break. It gives them England 2 for 54. It's a good place to be, and they've probably won the end. They've won this session.
It's a good point. One more over from Mitchell Johnson would be the last thing they'd want. They won't manage it now because there's a couple of balls left, but because Johnson is inconsistent, is random, is unpredictable, you can't sort of organise yourself for the last over, so it would be handy. He's rushed back, he's got a ball to bowl after this. Now, this would be perfect. I reckon he should bowl a ball off 2 paces here, and then Johnson has an over at Trott.
100%, and it's just the scoreboard, if the umpires are going off, that's 11:59, so it's just ticked. So it's really important, I think, to get this extra over, and especially the way Mitchell Johnson bowling to Jonathan Trott. So Trott's even going down and doing a bit of guarding, trying to hold it up. But Peter Siddle had no match awareness. He waited till the 5th ball of the over.
This is the last ball of the over. The clock's on 11:59. Carberry's on strike. Carberry plays and misses, does he? Now Australia sprint for the change. It'll be the umpire's decision. It's by the time the umpire gets to the stumps. He's looking at his watch now. Alim Dar's looked. He look at his watch, not at the big clock here at the Gabba. It says 11:59. He takes the hat and he's happy for one more over. The last thing Jonathan Trott wanted on earth.
Exactly right, and these are the little things you look for in games of cricket that just think, well, might be our day today. And by getting this over, you're playing red time cricket now, you're red zoning, and Mitchell Johnson, if he can really crank it up here and get 6 good ones at Jonathan Trott, I reckon he might knock him over.
Oh, get rid of mid-on, get him in at leg slip. It's worked for Australia. Fantastic cricket. Only seconds in it. Brad Haddin has 200 dismissals. Mitchell Johnson has a big, big prize. And England have a horrible lunch.
Yeah, well done, Mitchell Johnson. He finally got the tickle. Jonathan Trott just going far too far over. And as we said, red time cricket. Get one in there. Gives a lot of momentum to Australia. This was straight off the face of the bat, I think. Yeah, just straight off the bat. Jonathan Trott knew it. Brad Haddin, congratulations, Rock and Rod Stewart. Australia delighted. They go in on a high, 2 for 55.
There's Snicko. He hit it. Jonathan Trott would have reviewed it if he hadn't, that's for sure. At this game-breaking moment. As was the drama yesterday with Shane Watson, so it comes to Jonathan Trott today. So the Australians leave the field delighted with their morning's work. Mitchell Johnson, picked for his pace, provides his pace, wins a massive moment. We've got the cricket show and Michael Slater for you after the break. Good day, everybody, and welcome to the second day's play in the first Commonwealth Bank Series Test match here. The Ashes is alive.
Oh, I feel so alive.
Here goes Broad to start day 2. Gets it to run off the face of the bat. Broad's got 6. He turns his pressure on, he's out.
There it is, he's got a wicket. Lovely bowling from Ryan Harris. That's why you like to keep him on.
Short ball, Gabba back and pulls Castley past.
Double century to Greg Chappell.
Taking Test match record.
In the air, and he's got it. Caught first ball. And brings up in both of them century.
There's the 100th for Moore. He's done it.
Oh, and that's taken the off stump.
There it is. Moore's got him.
I see, has he got it into the gap? He has! What a moment for Michael Clark.
A very good afternoon and welcome to the Gabba here in Brisbane for the post-lunch session in this first Commonwealth Bank Ashes Test match, day 2. Australia v England. England are 2 for 55. For those of you who weren't with us earlier, Australia were bowled out for 295. And England faced just over 17 overs before lunch. And they lost Alistair Cook and they lost Jonathan Trott last ball, what turned out to be last ball before lunch. So Kevin Peterson has now made his way out to the middle in his 100th Test match. And he'll have 5 balls to face from Mitchell Johnson, who picked up Trott, caught down the leg side on the first ball of this over, just a bit prior to lunch. So we've got 3 slips, a gully for Peterson, 2 men back on the hook, another 2 men on the leg side saving 1. So Australians know that Peterson likes to hit that ball through the onside. Only 1 man saving a single on the off, and that's a man at extra cover. This session here promises to be an absolute beauty with Australia fighting back in the first session. Mitchell Johnson, 5 balls left in this over. Oh, he gets him jumping too and hopping. That'll get the crowd going. Good afternoon to Mike Hussey and Ian Healy.
Good afternoon, Mark. And yeah, they've released a little bit of pressure, maybe a short leg, and something could be in right next to Peterson in case something does fly off the shoulder of the bat or hits the glove like it did here and balloon up rather than go straight to ground. But it's good heat. Peterson and Mitchell Johnson has to keep that sustained pressure at the body, high, around the emblems. Hard to score off pace like that.
And he goes for the hook, misses everything. Bit of a half shout from Haddon. Good pace though. This is going to be a contest and a half.
And I thought the follow-through came down a bit further there from Mitchell Johnson. This is what Test cricket's all about. It tests you on so many levels, but most importantly, it tests you mentally. And there's certainly some very good players from both teams that are being tested mentally. Cook's been tested by Ryan Harris, just outside that off stump. Trott's certainly been tested with some short stuff. And Michael Clarke from the Australian point of view. Kevin Peterson's obviously nervous here, going for the big pull shot, second ball he's faced.
Be a single. It's well played from Peterson. It's the problem with having all those men on the leg side. There's gaps on the off. Get himself a single.
He's pretty keen. He's pretty keen to stand, dab into the gap and run, get those legs going. Just recently had cortisone in that right knee, I think, and he gets that right knee going. Nice feeling.
So leg slip in place now for Carberry, the left-hander. Scored a lot of his runs down in that area. That's him with the bouncer. Australia have tried to bowl fairly straight to him, maybe looking for an LBW, but he's played it pretty well and he's scored lots of his runs on the leg side. If you look at his wagon wheel there, you can see lots of runs behind square leg and that onside. A couple of leg glances for 4. There you go, 17 of his runs in that quadrant. There you go, plenty of short stuff there from Johnson. 2 for 56. So 2 for 56 England. Wickets to Harris and Johnson. Carberry and Peterson now at the crease, and it'll be Peter Siddle. I like to see Peter Siddle bowl from this Vulture Street end. He's had some success bowling from this end. Held 4 overs from the Stanley Street end prior to lunch.
And Siddle's success came that day 3 years ago when he pitched it up and a high percentage of the deliveries would have hit the stumps, not gone over. So that's his goal today. They've been working on it tirelessly in the last 10 days, the Australian quicks, getting up full of a length. It's about 4.5 metres from Peterson's stumps is where they want to pitch the ball. Now it's day 2, so the wicket, he can pull it back a little bit, probably 5 metres. The ball won't carry over the stumps. It will be going on. So LBW and bowled are still in the equation.
Full ball. I said a moment ago this will be a good contest because Peterson likes to score. He likes to dominate the bowling. He likes to stamp his authority. So the bowling will have to be good, and if it is, he'll give you an opportunity because he'll be looking to play shots.
Yeah, it was this session where Australia lost 4 wickets very quickly after lunch yesterday. I know we'd probably faced a few more overs, but it is a time where the pitch has just dried out a little bit. It'll be a bit quicker, but it does get flatter later on. A little bit of shape away from Peterson, but it's sort of pitch if you can get in and you get the ball a little bit older. Mitchell Johnson and Brad Haddon batted without too much trouble. But it's about getting through this period. And what does Kevin Peterson do? Does he just try and get through this period when the ball does get a bit softer and it's not doing as much? I just don't think he's that type of player. He's more aggressive type of player and wants to be scoring all the time.
It's a nice line, Peter Siddle. Yeah, we said yesterday it was around this time where Michael Clark fell straight after Watson had fallen just prior to lunch. So 2 wickets, as we often say in Test match cricket, can really change the game. And that's what happened yesterday. Australia were 1 for 70, 1 for 71 just before lunch, and then Watson fell. There is 11:58, 2 minutes short of lunch here, and then Clark straight after lunch. Resumption of play was 12:40. 6 minutes after lunch he went, and all of a sudden England were right on top.
Yeah, if Australia can pick up 1 just after lunch here, it gets them into Ian Bell while that ball's still new, and that's crucial. Ian Bell's someone that had a fantastic series in England, and he's a key man in their batting order. But if the Australians can get him in early while that ball is new and still moving a little bit, it gives them the best chance of getting him out cheaply.
That's a maiden for Siddle, straight after lunch, 2 for 56. There's a state of play. England 2 for 56, Australia 295. Earlier today, Brad Haddin ran himself out for 94. Trying to retain the strike. Last man out for Australia.
Carberry's looked very composed in this innings so far. And it's amazing how different players play the short ball differently. You saw Jonathan Trott moving across the crease and trying to get out of the way of it. You see Peterson stands up tall because he's quite tall and riding that short ball. Michael Clark standing up trying to ride that short ball. Whereas Carberry, he's just ducked. As soon as he's seen it short, he's straight underneath it, getting out of the way. He's looked very composed and very calm.
Just looking at a couple of those boundaries there, we talked about the 2 boundaries he's got down to fine leg, and that's why you're seeing the leg slip in place now for Carberry, because particularly the second one of those wasn't really that bad a ball. It was probably about middle stump, but it's the angle of Johnson in towards the left-hander which takes it towards the leg side. You see those 2 yellow lines there going down to the fine leg. I think what Mitchell Johnson would have been told at lunch is to still bowl reasonably straight, maybe a bit more off stump, but we'll put a leg slip in case you just slide one down that leg side and Carberry plays that glance. It's nicely worked for a single.
They haven't been able to find his armpit, the front armpit, like Michael Clark copped yesterday, like Mitchell Johnson was more effective to Jonathan Trott than he has been to Michael Carberry, so he's done well. He's avoided it and been able to pick off down the leg side extremely well. Lots of Mitchell's deliveries have gone over Carberry's head. He's been able to get underneath them well. Now Peterson, as you say, Hussey, stands and wants to play. What height can Mitchell Johnson sustain at him?
There's 2 men back on the hook and a square leg. It's a good field, actually.
And that's Chris Rogers there, should I say, doing the fielding. He's the only man really patrolling that cover region on the offside, so got quite a big job to do there. You see there 3 slips of gully in place and then just Rogers at cover.
Yeah, it's a good field because they've got 2 men back on the hook and a square leg. So they're telling the batsman, we're going to bowl short at you, and if you want to take it on, that's fine. There's some cover out there and someone to take the catch, but there's also 3 slips in place. So if you can play the mind games and pitch one up that's a little bit wider and try and his weight might be hanging back a little bit and get him a chance to nick one off as well.
At the moment, that's just a bit short on that line. Peterson will be comfortable there. I think if you're going to bowl that line, you've got to take that risk as you talk about, and get him trying to drive through the offside.
That's when Mitchell can really get a run on through an innings, through a batting order. Just full slanting across, just a touch faster, a bit more effort in the ball, and that's how he gets lots of edges. Big gap left for them to try the shot.
And I think extra pace draws you into playing more at more balls than you want to. Like that ball was quite wide. Peterson didn't have to play at that ball.
Does pull and pulls very well and hard and finds the gap between the two men patrolling that area. Races away for 4. 2 for 61. Now, Australia's tour of South Africa in February and the Cricket Australia Travel Office can help you out with a range of travel packages that money can't buy. Visit the 5-star Pumba Private Game Reserve just outside Port Elizabeth, and there'll be fully escorted tours and private sessions with Darren Lehman, the coach of Australia. So no matter how you like your travel, as Peter Siddle continues, Cricket Australia Travel Office can get you there. So don't forget, next February, that tour of South Africa by Australia. So for more information, visit cricket.com.au/travel or 1300 133 232. Doing a good job here, Michael Carberry. He's played well within himself, but he's got to 32. His first Ashes Test match. He's left that ball alone very nicely. He's made the Australians bowl at him, and when they've bowled at him, he's worked to the leg side. So very simple game plan, but it's worked well.
You know, I think that's one of the keys on playing on pitches with good pace and bounce, is the ability to let the ball go. Sometimes you can let the ball go short of a length and you're comfortable it's going to bounce over the stumps. And I think Carberry's done that very well. And you look at some of the Australian dismissals yesterday where they fended at balls just outside off stump that possibly they didn't have to play at. It's a good skill to have.
Oh, that's a good ball. Good ball. And in the end, I think he let it go, Carberry, but that's the spot.
Big window washer. Has a look at it. Yep, played at it. Didn't want to. It's exactly what you talked about. Us, the Australians, didn't get away with that yesterday. They played at those when they didn't really want to commit to it. And they seem to nick them all the time.
It's found the edge, short of the man at sort of gully. Straight and almost through him. Well played in the end. Now there's a bit of a chat here between bowler, captain and probably Brad Haddin. Did it hit his toe first? That's what they're worried about. Now straight away a quick chat said no, I think he's got his bat on that first. The line looked pretty good. It was up there, full, straight. And in the end, yeah, inside edge first. It was just a query by the Australians whether it may have hit his toe first. But that, I think that replay shows it didn't.
It seemed like everyone behind the wicket were very, very confident that it might have hit his toe first, but it seemed like Peter Siddle and Chris Rogers at mid-off, the two that said it probably was bat first.
That's a good over from Peter Siddle. Another maiden, 2 for 61. Good tight contest at the moment out in the middle. A few maidens being bowled by Peter Siddle. Johnson's trying to attack from the Stanley Street end. particularly when he's bowling to Peterson.
Do you think this might be Johnson's last? He's had a short burst after lunch. Try and get a wicket, and then maybe perhaps get Ryan Harris back on and have a good spell from him from the other end.
He's flicked that away. Nicely timed. Just raced down to fine leg. A couple of bounces down there. It's interesting because there's no doubt that the Australians feel, well, they know that Peterson doesn't particularly like Mitchell Johnson. So he's flicked that away nicely.
They would dearly have loved another ball or two at Kevin Peterson. Now they've got Carberry under pressure. 2 slips. They've got that gully. They've got that deep gully. Leg slip. Steve Smith's at leg slip.
Last ball of last over, there was a few words exchanged between the batsmen, Peterson and Johnson.
I noticed the previous over that Shane Watson had a couple of quiet words at the end of the over as well.
The battle's on, isn't it? They know he's a big wicket too, Kevin Peterson. No worry, he can play.
Got another chance to get 1 century close to Alistair Cook. I think he's the most centuries for England, 25, and KP 23. So Cook's missed out. Peterson's got his chance to get it to 24. And he started in a lively fashion.
Yeah, I was surprised to hear that the other day. I'm obviously not surprised to see Cook way up there, but I was surprised that someone hadn't got. I always thought Graham Gooch might have more than 20, to be honest. I thought he might have been 25-ish. And he's way down number 9. Compare that to Tendulkar. What's he at? 51 Test century. That's through. That may well be 4. Maybe a little bit of swing there and a thick outside edge, but no reward for Johnson.
Carberry is loving this. He's just on the front foot, seeing it well. Soft hands, all his controls in place. We've talked about it. It's swung. His bat's right back behind his pad. He's just let the ball hit it.
In some ways, it's a great way to score runs because it annoys the opposition. The bowler gets annoyed. The opposition captain gets annoyed. It's bowled a good ball. It's gone away for 4 runs. Doesn't matter how you get them.
There's not much gap there either. That's twice he's found that.
Tell you what though, just looking at that ball that went for 4, that did swing. So if he does get it to swing away from the left-handers, you might want to get rid of the leg slip and put an extra man in. He played this well, Carberry. Played it with soft hands, but definitely went away from him.
It's a good sign for Johnson. It means his action's probably good, but there's also a little bit of cloud cover coming in, and I wonder if that's having a little bit of an effect on the ball as well.
Craig McDermott, the Australian bowling coach down there at fine leg, just having a word to Peter Siddle. It's 2 for 66. So those two had 11 runs between them, 29 balls, so they've had to work for them. Here's Siddle. Fit, isn't he, Peter Siddle? He's a vegan these days. I heard Ryan Harris in an interview the other day say he eats about 20 bananas a day, Peter Siddle.
Coconut water and mung beans. But no, he trains really hard in a cardio sense. There's lots of interval training. So his fitness, then his flexibility and relevant strength in parts of his body that he needs. All good, very diligent.
Mung beans, Heels, what do they taste like? Have you ever tried mung beans?
I have, but they don't taste of nothing. It's probably just provide you some fibre or something, vitamins and fibre. The Mung people will tell us.
Huss, you'll know all this stuff. You're one of the modern day players. Fit, lean looking man.
No, not at all. But all credit to Sitz. He made a lifestyle change, a healthy lifestyle change a few years ago. In a way to try and increase the time and his longevity in the game. And good on him. No one can criticise him for making a positive and good lifestyle, healthy lifestyle change in your life.
I tell you what, it's worked for him. He's bowled beautifully the last couple of years, and he's been the only Australian bowler who's played in every Test match this year. And if you have a look at him, you'd be pretty strong bet he's going to play the next 4 Test matches in Australia too.
He's got a good record against Peterson too.
It's all been the same length at the moment. The first ball was interesting this over. It was a wide corridor. I thought, this might be a plan to Peterson, but the next 3 he straightened up and kept the same length. Full and not easy to drive or just defending. That's it. I wonder if it bounces around the corner.
But it's also the line. He's not come straight to Peterson. Well, that was probably the straightest ball he's bowled to Peterson. He's generally kept it just wide of off stump and tried to swing it away from him a little bit.
Well, there's the big drive, but he can't find the gap. Straight to Rogers. I saw Craig McDermott there last over have a quick word to Peter Siddle. And there's no doubt McDermott will be telling him, generally get the ball up there, pitch it up, and that's what he does. You see there 4 of the 5 deliveries are in that good or even full range. And I'm with you, Ian Healy. You said a couple of overs ago, you can't forget the short ball as well. Just the occasional one so that surprise the batsman. That's another maiden, 2 for 66. Ian Bell, next man in. Excellent Ashes series in England earlier this year. And then Root, who started as an opener, certainly against Australia he did. Now, come back down to number 6. Ryan Harris is into the attack, so Mitchell Johnson's finished.
Good move from Clark. One of your best bowlers on. Cloud cover's just come over a little bit. There's a little bit of swing there, certainly from Peter Siddle's end. Brian Harris is an excellent exponent of controlling the ball, controlling the swing. Australia need a wicket.
Well, it's been good tidy stuff since lunch from the Australians, no doubt about that. England really aren't dominating the game as yet. 2 for 66, it's nicely in the balance. But as you say, England will probably feel if they can get through the next half hour to an hour unscathed, this ball will certainly be a lot older, flatter. And batting this afternoon will be nice. So, I think you're right that Australia need to probably strike a couple of times this session at least. Well, so well, Ryan Harris. Heard you say earlier today, Huss, about Ryan Harris. He bowls well to lefties because he's got that hint of swinging the ball back into you, and you think you've got to play, and that's how he got Alistair Cook out. He thought he had to play, and the ball just holds its line.
Yeah, it's a nightmare. You can see the seam in perfect position, and it's starting to come back into you, so you feel like you do have to play the ball, and it'll just hold its line or even just nip away from you. And because you've drawn into the shot, you often bring the slips and the wicketkeeper into play.
He's been well disciplined, actually, Michael Carberry, in this innings. He really hasn't looked to play any big drive. That game in Hobart, he did play a few big drives and got some thick edges that went through that sort of gully region, but he's almost put that shot away so far in this innings.
Well, I honestly believe it's a tactic from England. I think this is why he's been selected. Carberry and Cook to come out and really work hard. They've identified that the new ball in Australia is crucial. They've got to get through it. And the way their team sets up, you've got power players like Peterson and Bell and Root and Pryor
coming in late in the order. Can't afford to have them coming in early in Australian conditions. If they can come in later when the ball's old, the pitch is flattened out, they can be very, very damaging players. So I think it's a tactical move from England to make sure they've got players at the top of the order that can just get through that new ball. Take the shine off it. Don't worry about the scoring rate too much, particularly at the top of the order. We'll catch up later with our power players.
Although Australia is staying in this contest, aren't they? 2 for 66 of nearly 24 overs. It keeps their interest alive. Lots of strategies, plan B being discussed, plan C maybe.
Well, the worry for England is exactly what happened to Australia yesterday. If you just play out maiden after maiden, you go nowhere, all of a sudden you lose a wicket, a good ball or a bit of bad luck or something. The pressure then is on the next guy coming in. It's a nice deflection. He's got it away for at least 2. Now look for 3. Call was a good arm, and that's what we had. Just the 2.
George Bailey chasing that one, the first test of the summer. Very, very often in Brisbane. We'll take a look at what Brisbane looks like as we zoom down into the northeastern state of Queensland, the capital Brisbane, and the capital of the world at the moment, the Gabba. 3 k's from the city. You can have a look at the meandering Brisbane River, which goes right through the middle of the city. The Story Bridge we've just gone under, Riverside, Eagle Street at Riverside, Restaurant Precinct, and back over the suburb of Wollongabba as we circle the Gabba itself. And in we come. Brisbane. Good so far. There's the sort of hazy cloud cover we've talked about. Might be in closing.
And what about Kevin Peterson during the week? What do you say? It was boring place, Heels. Ooh. And that doesn't endear you up here, does it? That sort of stuff.
No. It certainly got talkback talking. It sparked a lot of interest and did well, KP. Thank you.
I think Kevin Peterson also, if he happened to get out in the first couple of balls of this over, he won't be happy with his partner, Carberry. He ran hard for the first and second, and Peterson was very keen to come back for the third. And George Bailey hasn't got the strongest arm. Probably could have got 3 there, and Carberry sent him back. It's the sort of thing that if you get out now, you sort of feel like you shouldn't be on strike. We need a big nick from Peter Siddle here.
Oh, he goes to the onside. He's very strong there, Peterson.
It was very interesting. Michael Carberry didn't go for the third run because he was saying, good arm, good arm. It was George Bailey. Well, that time they took on the arm. So he's learned something, that George Bailey's arm mightn't have been as good as he'd been told.
Well, George had terrible shoulder problems a couple of years ago, kept him out of the game for quite a while, and he taught himself to throw left-handed. He actually throws as good as anyone left-handed.
Oh, dropped him. Dropped him. It was a tough one. Came straight back to Peter Siddle. But it came back at a catchable height. And there's no doubt that's a chance. It's never easy when you're a quick, or any bowler for that matter, following through. Swings away, but it's well hit. Just probably that awkward height. And actually probably came back to him a little bit slower than he thought. He was ready, in position. It was on probably an awkward height. Didn't know whether to go with the fingers pointed up in the air or go with them pointed to the ground. In the end, with his little finger, I think.
Yeah, lots to assess. You've got your head down, you put in maximum effort into the delivery. You look up, it's coming straight back at you. How hard is it coming? There was an element of flinch there. Then he's worked out, oh, hang on, this is catchable. It is in that awkward height. Fingers pointing up, and he's hasn't quite got it.
Just cut his little finger open. Alex Conturi, the Australian physio, will get that taped up pretty quickly.
Yeah, now it is on his bowling hand too. There's an injury to his little finger on his right hand. You say it may just be a fingernail or something like that. He's bent back. Yeah, interesting. really see if the umpires and the batsmen allow him to have some tape on that finger, because it is on his bowling hand. It won't actually be one of the fingers he uses to hang onto the ball, but it's still just maybe something that the batsmen or umpires don't want. You can see he's got a little bit of tape there. It's almost like a band-aid. And Siddle's ready to go, but the batsmen aren't.
The English team had 2 reserves run out there. No, England won, 2 Aussies and the Aussie physio, and Siddle's the first to be ready.
Oh, it's a big moment that, though. That was the wicket Australia looking for. Certainly a chance. As I said, it's never easy when you're a big fast bowler steaming in. And that was one of those ones that you'd like to think you're going to catch at least 1 out of 2 of them. Down it went.
And now as a fielder, you start counting every run that Kevin Pietersen gets. Every extra run that he gets, it's like a little knife just going into the body. Hoping it's not 100.
You can see his eyes. He certainly didn't watch it. He lost it there. So about halfway back to him, Peter Siddle. So he certainly didn't watch it go into his hands. And that's the problem with when you're following through after bowling the ball. A little bit harder to get in position. If you're standing at, say, catching cover, you're ready for it and you're still. But because you're following through, your head's still bouncing around a bit, and then you've got to brace yourself to take the catch. But watch his eyes here. He sees it there. Here it comes, and then he almost loses it. The eyes certainly don't follow the ball into the hands.
I think you're right what you said before. I don't think it came back quite as quickly as what he thought it was coming. He almost had his hands braced, ready for it. It didn't quite get to him.
Here's the bouncer. Heels, he's listening to you, mate.
Yes. 2 for 70. Would have liked to have seen that catch stick.
So 2 for 70 England, 25 overs bowled. We'll change the commentary. Ian Chappell and Michael Vaughan are with Michael Slater.
Thanks, Tubby. Nice to be here. It's a big half hour for Australia. Goes without saying. It's a very solid Carberry at the moment, 38 from 77. He's watchful, Siddle. He's banged that finger in the attempted catch. Always difficult for the fast bowler in follow through, something thumped back at them. And it's a reflex reaction, and it either sticks or it doesn't. And now there's a little finger that's a tad sore, Warnie.
Yeah, but you don't want to give Kevin Pietersen too many chances. So he'll be disappointed that he missed out on that attempt. I've been so impressed by Carberry. He's played the ball late, and he's left the ball brilliantly. That's what you have to do in Australia with that initial 20-odd overs of the Kookaburra ball. You've got to know where your off stump is.
Yeah, just going back to that caught and bowled, it's not like a guy who's in a catching position where you're set and you're watching the ball, but when you're following through, particularly as a fast bowler, the head goes down, so your eyes are then moving upwards. You've got to pick up the pace of the ball. Generally, you probably think it's hit harder than what it is. So you've also got to try and get balanced as well, whereas a slip fielder is already balanced. So it's a pretty tough thing to do. I think he thought it was coming really fast. It was almost self-preservation there for a second, and then he thought, uh-oh, hang on, it's not going so quick.
Yeah, it was almost palm to the pitch surface, and a big life for Kevin Pietersen, as Michael Vaughan suggests. He's very difficult batsman to bowl to when he starts to get going. It's a balanced stroke through the onside. Tall man, likes to get forward and loves the big stage. I think that's the most important thing.
He's the rock star. He absolutely loves this stage. His 100th Test match. And I like that shot he's just played as well, just allowing the ball to come to him. Likes to go at the bowler and playing the ball nice and straight, hitting mid-on, and on that occasion Harris just strays onto those pads.
I like what he did in the game, in the tour match in Sydney. He got to about 40, 50 and obviously thought, right, that's it, I'm in all the form I need for the Test match. Started playing shots everywhere. Second innings did exactly the same. A sign of a man who knows his game. He knows how to prepare. He knew when he was ready for the Test match, and okay, I'm fine. See you later. You can do what you want with the rest of the game.
Yeah, a warm-up game in Sydney. I don't think that'd have got Kevin's blood boiling. This is his stage. 40,000, Ashes first Test. This is what Peterson's all about, this 100th Test match.
Yeah, it's a great honour, isn't it? And it's got a ring to it, 100 in your 100th. That's what he'll be playing for. He's achieved most things, hasn't he? He's got good runs against strong opposition right through his career.
Has looked very serene, Michael Carberry. Very solid. He doesn't try and do too much. I like the way he gets into position very quickly and then makes up his mind what he's going to do. Play a shot, let it go. Look to be very well organised.
Yeah, it looks a simple method. Very still at the crease. Nice easy back lift.
There we go again. Very strong at watching the ball, letting it go through. 2 for 74. There we go, he's changed colour this year. Channel 9's KFC Classic Catches as Peter Siddle almost gets one through the defences of Peterson. Occasionally can get across the ball. It's a chance, Vorney, to win $2,000 and a year's supply of KFC in KFC's Classic Catches. I think we know Tubby would like that. I think Warney would like that as well.
Until he started taking the tablets.
Yeah, that's right. In each segment, we will show 4 catches. There's the first one. Catch A, Paul Collingwood in Perth. All these catches in 2010-11 season. Not a bad one.
He was a terrific fielder in a lot of different positions. And I thought he was excellent. That's a brilliant catch. I thought he was excellent at first slip for the spinners. Brilliant.
Good leave. Catch B. Brad Haddin, MCG. And we're going back in time. It's fantastic to be reminded of catches a couple of seasons ago. Catch C, Graham Swan in Perth. The whacker, Jimmy Anderson, and a big leap there from Swan at second slip. And catch D, Mike Hussey at the Gabba. That'll come after the next Siddle delivery. Just a reminder, 1902 559 222. Follow the prompts. Or you can SMS the letter that matches your selection plus your name to 1995 222. Mike Hussey now in our commentary team. There he goes, flying at the gully. Oh, not so much flying. Huss never dropped those. Is that classic? That's just steady as she comes.
I'd have dropped that one.
Huss. How easy did he make it look? So you can vote for Huss. He's number D. There's the reminder. 1902 559 222. Or SMS your letter that matches the selection plus your name to 1995 222. The segment will close midnight, November 25.
How many kids has Michael Hussey got?
4.
4 plus wife, then I reckon he'll get 5 votes. That'll be it.
Probably only deserves that amount, doesn't it? It wasn't as classic as we've seen from Mike. They might have got that selection wrong, actually. Beauty. Gee whiz, there's nothing going to ruffle his feathers at the moment, is it? Carberry's in their strong concentration mode.
Yeah, excellent from Carberry. I just wonder whether the Aussies are thinking of just changing the pace and giving Nathan Lyon a ball, particularly to the likes of Peterson. He'll take him on, he'll create a chance. We've seen Graham Swan bowl to left-handers over the last few years with DRS, how difficult it can be with a bit of drift.
It's impressive. He's been around on the scene for a long time, hasn't he, domestically? 33 years of age, Carberry. It's a rare... He's played one test prior to this, and that was against Bangladesh. So the first one in Australia against Australia. The importance of Ashes. And he's batting in accordance with that. 2 for 75. First Commonwealth Bank test match, and great to have the Commonwealth Bank on board. Australia 295, England 2 for 75, so they need a further 220 to get the lead in the first innings. They'll be feeling like, well, not only that, we want to get 100 beyond. Michael Clarke is nestled at second slip. He would love to get an opportunity to see the back of Kevin Peterson, the dangerous Kevin Peterson. And again, on the pads and flicked away with ease. A good sign seeing him sprint that second, because he had knee problems. It was the right leg, his back leg, running into the series. He had a jab in between Tasmania and New South Wales, and it's obviously worked. It was in that sort of ITB, the side of the right knee.
Yeah, I think he's fine. He's had the injection, he came through, he played in Sydney. And Kevin Peterson, it's so inviting to keep going for those pads, because he gets that front foot down and sometimes plays across it. Good way to attack him. It's just a ball channel for an over or two. Just test his patience.
Just going on with your point about Nathan Lyon and giving him a crack at Peterson, if you've got in mind that Peterson might do something silly against the spinner, you want to get Lyon in early against Peterson before he really gets set. He's looking pretty good at the moment, so in fact he's loosening up now, Nathan Lyon. Maybe he's trying to give the skipper a hint, but if you're going to do that, get him on early or while Peterson's still settling in.
Well, it'll be a contest worth watching, chaps, that's for sure, because Peterson will try and murder Lyon, I'm sure of it. There's the skipper. Get warm, mate. And now Lyon's thinking about his tactic to both these guys. Oh, in delivery stride, Peterson bails out. Something was in the way. Awkward time for Harris to pull up.
Well, that's the best way to get rid of the best bowler. That was a late call. Peterson said sorry straight away.
Top right of the sight screen, there's two people moving into their seats. Just at the top, the guy in the blue shirt, green shirt, and obviously that's what Peterson noticed. I must admit, I don't know how that puts you off, because I think if you hone in on the ball as the bowler's running in, you don't see anything. Anyway, Peterson did, and he stopped play.
And it was interesting, as you said, he apologised straight away to Ryan Harris, and Harris immediately put his hand up and said, no problem. I'm not sure that all fast bowlers would have taken it so easily.
There has been the change of field to Peterson this over, catching mid-wicket, so another man on the onside, a slip gone, and he's got to go. But he's very, very quick indeed, Peterson. He'll get the single. Carberry would have just got home as well, I think.
Well, this pair opened the batting in the one-day series and were involved in 2 run-outs.
I think it was 1-1 too. I think Kevin Peterson murdered Carberry the first time. Oh, and tell you what, it would have been tight. He was perhaps not going as quick as he should have. Yeah, then I think Carberry got his own back with the second one.
Yeah, it was a great equaliser.
Well, it was almost 3. That would have been, he would have been out by 2 millimetres, I reckon, a direct hit. Carberry didn't know where the ball was and backed out of it, really. So he's on strike. 39 from 86. This is the first hit out in the test match against Australia. Looks solid once again. 2 for 80. That's how the game sits. England trail by 2:15. That's the important figure. And the other one for Australia is the wickets. There's only 2 down, 8 in the bank. It's one big partnership in the top 6 for England. If they achieve that, they'll get the lead. That is a tight lead from Peterson. Good judgment. Oh, this has just flown over the ground. KP, you're not even English. That's from the radio station.
Have you Aussies not realised? Yesterday you abused Stuart Broad, he gets 6 for stay quiet.
Yeah, well, he's English, but he can't get his photo in the paper as hard as he tries. Gets a 5 for, and he's been blanked out. They don't even mention his name. Oh, that could be out. There is a half appeal, and I think we'll just have a little sneaky look. Or was he comfortable?
He looks comfortable. He's quick, Michael Carberry.
Sorry, Gorney, I just got excited then.
Yeah, sit down.
Well, the strength of the way he nearly got run out the last over, it was good fielding. David Warner's worked so hard on his fitness. Yeah. I think he was in. Bad angle from up here. Training paying off for Warner. He's up at 5, 6 o'clock every morning. And he's having 2 sessions a day. He's working really hard.
He's getting up at that time where he's just coming in.
No. He's a new man. He's loved up. He's with a triathlete, or an Iron Woman actually, Candice, and I think she's sort of whipping him into shape.
I think what the Australians were complaining about was that the umpire didn't call for a replay. Stephen Smith's pointing at the big screen, saying, "Why don't you get a replay?" I don't know what he's thinking, whether he feels that the bat was in the air. That could be the only possible thing. His foot's home anyhow, so it doesn't matter that the bat might be in the air.
Yeah, that's what they were calling for, I think. They saw the bat in the air and the foot just getting down in time. And Carberry now on 40. The partnership 27.
Was a bit sloppy on the behalf of the batsman. You slide the bat in, make sure it stays on the ground. David Warner fielding in the gully, you normally see him at a point, it does hit the ground, then goes up a little bit. Maybe it was because he was a little bit worried about being hit by the throw. Stephen Smith wasn't thrilled that they didn't refer it.
It's a little bit loose. Peterson at times, he could have got a single there as well. He bounced it over the bowler, but he can drift out of concentration sometimes if batting's easy. And it's 2 for 82. Got the extras out there, 12th, 13th man for Australia. They've now got to wear the vest to indicate that they aren't in the playing 11 and for security reasons. As a big moment for Nathan Lyon appears. He's into the attack, the offie for Australia. There was a whisper that he mightn't have got the Guernsey for this game, but I think rightfully so. You need the spinner option and the balance in the bowling attack. Nathan Lyon He's developing all the time. He gets an opportunity. He'll start around the wicket to the left-hander with good attack on the form of a slip. Now a bat pad on the onside. He'll be excited, he'll be nervous. He wants to get this first over out and just get that good offy shape. I suppose he'll just bowl his stock deliveries to try and get going. Well, the first two deliveries have been very smart from line, so good start.
Yeah, you just want to get in the game as a spinner. I think there's going to be a huge amount of spin, but just bold dots, do what Graham Swan did yesterday, just build some pressure.
I tell you what he wants to do, Vaughan, and he had the unfortunate situation where he was not playing in England, he was in the squad. But when Hussey retired last year, he presented the team song, the winning song, to this man, Nathan Lyon.
He hasn't been singing it much recently.
Well, that's what I'm getting at. He's in the side again, he wants to sing it. He's been given this great honour, and it wouldn't have happened in England, because I asked him that. I said, well, what happens? You're on tour, but you weren't playing if you'd won a game. He said, oh, it wouldn't have felt right to be up there singing it. I would have had to pass it on to someone else. He's back in the game now, though.
Bowling a pretty good line to Carberry. Carberry's not looking to work the ball on the onside, and it looks as though, one, you can tie him down with this line, but two, especially with that silly mid-off in, you've got a chance of getting him out.
Oh, good spin. That is a really good turn.
And really good for Michael Clarke, because he'd have seen Michael Carberry at Hampshire back in England, and he will know that he's not a huge player of spin, and he's not an aggressor. He just likes to sit in his crease and wait for the bad ball. So he's putting pressure on him with men around the bat.
That's good grip. It was a quick delivery, just a tick under 90k, so he's getting him through there. And another beauty. Nathan Lyon, bang on target. It's a maiden. Terrific start. 2 for 82 still. Harris, 10 overs, 1 for 23. There's been nothing wrong with the way he's bowled today. It's always full of heart. He's got really good line and length. He's got good pace, and he got the wicket of Cook. Always good to damage the captain's confidence of the opposition. It's spoken about so much running into a test series, how each opposition want to get on the throat of the opposition captain and keep it there. So that was the big moment for him today. Peterson on strike.
It's not a bad change by Michael Clarke. Bring Harris on, particularly after a good over from Nathan Lyon. He bowled really well to Carberry. Spun a couple. Spun the last one past Carberry. I suspect that Nathan Lyon mightn't see a lot of Carberry. I reckon Peterson will try and get down there and face as much of Lyon as he can.
It's the perfect approach you want if you're starting out and you're a bit nervous with your offies. A batsman just looking to buckle down and watch everything. I mean, he offered nothing to test Lyon in the opening over. Might have been a bit different if Peterson was on strike. I'm sure Peterson will advance and try and really rattle Lyon early.
season. It was very wide.
Yeah, but it's not a bad thing for Australia. They're building pressure. Yeah, you want it to be a little bit tighter and straighter, but the 3 or 4 overs have been excellent. Just holding channel. Just saying for Kevin to Peterson, come on, come after us. Try and play that big stroke.
He's just striding into that one. Peterson, it's hard to pick what he's going to do. He's got such confidence at the crease. All of a sudden he starts walking at the bowler.
Well, and that's the dots. Peterson has to see that scoreboard tick over. You know, he's not going to leave 6 balls on the trot. So you see there, he manoeuvres himself over and outside of off stump, tries to whip it through on the onside. Good tactics from Australia. Keep a player like Peterson quiet. Get the ball away from his eye line.
Be ready for a run out in the field, because he'll be looking for a single loose ball. Get in tight if you're an infielder.
And gone! What a brilliant catch! So the dots, they built up the pressure, and Australia were the winners. KP gone.
Huge moment. Peterson trying to favour that onside again. A simple catch from Bailey. Straight to him, but he'll be delighted with that. Went fast. You just know with Peterson, if you build dots, he's going to try and do something.
He's checking the front foot, and he'll just be behind. Yeah, that's legal, no problem. Kevin Peterson, the danger man, in his 100th Test match, has flicked one out of the middle. It's gone like a jet to Bailey, and he's taken it comfortably. Really sharp chance. Exactly what Australia needed. 18 for Peterson, and it's 3 for 82.
Here's the chance for all young cricket fans out there to keep up to date with everything that's happening in the cricket world. The Aussie crew. Today you can join, play online games, great competitions, and receive an email from an Aussie player on your birthday. That's how you do that, aussiecricket.com.au. All your official Australian cricket gear and the merchandise is outstanding. You can get that at the cricket shop, shopcricket.com.au. And of course the World Cup is on the way. Australia-New Zealand 2015, 23 years since it was here. Register now for your tickets as we get back to action here at the Gabba. Been a really, really good first hour for me, for Australia. 13.5, 14 overs bowled, 1 for 27. They've put the clamps on England on a flat surface. Now they've got this player at the crease, and what a series he had in England. A massive wicket for Australia, Ian Belt. Mark Taylor's here, Mark Nicholas is here, as we get ready for this very important hour of cricket.
A very timely wicket for Australia. As you say, because they've built the pressure up, now they've got rid of Peterson. But also because Nathan Lyon has just come into the attack. He bowled a really good over to Carberry last over. Now, there's no doubt if he had to bowl to Peterson, that Peterson would get after him. But he's no longer there because of this. Good catch by Bailey, with that short, catchy mid-wicket. But now Lyon's got a chance to bowl to a lefty and a new batsman. So he's got a chance now for the offie to settle.
And there's no doubt when you build pressure up on Kevin Peterson, this sort of thing happens. They bowled with great discipline to him. They bowled about 6 to 8 inches outside off stump, didn't give him the areas he wanted, and he started to walk at the ball. As Mark Taylor said, a really good sharp catch too. It had to go straight in, and it did.
And as Michael Vaughan said, you dry Peterson up, you'll force something from him. It won't always be a mistake, but it'll probably be a risk. The figures are enough in themselves. He batted for an hour, he faced 42 balls, he only hit 1 boundary. 5 singles, 3 twos, a 3 in that innings. And that's un-Peterson-like. Certainly he was working hard for time at the crease, which he hasn't really had on this tour. And finally spare a moment for the field setting. They got George Bailey in exactly the right place. It's 3 for 82.
Look at the joy. He's a massive wicket, Kevin Peterson. He's a big, imposing figure at the crease. He's got that great swagger that all great players, great sportsmen have for that matter, and women. And they know, he knows how big that was.
Another big wicket's come to the crease too, Ian Bell. We saw him during the Ashes series in England in recent times. Walk to the crease in a similar situation, with England in a similar situation. 3 for 80, 3 for not as many as they'd like, and do really well. Played superbly in that series. He's now become a big wicket, whereas probably 8 years ago he wasn't considered a big wicket. He certainly is these days.
And these were the exact situations where he excelled in England. So often Australia had England in these sort of positions where it was really starting to teeter, and then he just came to the crease, and 100 runs later the game was gone. There is numbers. Anytime anyone averages over 40, that's a good player. Up towards 50 is a really good player, a great player.
The other person who'd be delighted with that catch taken by George Bailey will be Peter Siddle. Dropped that court and bowled when he was on 8. Particularly when you drop a player of that class, of Peterson's class, who can take the game away from you very quickly. You see there Peter Siddle still feeling that finger, that little finger. That's what the injury that occurred from that drop catch. And apart from the pain that we're going through that, the pain of actually putting him down, I feel a lot better now that he's back in the pavilion. There's that catch again. It was hit firmly, but not as firmly as Peter Siddle thought. He was in position to catch that ball, and even though it didn't come slowly by any means, it didn't get to Siddle as quick as he thought. And if anything, it just dipped on him a little bit. You see his hands here, they were ready early. And then it crashed into his little finger on his right hand.
Ryan Harris has assumed the position of the leader of this attack, and I love what he's doing. He's slapping the ball into the gloves. Look at this series. What about that for a series? 100 at Trent Bridge, and that was a game-changing innings. Chester Street, magnificent in the Oval.
So that's the score, the 3 out when he came to the crease. It was in the air there just momentarily, wide of George Bailey.
Good ball to finish. 3 for 84 England. There's your game. 295 Australia, and did well to get there in the end. Brad Haddin, terrific. Johnson helping him. 5 for 150, 295, a good result. Now 3 for 84. And Lyon bowling to Carberry, and probably for the first time, Carberry not looking as sure. Certainly played the fast bowl as well, but now that the spin bowler's come on, he's just not looking as certain with his footwork or anything else about his game.
Carberry's season in England was driven really by performances in 2020 and 50 over cricket. It wasn't his best first-class season, and he smacks the spinners. Slog sweeps them and gets away and cuts them, and of course having the courage to do that in this situation of a test match, it's very much a Carberry stroke. But again, the ball just hurries on to him a bit, and he picks the fielder, and so we see this build of pressure. This is a wonderful example of how a test match preys on a mind. It was preyed on Peterson's mind, and now it's just pushing Carberry into areas where he doesn't want to go. He doesn't want the spinner dominating him, but does he have the courage to take a risk?
And he's got David Warner there at bat pad on the offside, who's really close. There he is, left the screen there.
Yeah.
See, he's almost on the pitch itself.
Jarvid,
and he's going forward.
Jarvid used to get that close. Not many do.
I think Nathan Lyon thinks he's right in the game here with Carberry. And I think the skipper does too. You can see he's coming up now chatting to David Warner just to build up. He mightn't be saying anything right now, but the fact that they're having a little chat and the batsman's got to wait just builds a little more pressure.
He might be just saying to him, mate, I want you to bat in the second inning, so I don't want you to wear one. He's getting in there very close.
Still 3 for 84. Big part of this game right now. Mitchell Johnson comes on, Ryan Harris comes off. Ryan Harris has been magnificent. He's built up enormous pressure, taken wickets. Now we've got Mitch Johnson replacing him at the Vulture Street end, and he has got to maintain the rage. Got to find a way to keep Bell and Carberry under pressure.
Well, he got a bowl fast. I mean, of everything I'd want him to do now would be to really run in. If you cost a few runs, so be it. But you have to bowl threatening speed. Just generally, short pitch bowling helps the bowler get through their action a bit. Maybe he starts with a couple of short pitches and then sees if there's a bit of swing. Clark has got square leg going back as well as long leg. Mid on, and it looks as if a short leg field is coming in. I think Steve Smith's putting on the helmet, all the gear to go in there.
Yeah, they obviously feel that they can ruffle the feathers of Ian Bell before he gets settled. 2 men back for the hook and a bat pad, so he's going to get a few short ones here. Just 2 slips and a gully.
First one's piled into the gloves above shoulder height too, so the speed's already up 140.
That was a nice start from Mitchell Johnson, and he often has trouble doing it at the start of a spell. He's getting that length right. This is good. Nothing wrong with that. Angling across, it's a good length. It's when he gets that action a little bit wrong and a bit round arm and the ball sort of just goes full and wide of off stump. Michael Clark being very particular with where he's got his fields on the onside, particularly the man at deep square leg, man there right of screen. Michael Clark, you can see there, walking around, getting him right. Now, I don't know if it's he wants to be meticulous with him in terms of where he fields, or whether he just wants to let Ian Bell know that we've got 2 guys back there for the hook shot.
Quick single, well taken. Ian Bell able to get to the other end. Not a bad spot for him to be, just early stages of his innings.
Yeah, it's something he did really well too in England earlier this year. Just good, sensible test match batting. He didn't dominate Australia in terms of getting quick hundreds, but they didn't really look like getting him out a lot of times because he was prepared to take the singles. Just going back to that graph there, there's 3 out. That's when he came to the crease, the 3rd wicket down. More often than not, he made a big score and got them to a decent total. You can see the biggest total they made for the series was 375 England.
That second innings 100 at Trent Bridge, that's the one. But England were 1-2-1 for 3. They got 375 because he made 109. This is a very good start from Mitchell Johnson. The right line to the left-hander straight up. Pace that's carried through to Brad Haddin at chest high. And a good length. Now the key is just to get Carberry to play. Clark has put a leg slip in. And so he's kind of saying to Johnson, you can bowl a little straighter. 3 men leg side, that's all though. Wide mid-on, almost a mid-wicket really. A finish leg slip and a long leg. To go with a strong offside field. 3 slips a gully, a point and a mid-off.
It's been an excellent start, probably the best start he's made to a spell, Mitchell Johnson. He's found the length right and the line. He's got a little bit straight to Carberry at times, and he's been worked on the leg side, but that last delivery is right on the money. In a sense with Michael Clarke that he sees this as a pivotal moment in the game right now. He's been quite meticulous with his field. 3 for 85 England. Another wicket or 2 now. Australia's 295 starts looking like a very good total.
Carberry's guard is interesting. You don't often see a batsman as far across his stumps in his stance as that. You see a lot of modern batsmen move across their stumps. Jonathan Trott's an example. But he's actually taken guard on or just a tad outside off stump, which means what he wants to do is know where his off stump is, and just a little trigger movement back and then leave alone as much as he can. He's determined to fathom where his off stump is and not have anything to do with the stuff out there. Unless, look at that, that's unusual.
Good start for Mitch Johnson, 3 for 85. Been a really good session of Test match cricket. Just 30 runs made in an hour and a half. There's the Australian innings, 295, and the big contribution made by the keeper Brad Haddin, 94, ran himself out in the end, but his partnership with Johnson's what dragged Australia to 295. And there's the bowling. 6 wickets from Stuart Broad. Fantastic return for him, especially when you consider everything that's been buzzing around him. Anderson again, fantastic, world class. Tremlett, Swan and Root a little bit down the bottom. Now we've got the English innings and Cook again falling early. Trott worked over by Johnson and out just before the lunch break, and then Peterson, after being tied down, slapped one to mid-wicket, and he's also on his way. .210 runs behind with 7 wickets in hand, so really interestingly poised.
Yeah, Stuart Broad was terrific in that first innings. Australia, 6 wickets. I just noticed when he's walking off the ground here, just watch the little smile he gives here on stage. Turns to the Barmy Army, and just a little smile there, because he got a few boos, and it was a little smile to say, you can keep booing me as much as you like, and you can leave me out of newspapers and do all that sort of stuff. I'll just keep getting wickets. And it was a smile of a confident man who's bowling very well.
Few boos. He got 70% of the Gabba going at him. It's just the trend at the moment, and I feel there's a little bit more affection there than people might be prepared to admit.
This is what he did very well all throughout the English summer, is access that offside of the ground when the spinner was bowling. He picks up the line and length very quickly, Ian Bell. An excellent cutter of the ball.
Yes, he is. He's old-fashioned in that he uses the back foot well. The toe points towards cover. The weight is transferred back, so he gives himself a touch more time. Just a little press forward, and then back he goes in the crease. Stays down and hits on top of the ball. It really does play he plays the back cut, the leg cut, the square cut, and he can slap it in front of square. He's got a range.
I think the other thing he does well, and that was a good illustration, that last replay, is he doesn't always have to hit the ball for 4. He knew that it was a bit tight, but he stayed down on the shot and just hit the gap. Just timed it nicely to get 2, and throw the head back and try and belt it through for 4.
Comes down, but doesn't get it through.
And just watch him, the footwork's beautiful, but also just watch the head when he plays the shot. So he pushes back, head stays down, watching the ball really closely, and then just punches it. He's not looking to hit a boundary there. That's just in the gap for 2 every time.
3 for 87. Kevin Peterson contemplating what could have been. He got underway, 18 from 42. He'd spent enough time at the crease, best part of an hour, so that's something that high-class players hate more than anything else, when they do the hard work to get in and then get themselves out. Shelling one to mid-wicket, he'll be disappointed, but it can't be your day every day.
Yeah, Kevin Peterson there sitting there with Mushtaq Ahmed, the spin bowling coach for England. Not a bad leggy either in his day. Good little wrongin'.
Good googly, I was going to say. That was the ball, wasn't it? The mushy ball was the google.
Yeah, got me in Sydney with the wrongin'. I still haven't given him a little clip behind the head for getting me out of that Sydney game. And would have knocked us over in Sydney, trying to chase down a total.
Well, this is interesting. Mitch Johnson going around the wicket now to Carberry. Oh, and a little edge, but it's safe.
That's what they're bowling for. That's why the field's set as it is. And on this occasion, it didn't pop up in the air to a fielder. It might next time.
This is what I love about Michael Clarke's captaincy, Tub. The game's never stagnant. He went and had a chat to Mitchell Johnson. What about your try around the wicket? We'll get the field right for you. He's just an animated at-the-game captain, and the game never settles when he's in charge. Oh, and again a little flash.
This is Test match bowling. This is going to test you out every time. Left arm around the wicket. There's a leg slip, a bat pad, a man on the hook.
And it's not disguising what it's trying to do either. It's fast. It's at you. Every ball's at the body somewhere. And this is a guy who's been out there most of the day. 112 balls he's faced, made 40. Forward as if his very life depended on it. Hit 4 boundaries, that's all.
Wonderful bowling, magnificent captaincy, 4th wicket down.
Yeah, look at the Australians, look at the celebration. That's because it's a plan that's worked, and has it worked well. 2 rippers from Johnson around the rib cage and head area, followed up by the one angled across. Carberry, I think, tries to almost take the bat away at the end. Yeah, he does. Leaves it long enough to find the edge. Watson does the rest. Oh, a big moment for Australia, for Mitchell Johnson. England 4 for 87.
This is big now. Joe Root comes to the crease to join Ian Bell. Neither of them have really got underway. Bell just 14 balls. This young man walking out into the cauldron. The heat is right on in Brisbane. Mitch Johnson up in the mid-140s and bang on target, and they'll go after him. Starting out on what's, I'm sure, going to be a really impressive Test career, Joe Root, but he's never walked into anything like this.
Well, what Clarke's going to do is just get everybody round him. There'll be a lot of talk out there now, sort of what you might call stage whisper talk, so he can just about pick up on it. And they're taking their time. They're making him wait and wait and wait, which won't do much for the over rate. It'll just niggle at Joe Root. Short leg is coming in an unusually deep position. 3 slips in the gully. I thought a silly point was going to come in as well. No, it's not quite as crowded as I thought it might be. Right, this will be quick.
Oh, and the feet were going nowhere.
Nice bowling from Mitchell Johnson. We're all thinking it was going to be short, and so did Joe Root. He was waiting for it. It was up there, it was full, and it slid across him.
They are up and about, the Aussies now. You can see the skipper there. Another wicket here, 5 for less than 100 when you're defending 295 is enormous in this game.
Well, Michael Clarke said in his interview this morning with Shane Warne that we played, he believed Australia would win the Ashes, and the doubters might now see why he believed that to be possible. High quality cricket has done for Michael Carberry. They get the ball into his ribs, they work him over, they whiz one past his nose. That's a proper sniffer, that is. And then this one, well pitched, just moves a little off the seam, actually decks a little, and Shane Watson does the rest. Look how he watches it into his hand, keeps his head there as if to say that is a moment to change a day.
That is a fine over from Mitch Johnson. Well done. 4 for 87. Been a terrific session for Australia, able to apply pressure, hang on to it and get key wickets, including this one around the wicket. That just steepled on Carberry, edge, and that's right into the midst, and that man, who was so much a part of that dismissal, is absolutely delighted. 4 for 87. Changing commentary, Michael Slater, David Lloyd and Shane Warne.
Thanks, JB. Line continues, and Australia on top. All of a sudden it's changing. England still 208 behind. 4 for 87. And it's on a nice edge at the moment. Michael Clarke all of a sudden starting to look quite animated, pumped up. Great tactics from him. He's always aggressive, always trying to move the game forward. And there's another shout. He's gone! Another one to the Aussies! This time line. Wow! The momentum. Hasn't it shifted?
Yeah, and another big wicket is Ian Bell, who has been the man in the last Ashes series, was the difference between the two sides. It's Nathan Lyon who deserved that wicket. Bowled beautifully into his 5th over. He's only gone for 2. He's been able to strangle England too. Here off the back foot, just the extra bounce. Straight off the face, onto the leg. And Australia maintaining the rage here, all over England like a cheap suit. 5 for 87, and Bell's on his way for just 5.
Well, happening in the first Commonwealth Bank Test match here at the Gabba. Australia on top prior. He's only batted once here before, and he only lasted 1 delivery. He was the hat-trick delivery, middle peg out of the ground from Siddle. His batting was probably under par in England recently. He's worked hard. He's come out with some statements when he arrived in Australia to say he can make a difference with the bat. Hadn't made the difference as the wicketkeeper batsman for Australia. Now England need Pryor to dig in. How does he approach it?
Well, he'll be aggressive. The guy at the other end, Root, will play at his own pace. Might be a sedate Root that we see today. But England have been going nowhere. I think that Lyon has come into this attack. He's into his 5th over. He's got 1 for 2. England have gone nowhere.
And another one, is it another one? Is it a first baller again? He's had 1 of them. Has he got a bag of them?
Nothing from the bowler. Absolutely nothing from the bowler. All the fielders around are convinced. Obviously nothing at all, and they're going to review it, having a look at this. Nothing from Nathan Lyon.
Well, it was very close. It looked identical to Bell's dismissal. I wouldn't be surprised if there's a little tickle on this.
Well, I'm not sure. There's nothing from the bowl. Let's have a look at the front foot. That's cool. Let's have a look. Now, is it exactly the same as Bell? Is it the bounce that's done Matt Pryor? Huge appeal from the people around the bat. Michael Clarke asked the bat pad, and he was nodding his head as he's hit it. It's just the bounce. Let's have a look.
Oh, there's a deviation warning. He's got wood on that one, no doubt about it, and then it just
bobs up. Smith does the rest of the work. This will be out. And Lyons on a hat-trick.
Hat-trick again, one ball for Matt Pryor. He knows Matt Pryor, he's stood there, a la Broad. Inside.
Smashed at the back pattern, he's held his ground. Oh, I tell you what, look at the big mark on the bat. He smashed it and it's going to come out on the big screen here. Get ready for the Gabba to erupt.
Oh, bang, inside edge onto pad. The bowler knows nothing about this, I promise you. It's short leg, he's hit this, he's nicked it, don't you worry about it.
He's done well, Smith. Gee, it just hung in the air. He knows it, he could hear it, he could see it. So Pryor was the second wicket in the Siddle hat-trick. He will be the second wicket. The Lion on a hat-trick as well. He's got two first ballers at the Gabba.
And they're dragging it out too. Everyone knows he's smashed it. Get it up on the screen.
Going longer than the mousetrap, is this?
Is it still running?
Of course it's still running. The actors are 140. He's gone!
Oh, the Australians, they can't believe it. They worked so hard in the field to get something happening. It didn't happen with the bat. It's happening with the ball. They're all contributing. 2 to Harris, 2 to Johnson, now 2 to Lyon. He's on a hat-trick, can you believe it? And look at the number, 87. Richie, are you watching? I bet he is. Things happen on 87. Richie's always said it.
Just calm down, Mick. Just calm down. You might have to call a hat-trick here again. Just loosen him up. Just give yourself a rest. Take a drink of water. Matt Pryor's gone for a big nought. And England in trouble at 6 for 87.
Guess who's next in? Here he comes.
Just remember back to Peter Siddle's hat-trick here that we showed you earlier in the day. Stuart Broad was the hat-trick man too. Surely not 2 from 2.
The boos continue. He's pretty good with the blade, but this is an Ashes moment. Broad, is he overcome by it? Can he just steel himself to get through this delivery? He's a lefty. The ball will be sprinting away. There's the first one. Bell out of there. And
Good
almost
review from
identical.
Clark too. Good review this one from Clark too. There's nothing from the bowler. Look at Nathan Lyon, nothing. Look, he's just walking back to his mark. He asked Steve Smith. Michael Clark goes over to Steve Smith and said, did he hit it? He goes, yep. Here we go. Rightio, Mick. Calm down. Get ready to jump out of the seat, Slats.
All right, thanks, Warnie. Thank you, mate.
Just giving you some space, Mick.
Okay, thank you. Hang on. La 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 la. This is a hat-trick delivery for Lyon. He's tried so hard himself to get back in the team as the offie. He wants to be a match winner, emulate what Swan has done for England. So Clark getting his troops in order. Fieldsmen everywhere. Crowding the bat. It's Broad. He was the man with the ball. Here we go. Nathan Lyon. He's on a hat-trick at the Gabba. Oh, it's wide. Dear, oh dear. Anti-climax.
Loving the spin. What about the spin? Look at his figures. He's into his 5th over, 2 for 2.
Goodness me, that was a poor cherry for a hat-trick, Rock. Got to make him play.
That's a better line. Clark keeping the men in there, all over, suffocating Broad. Let's not forget that England's still 208 behind Australia. So much talk about the disappointing first innings of Australia. Now England are 6 for 87. We'll take a quick breather. Johnson steaming in. And Root gets one away. So 87, they've moved on from that. So that's a Cyril. There were 3 wickets on 87.
Terrific combination, I think. The pace and the menace of Johnson. Make no mistake, England know about him. I think he's bowled fabulously well. And then Lyon, that is the surprise package. 2 for 2 in 5 overs, 4 maidens. Cannot allow him to bowl like that.
It's interesting to see what Root does. As you said, is it going to be a sedate Root, aggressive Root, or just a nice patient Root with the tail? Which one? He likes to play shots normally. He's busy at the crease. He likes to get on with it.
And I think it'll be a cautious route, I'd say, Warnie. The fact that he's just got to get through this period. So that's around the wicket. This is the 3 wickets on 87. Johnson started it. And Nathan Lyon, it's so good to see him contribute on day 2 of this Test match. He's had a bit of an unlucky run. I think he's bowled very well throughout his short career, always developing, and now he's got a fabulous opportunity. There was a whisper that he mightn't have played. I don't know how real that was, but for the balance of the side, as Shane Warne will always say, you need a spinner at the Gabba.
Didn't play in the first Test match over in the UK. He looks a fine bowler. Top spin, he's getting top spin and bounce here. But England have got to be calm. They went nowhere. Ultra defensive, and that's dangerous. Well, look at the board. 89 for 6.
Australia's fight back came from 6 for 132. Edge, and he's gone as well. Root is out of there. It was Smith the catcher. He's taken some beauties in the last couple of overs. Johnson, isn't he menacing today?
Yeah, and once again the technique of Root, camp back on the back foot and lunging at the ball, a wide one. In these Australian conditions, you're going to struggle with that sort of technique. But once again, it's the full ball from Johnson. Probably just left him a little bit flirty outside the off stump. A good catch at slip and went quite quick. And Australia on fire here. England are 7 for 89. Was 5 for 7. Wow, it's all happening here. Joe Root.
Hard to fathom what's happening at the Gabba. Australia are on top all of a sudden in this Test match, and it's taken no time at all. 5 for 7 England have lost. 5 for 7. Batting was looking comfortable. Graham Swan is out there. Australia needs 3 more wickets. They're batting again.
Johnson's been fabulous, and it's raw pace, sheer pace. And he's been straight, he looks aggressive. Graham Swan at the crease, no drives.
I don't think there'll be too many pitched up here to Graham Swan. The crowd are right behind Mitchell Johnson too here. He's got his tail up, he's bowling 150k plus. This will be quick.
He gets under it. He was expecting the short one. There is not a mid-on, not a mid-off. Everyone sort of behind square. A third man, fine leg, deep backward square, bat pad. Very aggressive. Let's have a look at the last wicket. It was Root. He was hanging back. That is a technical issue. And he's on the move when he hits that. Smith making no mess. It's really, really good catching from Smith.
The other thing is, we said it earlier today, don't judge the wicket and the score until both sides have batted on it. You're seeing it's not as easy and as flat as you think. And it's some quality bowling too from both sides. But Australia have got their tail up, 7 for 89.
Oh, Bumble, how you feeling, mate? How you feeling? We're taking some wickets in this stint.
I feel great. I've never felt better.
So that's David Lloyd, not Glenn McGrath. Never felt better.
Love this bloke, Nathan Lyon. I think he's totally underrated, but England have just got stuck with him.
Oh, that's a good delivery. He's getting some grip. So day two, and the ball is starting to really grip and turn. Shane Watson in pursuit. He was on the treadmill.
Gets overspin, doesn't he, Lyon? Gets bounce, overspin, and he only needs to go 3 inches. That's all he's doing. He's not ripping it.
Yeah,
And with this bounce to the left hand, you can see that going down. The batsmen are going to force in the situation here. They're going to lunge and just try and defend. I would be trying to encourage Shuey Broad. Michael Clark's got a deep mid-wicket for the big Hoy, the big tail end of Mo. Just maybe get a second slip in there. The England tail they can wag. We saw yesterday with Australia. Australia were 5 for 100, 6 for 132. And then that fantastic partnership between Brad Haddin and Mitchell Johnson. Now we've got Graham Swan and Stuart Broad for England. They need to try and get something going. They've just got to stop Australia's momentum. This partnership of Johnson and Lyon is working beautifully with extra pace, spin from one end. They need to somehow get their way out of it.
But they're not going to block the way out of it. I think blocking has got England into trouble. They went from 3 and over to 2.7 to 2.5, 2.4, it's 2.3. These two have done it before and they just give it a go. I think that really is the way to do it. Try and disperse this field. Rattle Australia.
Yeah, that's in the air as well. Clark has got that man in, Watson, into sort of a second slip gully, if you like, to the spinner. And that's not far away.
And just following on what David Lloyd has said there, Nick, is that I think that's where Australia got themselves into trouble yesterday. It was just the defensive mindset. We talked about having an aggressive mindset, whether you're letting the ball go, you're playing a shot. And I think England got into the same thing today through some good bowling. Both sides have got good bowling attacks. You have to earn your runs. Stuart Broad's going to be lunging on that front and really pushing at it. You nearly have 3 slips in there.
Yeah, they've done well, haven't they? Both bowling attacks drying up the 4 balls. There's never a feeling that you are getting a roll on at times. Carberry was the one that when started to face Lyon, he was not asking any questions, and Lyon very quickly got confidence. He was able to get himself on that good length, try a few variations with no fear of Carberry trying to take to him. So he's pushing men back to encourage Broad to take a single to keep the strike. And he lets it go, so he won't. There's 40 overs gone, 7 for 91. Viewers' verdict, no surprise. Australia right at this moment, winning the match. There's a few Poms voting, I would say. Just a couple.
Is that a serious question?
Well, we're just saying, in certain moments of the day, it's not something you ask of cricket, is it? Who's winning right now?
It's been a while, Slats. I think there's a few people out there loving it. Why not? Mitchell Johnson's on fire, so are the Australian team. 7 for 91, the Bombs.
Oh, there's another sniff. There's going to be plenty of leather going past the nose of Swan. They want Broad up there, though, don't they?
Yeah, just looking at this scorecard, and we're talking about how similar both innings have been, about both sides batting, just trying to hang in there and survive without trying to be aggressive mindset. And I think back to the Jonathan Trott dismissal right on the lunch break when they got the extra over in, and think back to yesterday, Shane Watson just before the lunch break. They're 2 wickets that really have changed the course of the game. The Jonathan Trott one, they should have worked harder to make sure that was the last over. But Australia did well to get the over in, but England shouldn't have allowed it. They should have dropped their bat, whatever. And since then, it really has turned the game, because when you go in on a break with that momentum, it just made them feel good, and they had a good session.
So naive, that. You could see the clock ticking over, and you know, it's that stop and the screen and there's somebody moving. We've all done it. Everybody does it. Every team does it. This is the last over. They allowed Australia to bowl another over, and he came steaming in. It's a great pitch. Kevin Mitchell, isn't it? Fantastic pitch.
Yeah, it's not a 7 for 91 or where Australia was yesterday, 630. It's better than that. It's just been some quality bowling. England need a big partnership like Australia's tail did too.
There was an inside edge. I think that's out. It is out. So there's another one. And it's that man, Mitchell Johnson, back in Test cricket. And how well is he going? He is controlling that mind of him. He's matured. He's bowling quick. He's sniffing a 5-for.
You better believe it. Capitulation from England. Short legs having a field day. Inside edge onto pad. It's fast, it's straight. Go on, catch that. Easy as you like. 4 for 46, Mitchell Johnson. He's a menace. Swan, latest to go. England are tottering here. 0 for Graham Swan, 91 for 8.
So England now, what a collapse. 6 for 9 in the last 10 overs. That's the reality. 204 behind. Mitchell Johnson wants 5 before the tea break. This will be his last over. Last 3 deliveries. And just gets a little bit wide. 4 for 46, Mitchell Johnson. Contributed with the bat. Was always going to help the confidence with ball in hand. And another look at the dismissal of Swan. Hot spot will come into play. Swan didn't hang around. He was out of there. He knew there was a big inside edge. But Warney, this was too simple.
Yeah, just they can't seem to. England can't stop Australia's momentum. This was just a delivery at the stumps, just a bit lazy, expecting the short ball. With this serious pace, around 150k plus, the England batsmen are just camped back all the time. Get ready for a short one here to Chris Tremlett.
Fieldsman everywhere, and he's able to let it go through the big man. He's got 1 more to get through from Johnson. And he's at 238. They'll get another line over in before tea. And that is a drastic scene, isn't it? And that look at the scorecard. Carberry, 40s, the standout. The bowling figures, 2 to Harris, 4 for Johnson. Siddle, economical, line 2 for 4.
Fantastic. Everyone's done their job beautifully today. This is the last ball of Mitchell Johnson's over. Just here's one that we might not have thought about. England still need 5 runs to avoid the follow-on, Mick. Still 204 runs. They need 5 more runs to avoid the follow-on. Australia need 2 more wickets. Interesting decision, and the captain.
Oh, nearly to the man. It was Warner under the helmet. Silly mid off, so there'll be 1 over before tea, I think. 2:39, Australia rushing into position. 8 for 91. Brilliance from Mitchell Johnson, well done. He's got the big moustache there for Movember. And loving every moment. Let's not forget, he lives in the West now, but this was his home ground. The Gabba, he knows every blade of grass. And this is the wicket ball. The wicket ball. Swan. Dismissed on a no ball. And we now know that the umpire has the ability to question it. If he doesn't call it, he can say, oh, I just want to check that. But he didn't go up and check it. He obviously thought that that line had something behind it in terms of the boot, the heel. But, that's interesting, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a rarity. It doesn't happen these days. If the umpire looks down and thinks there's something close, he'll refer it up and say, hang on, batsman, just check your check upstairs to make sure the foot's okay. So that's a slip-up. The umpire's been pretty good so far through this match. I think he got caught up in all the excitement. There was so much happening out there. All started to happen. In between times, this will be the last over before tea. England still need 4 runs to avoid the follow-on. Australia need 2 wickets. Chris Tremlett to the spinners. Likes to whack the spinners, but he'll be brave to do that now. Use his height, his strength. He can hit the ball a long, long way, even in his extra small shirt.
You're in
still hit him a long way. Look at those arms. Look how big they are.
He's got the medium on again today. So 4 deliveries. Aggressive straight. So there will be a single down the ground. And amazing how little things, if they're running your way, you just think that if it was called no ball, it's not out, Swan's wicket intact, that might have been some sort of change of path for England. And it keeps rolling Australia's way. They get a little break, don't they? It's something that could have stopped the rot just before tea. Now 8 for 93 in Australia. And even if they got the chance, I don't think we'd enforce the follow-on. It's only day 2. They would be batting. And you've got Rogers and Warner
wandering off shortly, thinking about batting on day 2. Trying to make amends for a disappointing performance yesterday as Michael Clarke maintains that animation. He's grown in enthusiasm. He was, I'm sure, down in the dumps last night. He wasn't able to score runs himself. He had the team feeling prepared for the opening test match. It didn't work out, but Australia on top. And it has happened so quickly. Nathan Lyon with a smile on his face. Two for 55 at the start of the session. It's 8 for 94. Flat and quick from line. Australia have bowled brilliantly. They've caught in sensational fashion as well, and they've created one of the biggest batting collapses in Ashes history. Don't worry about that. The crowd, the Aussie support here have a lot to cheer about. England 8 for 94. Mitchell Johnson feeling? Well, I think we can guess. He'll be elated, but job still need to be finished. He'll be greedy too. He wants 5 for. There's no way I think Michael Clarke can take the ball from him now after the tea time break. I'd keep him going. He's got 20 minutes to rest up, get some Gatorade into him. And within a 2-hour period, the dressing room will feel completely different. So we've got the tea time break after this short spell. You've got Mark Nicholas out in the middle with all the other gang talking about the amazing hour of Test match cricket you've just witnessed. Stay with us.
In one of the great hours of Test match cricket, Australia have confirmed that they mean business here at the Gabba. Staggering cricket, 6 for 9. They're the facts, folks. 2 for 82 for England becomes 8 for 95. Absolutely fantastic from the Australians. Shane Warne is with this is the Coliseum you love. This is the atmosphere you love. This is the stadium on the side of the home team.
Mate, it wasn't a fantastic cricket, and I think a combination of some pretty tentative mindset of the batting and some aggressive bowling from Mitchell Johnson, some good tactics. There was short stuff. We saw a game change with Carberry, Trott, just bombarded with short pitch bowling, and suddenly the batsmen here were ducking for cover. The left-handers were getting hit in the ribs. It was all happening out in the middle, and then the emotion and the passion came out from the Australian team with that, as you said, 6 for 9, and that's the whole game has now changed, and Australia now in a super position.
8 for 94, the follow-on still isn't avoided, and nor could the batsman avoid the ball. Mitchell Johnson bowled proper fast.
He did, and I think once you think back to his first spell and he tried to just bowl quick, didn't have his rhythm, pitched it up and was all going wide down. Since then, whether it was Michael Clarke that went up to him and said, just bang it in and give us some good short stuff, he's looked a completely different bowler. He's completed his action, he's unsettled all the batsmen, and no one has looked comfortable against him.
and neither have they looked comfortable against Nathan Lyon. If we make our way down to the other end, Ian Healy's in his wicket-keeping position. What are the problems, Heels, that the batsmen have faced down at this end?
Well, the only problem I can see is that the wicket's been bouncing. It's been spinning a little bit, but Nathan Lyon, in combination with all the other bowlers, has been unbelievable. We talked about how England combined so well with the ball yesterday. Well, Australia are doing it today. Mitchell is bowling an extreme stint of fast bowling for Test cricket, and Nathan Lyon's backing him up. But have a look at where he's landing the ball. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's around this area. There's not a lot that he's targeting here. Every now and then something might spit off a mark. There might bring up some loose grass clippings. But Nathan Lyon is not getting any natural assistance out of this pitch. It's just good control and nice bounce from the surface.
Exactly right. And the other thing is that I think Michael Clark's got the bowling combinations right. Harris and Siddle bowl well together, and then we saw the raw pace of Mitchell Johnson and the overspin that Nathan Lyon's been bowling. He hasn't tried too much. Straight away, his first over was a maiden, and he set the tone straight away. He had some bounce, he beat the bat straight away, and there's a few patches here, but it's always why you like bowling spin at the Gabba. It's the bounce that causes the issues.
Great. I tell you what, we're going to take a break. When we come back, be with us, because we're going to show you how England have fallen apart this afternoon. We should never have doubted that the Ashes would catch us by surprise. Already they have. England have just lost 6 wickets for 9 runs in no time. It's been a dramatic collapse. We're going to take you through those England wickets with Shane Warne and Mark Taylor. Alistair Cook the first to go to Ryan Harris. That was before lunch. You're an unashamed fan of Ryan Harris.
Yeah, and Alistair Cook, but this is the way he's got him out a number of times. He gets the ball full, and there's a sense that the ball is swinging back in to Cook, so he feels he's got to play. Then he pushes forward but doesn't get very far forward and edges through to the keeper. That's Trott.
On the stroke of lunch, Trott is big, isn't it?
That's a big one, and really it was in red time. They shouldn't have been out there. Jonathan Trott and Carberry were a bit lazy not to make it the last over, but Australia did well to make it the last over, and that was the same as Australia had, losing Watson on the stroke of lunch. Big wicket, and then came Kevin Peterson, a good sharp catch from George Bailey.
Well, that's when it all begun, because there'd been a long hour. It felt like an hour and a half that Peterson had fought to keep his wicket. When he went caught at mid-wicket, straight afterwards, how's this for pace from Mitchell Johnson?
This was great bowling, great captaincy, went round the wicket, 2 short balls, then the one across and got the edge, and then Nathan Lyon came into the game. And I love the fact that he got some wickets, because he's bowled without luck at times, but Australia have got the right man for the right job. They've made the tougher decision of picking the spinner and not going with Faulkner, and they've been rewarded for a brave selection with 2 wickets in 2 balls.
Exactly right, and the bounce. Look at the bounce he's getting on them, and I say it again, it's the combinations Michael Clark got right. The pace of Johnson, as we see here, Joe Root camped back. His technique's going to be really questioned on these fast Australian wickets. You can't stay back in your crease and use your hands to get at it. So pace, pace, pace. Graham Swan's camped back looking for the short ball, and sure enough, a nice soft one at bat pad. So the combination of Harris and Siddle together built up pressure, and then Johnson and Lyon has caught them in all sorts of troubles. And once, finally, for a while, Australia's got something to cheer about.
And like all these things that go your way when you're playing well, when you're making things happen, something did go the Australians' way, because I've just heard that was a no-ball call that the Graham Swan's wicket.
Graham Swan was a no-ball, yeah.
Okay, all right, there it is. 8 for 94. I mean, that's a staggering play. I mean, here we go, we can see it. Let's have a look.
So this is the Swan ball.
Yeah, this is the one Swan was out bat pad to Johnson.
It's tight.
Yeah, bear in mind he's supposed to have some part of that foot behind the line. On the line, no good. So yeah, probably just a no ball. And as often the case, when you're on a roll, things go your way. Little bat pad and bobs up. 9 times out of 10 that goes for a single somewhere.
Yeah.
2 for 25, Ryan Harris. He's kind of set it up. 4 for 46 for Mitchell Johnson. Quite brilliant at times out there. 2 for 7 for Nathan Lyon.
And as we've said, you know, I think everyone was disappointed with Australia's innings yesterday, but we said, let's just hold back and wait until both teams have batted on it and see what the score's like. And it's always the way to judge a pitch. You've got to wait till both teams have batted on it and then make your mind up. But as we're seeing, it's, I think, a little bit of tentative mindset from batsmen and some high-class bowling from both sides.
And some positive selecting before the first test.
Yeah.
I can't make that point enough. Australia selectors got it right by playing Nathan Lyon, and they've been rewarded 7 overs, 2 for 7. Beautiful.
I can see the umpires collecting.
Oh.
We better start the journey to get off this pitch. Just a quick question. You two blokes know about the game of cricket. If 2 wickets fell for 1 run, would the Australians be forced to follow on?
Oh, Tubbs, you're the skipper genius.
I reckon Michael Clark's thinking, I got out to a short one for 1. Let's enforce the follow on. But no, they won't.
No.
I don't think they will. There's too long to go in the game.
Too much time left in the game.
200-run lead or even 170-run lead. Get out there, make 250. Set England 400 to get batting last.
The wicket's going to get worse, and there's plenty of time left in the game. Bat large, big league, bowl them out.
And we've just got time for a break. See you in a minute. We asked the question to Shane Warne and Mark Taylor, will Australia enforce the follow-on? The answer was no from both of them. However, 36% of you out there, and this is changing quickly, 36% of you out there reckon, 38%, 37% of you reckon yes they might, 65% say no. We're ready for action here. Mitchell Johnson is at the end of his run. Stuart Broad is on strike, and waiting to go in the commentary box are Ian Chappell, James Brayshaw and Ian Healy.
Thanks, Mark. Mitchell Johnson likes it. Round the wicket at the left-hander's body. It's Stuart Broad. The crowd might see something here. Oh, early doors. First pill after tea. They've got something to cheer about. He's tall and lean. He's a long target, Chappelli.
Yes, and it was a good one. Very good one. Made Broad pull his head back very quickly. Things changed from the moment he went around the wicket to Michael Carberry. It really seemed to get him on line, get him on target, and it's been a combination of some good fiery pace bowling, some good accurate spin bowling, and some tentative batting has put England in a huge hole.
Works it around. He might, oh no, fine legs down there. I didn't see. Fine leg down there, so Broad will probably play some shots just like he's bowling and try lots of different things with the bat. He'll take this on.
Certainly got the scent of blood in the nostrils, Mitch Johnson, round the wicket, but I love this. That's a really good short ball. It's gone whizzing past the eyes of Broad, but just have a look at this young man. He's a competitor. He's staring him down, saying, righto, I've had a look at that, just bring it on. Something about Stuart Broad, he's a competitive person, and that was a great response.
Big Chris Tremlett now, he's an even bigger target. Johnson comes back over the wicket. There's 4 slips in place plus a fly slip, one down near the rope. He's not going to get anything pitched up. Correct. How much has he got on that? It's going to hit the rope. Runs off the glove, yes it is.
The problem that the England batsmen have created for themselves in this collapse is they've shown themselves to be very tentative against the short pitched and stuff from Mitchell Johnson and the pace of Mitchell Johnson. Once you show that you're a little bit tentative, and certainly the Australians have gone on the attack, Michael Clark has gone right for the throat, but once you show you're a bit tentative, boy, do you leave yourself wide open for what might come later in the series.
Oh, there's 4 slips. It's got to be full. Not really. That has cannoned into the stickers high on the Tremlett blade.
Yeah, Michael Clark has read this like a book too. I thought he was brilliant in that last session. They built up great pressure. Ryan Harris terrific. And then with the wicket of Peterson, he really put his foot on the throat of the English batsman. His field positions were great. He got Mitch Johnson to go around the wicket and really attack Carberry. Aggressive, strong captaincy.
Oh, that's good heat. Really good heat. Bounces over the 6'8" Tremlett.
And I think the ball avoided Tremlett rather than vice versa. Tremlett definitely had the eyes off the ball.
We had the little Watusi with his right foot too. If we get a chance to have a look at that. Oh, it's going back towards the umpire. That's never a good sign. And he'll be getting taught a lesson or two just to keep that in there at the moment. Short leg, and David Warner won't be far away. Got to hold your feet. Stay still. Look, now. got away with it. 8 for 99. Well, that's a tale of devastation. From being 2 for 82, becoming 3 for 82, it's turned bad for England.
87 certainly got them in big time.
Right, so Ryan Harris in. He's a wicket taker, and that's what Clark wants to do. He wants to snuff out the last 2 wickets straight away, but Nathan Lyon can feel hard done by. 7 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 7. What more can I do, Captain?
He was great, and his time will come in this series. He'll take lots of wickets in this series, Rhino, if he stays healthy. He really set that session up, I thought, with 50 minutes of fine, fast bowling in the first hour.
Round the wicket to the left-hander, and he's at the body too. It's been a lively start since tea, if not a little impatient. Just really have to cement these plans in and get a little bit of pressure on, and then maintain it with this sort of stuff.
That's the 100 up for England. They have avoided the follow-on, so Michael Clark won't get the opportunity to send them in again. I would have thought if they had that opportunity, you would have had to have taken it after that collapse. You got them so far down. Poor, don't let them up, but that decision is taken away from Michael Clark.
They might be a little bit gun-shy from 3 years ago, though. How well England batted in the second innings when not a lot was expected of them. Righto, so Ryan Harris is staying around the wicket now to Tremlett. No one in front of the wicket. Nothing's going to be pitched up. Oh, and that's the thought of the batsman anyway. Eventually, they'll pitch one up in the hope of a nick.
Pretty clear the plans, aren't they, from Darren Lehmann and from Craig McDermott and from Michael Clark. They're just hunting this English tail. These batsmen have come in. Swan, Broad, Tremlett, Anderson still to come, and they know what's coming. There he is, Craig McDermott, magnificent bowler in his own right, and now the coach. Just go after these blokes, halfway down and straight at them.
Then pitch up and go across them. There it is. It's good shape. Good shape. He got that to move, Ryan Harris.
Well, I think Tremlett, surely he's got to be looking for something up and looking to try and whack it over the offside, whether it slides off and goes over the top of the slips or whether it goes over cover or through mid-off. He won't mind too much, but I think he's got to throw the bat at anything that is up around off stump.
Similar patterns, these 2 innings we've seen in this first test match of the Ashes. We saw Warner and Watson look to dig themselves into an innings, just like Carberry. Then nothing else after that. And the thing England have lacked is Haddon and Johnson. Haddon and Johnson resurrected things, and England haven't been able to do so because Johnson has just intimidated. Oh, that's a good ball.
Yeah, it's really been rabbits caught in the headlights. They, whereas Australia attacked, via Haddon and Mitchell Johnson a lot of the time, not always, but they did mount a bit of a counter-attack. There's been no sign that England were thinking that way. It's been quite tentative. As soon as they've been intimidated by Johnson, they've totally gone into their shell.
Oh, it settles. 44 overs, 8 for 100. Now, the humidity's in and that storm might be brewing. That is out to the west, which is the storm front. That's where they come from here in Brisbane. There's one at the Gabba, and he's bowling around the wicket to Stuart Broad. Down the leg side. Has he trod on something there? There was a bit of noise through the microphones.
You try telling England the storm's on its way. As far as they're concerned, the storm's already hit in the second session and hit big time. no doubt that Mitchell Johnson has worried the left-handers coming around the wicket at the body. Rather than sliding into the pads as he often does from over the wicket, it's got his line right coming around the wicket.
Oh, he's got her away. It's pretty safe though. If Mitchell Johnson stays outside leg that far, Broad can get into a safe territory inside the line and just swish at it. He's done it well.
Yeah, I think there perhaps needs to be a little more variety than just total intimidation.
They've left him a huge drive and there's no fielders in front of square on either side of the field. So, see, right or left, no one. So when will Mitchell Johnson invite that shot? Not yet, but he's found a way to get it into that area off the back foot. Jumping cover drive. Tremlett had a mix-up between wickets and only 2.
Yeah, it probably should have been 3, but as this game turned on its head, 6 for 132 midway through today, Australia. Everyone thinking, ho-hum, here we go again. England much better than Australia. Australia collapsing. England on top, en route to winning the first test. How bad's this? And a day later, 8 for 106, trailing by the best part of 200. That is why Test cricket's such a compelling product.
Just been a bit of a reckless session after tea here by the bowlers. Again, too many balls missing the stumps. There probably hasn't been a ball bowled since tea that would have hit the stumps. It's all been body bashing. Maybe got to revert to the stump type height deliveries, then the body bash thrown in.
So we've moved on from the badging, now we're into body bashing, are we?
Yeah, okay. Badges, there's a lot of badges to choose from these days, isn't there? Big logos, both chests, front of the helmet, front arm. Johnson's after one. Oh, he's got a bit of an edge, and he's... What's that hit? Glove onto helmet? That's the badge.
So any badge will do. It doesn't have to be on the helmet, eh?
Go the embroidery. There's one on the back of the helmet too.
Look at this. This gets big on him. And he turns away. This is a tail ender we're dealing with, by the way, and crash into the neck, bottom of the helmet. Great shot of it there, but I like this bloke, Stuart Broad. He was straight back into the eyes of Mitch Johnson after the ball.
It really did get bigger on him. As soon as that head starts to turn and the eyes go down, you've given up on it. You haven't picked it up. You just know, oh, I'm not ready for this. He got away with one. One could have clocked him in the ear. That's outside off now. He's jumping. He's batting with good energy. He's gutsing it out. Stuart Broad, 8 for 106. That is a big lead. It's a really big lead. It's one that's been quite unexpected. But there are 2 wickets remaining. Barmy Army, no matter how far down their team is, they won't stop. Oh, the convicts are here. Thanks for sending us out here. Banter in several pockets of the Gabba, where both sides of spectators are sitting together. It's great. It's really good banter. The Barmy Army has helped world cricket immensely. And it's big on him already. Shoulder to the bat, back of the head. Broad can laugh about that one. Mitchell Johnson's not laughing. Oh, over short leg goes Tremlett. He's pushing for 2. He'll get there.
Played that pretty well, actually, Tremlett. He pushed at it hard so that there was no chance it was going to lob into the hands of bat pad. He made sure that he pushed at it firmly, pushed it well past the bat pad fielder.
Good decision, I think, here from Ryan Harris, going back over the wicket and should now start targeting the stumps.
Having said that, they've put leg slip in place. Not yet. They won't just target stumps for one more ball, but yeah, like Jimmy Anderson got Peter Siddle yesterday. Full in the corridor, a little bit of nibble away. Tempt him into a shot and get the outside edge.
Brad Haddon's just had a word with Michael Clarke and he's talked him into putting an extra fieldsman on the offside. And I think it's not a bad move. Probably get Harris bowling more at off stump. That's after he's aimed at his head.
Jeez, it's torrid, isn't it? These are tail enders. They're not picked in the side as batsmen, especially Tremlett. Stuart Broad can definitely handle a bat, but they are being peppered. They're being bombed by Johnson and by Harris.
Full and floating. Just been waiting for the first one to be delivered. Can Harris get something up there? Draw Tremlett into it. Still too short.
I think it's time for a short speech that I delivered at this ground in 74-5 when Tony Gregg got 100 in the first innings and Dennis Seeley more than Jeff Thompson. They were trying to knock his block off. Before we went out in the second innings, I said, boys, any danger that we could stop trying to dong Greggy and actually try and get him out. And that's when the Sanchu crusher came along from Tomo and knocked Greggy over in the second innings.
8 for 108. .295 wasn't looking too good this morning. They were 8 down and then 9 and 10 fell, and England started pretty well. 1 for 28, 2 for 55. Got a hold up here with maybe who knows what it is. It's fingers, ribs, helmet. And as you say, that was all on show in 74-5. Pucciapelli, same tactics by the Australians.
Yeah, certainly in the first innings they were trying to dong Greggy. In the second innings, Tomo produced the Sanchu crusher, and it was a beauty. Right on line, off the Sanchus onto the stumps. And you can see one captain rather relieved there coming up from first slip. That's better than trying to dong him on the head.
Geez, your brother got pretty excited at second slip. If we have a replay of that, just have a look at Rod Marsh, of course, the keeper, and he was very excited. The first slip, you've got Ian Chappell, very excited. Just have a look at Greg Chappell at second slip. Here's the ball. Smashes into the stumps, and real excited, the skipper, and there's Bacchus. He's going, let's look at Greg. Not sure what he was doing.
I'll tell you what, the biggest surprise there was how excited Doug got. I don't think I've ever seen him that excited. Well, I don't recall him being that excited on the cricket field. He actually jogged a couple of paces forward.
Right, changing helmet. We've seen bats change, gloves change, but rarely do you see a helmet change. He's got the new model too. Stuart Broad, Mitchell Johnson's around the wicket. Testing him out again. He wants to get off strike.
I'm going to hand it to Stuart Broad. He gets in line. This is torrid, hostile, fast bowling. This bloke bats lower down the order, but he gets in line with the ball.
Tell you what, with that streamlined helmet, you could get a few four-leg buys off of that. They could slide off over the top of the slips or slide off down to the leg side. If you've got the courage to take a few dongs on the helmet, you could get some leg buys.
It is a design which is meant to maximise the strength of that grill too. So yeah, sliding corrals either side. Tremlett gets the full one. Finally, Australia are starting to employ something else.
It wasn't quite the Sanchu crusher, but it was a A good Yorker, just not quite on line.
Starting to calm down a bit, the batsman. Tremlett's back foot's not moving away as much as it did early in his innings. Broad's jumping in behind the line. The confidence of Johnson, everyone knows, and statistics back it up, that his batting and bowling confidence help each other. So in South Africa, in Joburg, when he made 96 not out, 4 for 25, 4 for 112. Cape Town, 4 for 148, when he made 123 not. So batting or bowling confidence translates to his other facet of play as well. 64 at the start of this test match. And his figures here, 4 for 58.
And it's important for Mitch that he gets another wicket too. We always say that 5 wickets is the 100 for a bowler, and he deserves that. His first 3 overs today with the new ball all over the place. But the captain took him straight out, and then he came on with an older ball, and from that moment on he has been unbelievably good. He's bowled well enough to get himself a 5 or even a 6, so needs this other wicket.
As we say, this is a new ball wicket, but he is one weapon Michael Clarke's got that can overcome that with pace. Pace when the ball's not doing much. Getting into the good batting conditions now, and they're 8 down. Oh, he's looking to spear something in at leg stump in case Stuart Broad wanted to walk inside.
Yeah, I think the object of the exercise there with Mitchell Johnson was if he wanders across to off stump again looking for the short one, spear something in at that leg stump, try and hit it. Unfortunately for Mitchell Johnson, it just tailed away a little bit. Missed the leg stump.
Worth a try, but again, it's a low percentage play. And since tea, this spell has been full of that. Not just by Mitchell, but Ryan Harris too. Effort all round, 8 for 110. Tomorrow and the next day, there's certainly going to be no shortage of action. Who's going to build a big innings and spend some time in the middle and get a lead that's good enough to defend and maybe win a test match? The first Commonwealth Bank Ashes test at the Gabba. Ryan Harris starts his 15th.
Well, the thing we know, the pace that this game has moved at so far, because the bowlers have been on top, that there's going to be a result. Even with a bit of weather interruption, the game is so far advanced that a result is on the cards. And Australia have gone from yesterday being in deep trouble to well and truly on top today.
Oh, that's in the air. It's done. It's caught. Leg gully's in place. He's very handy.
Well, the softening up process is complete as far as Tremlett's concerned. They have given him an absolute pounding. And eventually, all he could do was just get the bat to it, and Lyon did the rest.
Good catch by Nathan Lyon. He was back quite a distance, but he judged it very quickly that he was going to have to come forward, and he just got it centimetres above the turf. Ryan Harris strikes for the 3rd time. England 9 for 110.
This reminds me of the Lord's Test in the recent Ashes series, where the Australians only batted for 53 overs and their bowlers had to then get back out and toil against England's batsmen. Well, England have done it. 47.2 overs, and these bowlers are not only padded up, but they're so close to having to bowl again. Exactly what Australia want. Same field, 3 slips and a gully, leg gully, short leg. Jimmy Anderson can expect to be jumping as well. Harris around the wicket. No, it's full. Spearing in at the stumps.
And the thing about England is they haven't really got a bowler in this lineup to retaliate. I suppose Broad is the guy who can give you a bit of short pitch bowling like this. Good catch there from Nathan Lyon. but not at the pace that Mitchell Johnson bowls at. So I'm not sure that retaliation is the way England can go.
It's really hard to retaliate with this sort of stuff too, even if you have got the bowlers. When you're 170 behind, the batsman can dig in, they can let the ball go, they can take it on the body, just build a total and get it to 300, 400, 450 plus in front. Harris 14 points. He's very much like Jimmy Anderson, I think. 3 for 28, very economical from 15 overs. Just really steady and bankable. So too Siddle. Johnson fire up like Broad, and Lyon do a really effective job. Better than expected. 2 for 7 on day 2 of Brisbane. Oh, Haddon can't get to that either. It's swung after the bat. 4 byes, and it's 9 for 114. Well, Steve Smith there, 3 catches. Short leg, well, they weren't all at short leg, but 3 short leg catches in there. Bailey got one of them. Very profitable for the man. Enjoying the bounce of the Gabba. Inside edges onto pads and ballooning up to short leg.
All right, chance for a fifer here for Mitch Johnson. Target those stumps. Get himself a reward for some really good effort.
This is Nathan Lyon in the leg gully, and Ryan Harris gets it nicely up into the rib cage of Tremlett, and he very quickly judges that he's got to come forward. Started to go to his left and then realised, hang on, I've got to get in here pretty quickly. It was a well-judged catch. He was quite a long way back, actually. Ball carried a fair way.
Oh, he's had enough. Broad's given up the jump and defend. He's trying to pinch runs now as best he can.
Probably saying as much about the bloke at the other end as anything else.
And I think it's the right way to go for England to go. I mean, they've got to try and reduce this deficit. 181. And if he can connect with a couple, spread the field a little bit, then it probably gives Jimmy Anderson a slightly better chance of surviving.
There certainly hasn't been too many runs scored down the ground in both innings, I reckon. Let's have a look at what England have done. And very dominant behind square, behind the words offside and onside, most of the runs. And then straight down the ground, hardly anything. And it's been a disciplined performance by Australia. Their plans weren't to be this, really. It was about to be full and invite the drive, but they've reverted to some real fire.
Back over the wicket now for Mitch Johnson. Around the wicket's worked for him, but not against Stuart Broad, so he's back over. Expect some of these to be falling straight at him.
Well, that's full. There's a man down there. There's 2 men down for potential pull shot at top edge. So he's going again. Surprised everyone. Broad's made it. Anderson was no chance. But they've got 2.
Good running, very good running, and aggressive cricket from Broad. Looking for the extra run, retain the strike. See, he has a bit of a look to see that the outfield is just loafing a little bit. Let's go for a second.
Surprised everyone, me included. So Johnson now looking for some swing maybe. Some late swing into the off and middle stumps of the left-handers, both Broad and Anderson lefties. Good mates. Can they weather a storm? Jimmy Anderson probably asking, Broad, are you always going to try to run twos? Or, how on the toes do you want me? Big wide stance. Short legs in place. Heart rate's going. Mitchell Johnson balks at the top of his mark. Drags it out a bit longer. Fending.
Very well directed again from Mitchell Johnson. He's got his confidence up coming from around the wicket. Now, with that confidence up, he's even quite happy about getting it on line, getting the short one on line from over the wicket. And that one was on line.
The crowd probably want body, but Michael Clarke won't mind if Stuart Broad's right hand gets hit. Johnson, after blood, full gets pad. That brings Broad on strike again for the next over, 9 for 117. As you can see down that bowling column, Ryan Harris 3 wickets for 28, and he's being rotated out of the attack. Nathan Lyon is in the commentary box. Shane Warne and Mike Hussey with Mark Nichols.
Thanks, Heels, and Nathan Lyon played his part in this dramatic afternoon. He has figures of 7 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 7. He was on a hat-trick. He got Ian Bell and Matt Pryor in consecutive balls with good off-spinners from around the wicket that really bounced. And both players looking to work the ball leg side off the back foot. The ball popped up off inside edge and pad or thigh pad into the hands of the short leg fielders. Now he'll bowl to Stuart Broad with a slip and a short leg. Feel that Lyon has fed from the people, from the reaction, from the frenzy of the crowd, from this Colosseum-like atmosphere. It's given him confidence, given him self-belief. Stuart Broad is no mug with a bat. This is a guy who made 160 odd in a test match at Lords against Pakistan. So be aware of his all-round capability. There it is, that big yellow line. Made plenty of other scores above the 50 mark. Michael Hussey is sitting next to me. Shane Warne 2 away. Huss, this is a classic case of the team getting on top and just flooding all over the opposition. It's a great feeling, isn't it?
Oh, the Aussies have been on fire. How much fun for Mitchell Johnson, bowling 3 or 4 bounces and over. Seeing the Englishman jumping around.
But that's all right, that's safe. It's a good hit. I guess what I mean, though, is that there's no better feeling it. Suddenly you believe you'll take a wicket every ball.
Most definitely. And it's looked like that. I think they've had some good plans to the English batsmen. And when you can ruffle up someone like a Trott, who's a very good player, and he's performed very well over a long period of time, it does send a message through the rest of the batting order as well.
Yeah, it does. And they've got some psychological battles still from England this year. Trott, Cook really struggled at the top of the order. Joe Root has to be forced down to number 6, so they hit his measure as well, the Australian bowlers. And once again, it was really important this first test match to nail Cook and Trott again, and Australia have done that. It's also important now that Australia just finish this off. They don't, at the moment, this lead is a big, big lead in the context of the game. England 173 runs behind. Runs are going to get harder and harder to come by. Still the wicket's a belter now. They're going to get tougher in the 3rd and 4th innings. 9 for 122.
Don't forget you can follow all the action this summer with Cricket Australia Live, the official app featuring live match streaming, news, stats and exclusive behind the scenes content too. The app is free to download, available on iOS and Android. Check out the video highlights section. You can have your say on all the big moments and the controversies of the summer via the CommBank viewers verdict. It's all brought to you by KFC and Toyota. Visit cricket.com.au facebook.com/live and download it. You also get things like press conferences. Might be a good one tonight. Here's Peter Siddle back into the attack. A short leg, 3 slips. Australia want the job done. Siddle wicketless thus far. Broad gives that some tremendous hammer.
Real counter-attack here from Broad. Trying to put the pressure back onto the Australian bowlers. Muscled that one out to deep mid-wicket. Peter Siddle, although he hasn't picked up a wicket, has done a good job for Australia. 10.1 overs, none for 19. Broad really got that one out of the screws. How will Siddle respond? Will he go short? Will he go the short route, or will he just... He's so good, so disciplined, just pitching the ball up and getting the ball in a good area.
Pitch it up, does he? Gives Broad another chance. He got it higher. I think that was the smart thing there. So Broad would have been optionless, but hit it up. Really good, solid strike from Stuart Broad, who's got a mind for a situation like this. I think everybody's aware that he loves a scrap.
He does love the contest. Even when Mitchell Johnson bowled him a really good bounce, he was staring him down.
Can't help but think back to the parallels with yesterday. The fact that yesterday it was Shane Watson who got out on the stroke of lunch. Today it was Jonathan Trott who got out on the stroke of lunch, and it just changes the dynamic in the dressing room a bit.
For me, the big one was Peterson. He looked very confident, and he doesn't get as bothered by the short stuff. He plays it quite well. He looked confident, he looked positive, his feet were moving well. It was a great catch mid-wicket by George Bailey to get rid of him, and then the 2 in a row from Nathan Lyon.
Oh, way, that's hurt. And it's full into James Anderson's glove.
The one thing I really like, the Australian bowlers, that they've obviously said, cop this, England. All their tail enders are going to cop it, and they haven't liked it and they haven't played it too well, because they're quite dangerous, the England tail orders. So Michael Clarke is happy to probably give away a couple of runs to send a message to them, just to send a message to the whole tail of this. If you want to bat and you want to throw your bat around and try and get some runs, you're going to have to do it this way. You have to cop some serious short stuff at pace. And I think that's good. I think that's really, that message they want to send to the English lower order is important. It's showing some serious aggression and positiveness. Nice and positive. I think that's good. Lights are just coming on. It's forecast for a late change.
Yeah, one of the good ICC initiatives, and accepted by both teams. There is a bit of cloud cover, and there is a suggestion of some rain around about 6 o'clock local time, that is. 9 for 127. What a scorecard. Australia bowled out for 295 this morning. England in response 9 for 127 in an extraordinary period of play prior to the tea break. In an hour, really, it all happened. England lost 6 for 9 at one stage. 10.5 overs of amazing cricket. Genuinely fast bowling, good spin bowling, good fast seam bowling. And all of a sudden, the dominant side of the English summer, the side on the wrong end of it. Oh, that should have been out. That should have been out. It needed a half good throw, and it needed a clean gather from Nathan Lyon. It's how the 10th wicket fell in the Australian innings, a run out. Almost, oh no, that he had to gather it, even though it wasn't a good throw.
Yeah, no, it's the awkward length that. It looks like it's short enough in the pictures. Where's a bowler? That's a tough one to grab. And also it's the dirt just before with the grass. You're not sure if it's going to bounce much, it stops. A real tough one to take there. A good throw and he was gone. Since Broad wants a piece of line here.
There aren't many places to hit a boundary. The field's perfectly set. Broad likes long off.
He likes long on, but he's about halfway back, encouraging Broad to hit slightly against the spin, mid-wickets back, where Broad plays the slog sweep. And they've got the lap man, the man on the sweep, much finer for the paddle. Well set field.
Yeah, and importantly, he's still got 3 catches. He's still got a slip, a short leg, and a catching cover as well. They call an in-out field. Someone made the point earlier on that you should never judge a batting performance until both teams have batted on the same pitch, in their first innings, because the Australians certainly copped some criticism about their batting performance, but what a bowling performance today to put them right on top in this Test match.
That's what Lyon's done so well today. Just got the ball up in the air a little bit, got enough on it. Hit those difficult areas just outside of stump. You can almost see the dirt as the ball pitches. More runs for Broad. For Anderson, indeed. The man who saved the Cardiff Test match. And one in South Africa. Anderson off the mark, 9 for 132. An advantage of 163 for the Australians. A full house at the Gabba, and they've had a day that they won't forget in a hurry, whether they're Australian or English, and a lot of English supporters here who I think everybody made assumptions about the day given what they saw in the English summer at home, but it's been a different story. Nice to see that it's come from such aggressive cricket by the Australians. Peter Siddle not quite at his best. He hasn't really got the ball to hurry through in the way that Ryan Harris does. Harris has figures of 3 for 28, Johnson 4 for 61, and Lyon has the other 2 wickets then fallen, 2 for 17 from 9. Right in between them. There's 3 men back on the leg side, and Broad's found that one space. Big space, mind you.
Swinging hard with these short ones. And I think someone like, you don't mind Mitchell Johnson, Harris, and that banging the odd one in, or bowling short of the tail, but someone like a Siddle should use it as a surprise element. He should stick to his line and lengthen off stump and try and nick Stuart Broad off. Playing well. These are very valuable runs. England's still 159 behind, still a long way behind in the match, but they're very valuable runs.
How's that backlift? It like Mitchell Johnson, they're not dissimilar. They really get the bat up, they have the blade open, then they cock the wrists, and they're in a great position to play attacking strokes. You'll have to look at it to hit it.
It was about this stage of the Australian innings where Johnson and Haddon came together, and they look quite comfortable. I guess from England's point of view, it's unfortunate for them that they've lost the 9 wickets. They still had Root and Pryor together, and things have settled down. The bowlers are getting a little bit more tired. They could possibly have put together a good first innings total, but losing too many wickets due to some aggression and some great guile from Nathan Lyon.
Is it a chance? Is it a chance? It is a chance. Oh, and it's taken by Chris Rogers. Beautifully judged. England are all done. The Gabba's on its feet.
Good catch in the deep and well done. Don't worry about that pitching it up off stump. Keep giving that short stuff to the tail. Well done, Peter Siddle. He deserved one of it. He's bowled really well in partnership all day today. The opening batsman run off. Well done, Australia. All out, 136, England.
They're just checking the no ball. That's fine, that's fine. Will do Siddle's confidence the world of good, getting that last wicket. all out 136 in just 52.4 overs. All the bowlers have done their job. And Australia are going to have to come out and bat. It's going to be a tricky session for them, although they've got a great lead.
Yep, that's a really, really good performance. A performance crafted initially by Ryan Harris, who got Alistair Cook and posed all sorts of little problems. They kept Carberry quiet, they got Trott early, and I think Michael Hussey picked it the middle of the afternoon. Kevin Peterson, a key wicket. Here it is. This is a good catch. Michael Hussey, you love the way he took this. This is you.
Well, he made good ground, and it's never easy at the Gabba. You can sometimes lose the balls in the seat, the ball in the seats, but he's taken a great catch there. Your eyes are often bubbling around a little bit, but he just steadied himself at the end. Good safe hands. Important catch.
Yeah, it was an important man today. Ryan Harris. Slats is down there with him.
I am. How you feeling, mate? Who would have thought?
Yeah, I feel all right personally. But it's just good to be able to get off the ground and have some runs to play with. It's a good effort there. We, obviously they got off to a reasonable start and we pulled it back and some good bowling there. So we wanted to make sure that we put pressure on and we did, and we got the results.
All the bowlers, the bowling battery, Nathan Lyon, you all put the ball where you wanted to.
Yeah, well, that was the thing. That's our plans. We just want to make sure we put the ball where they don't want it, and we do it enough over and over, and they get bored of it and play the shots they did. And obviously with Mitch, bowling a few of those quick bounces helps as well.
Always try and target the opposition captain to get Cook out first up. What did that mean?
Oh, it's great. It's obviously good. We know that they rely on him quite a bit, and it was the same in the last series. And we know if we get him out cheaply and get Trott and Pearson early with a newer ball, it's crucial. So, it's just, as I said before, it's just about bowling those plans and keeping those. We'll keep him patient and making sure he keeps nicking them.
Mate, it's a massive lead you take into the second innings. The batsmen were probably disappointed with their efforts yesterday. Is it still good batting conditions out there?
Yeah, it is. Obviously a little bit overcast. We know that the Gabba overcast, obviously it swings a bit. But no, they were disappointed. They've got another chance now. We've got a good lead. And hopefully we put enough on the board and then have the wickets cracking up a bit as well and spinning. So, last innings, hopefully on the 4th, 5th day, it'll do a bit.
And just very quickly, Mitchell Johnson firing.
Yeah, he's firing. He's bowling fast. It's great to see him do that. It's what he does best. And, hopefully he does that through the whole series.
Well, you've set the series alight day 2. Well done, Rhino. Great work. We'll take a quick break and we'll come back with more. What a test match.
I'm here with Billy the Trumpet of Barmy Army fame. And tell me, who writes your lyrics? Is it Sir Tim Rice or Bernie Taupin?
Well, anyone's welcome. Tim Rice has tried a few for us in the past, but generally there's a few lads here, everyone chips in, and the best ones stick. Everyone tries something. If it's not no good, it doesn't stick. So, yeah.
All right, well, show us one of your latest ones.
Okay. Well, we were trying to think of something for our new batsman.
Michael Carberry?
Michael Carberry. I don't know what do you do with a name like that? Well, what is Carberry? I guess Carberry is a mode of transport and a little bit of fruit. So. Just a little one there, but yeah, we've got plenty more up our sleeves. So.
Well, we'll look forward to seeing you through the summer.
Brilliant. Well, looking forward to more of this. So.
Joe Aston out there, and he's found the Barmy Army as quiet as they'll ever be. That is for sure. Joe will be out and about throughout the summer. 136 all out. A fabulous day's cricket in which Australia have told everybody that they mean business in this series. In reply to Australia's 295, England seemed okay with Carberry and Peterson, although Cook and Trott had gone, and then in the middle of the afternoon Peterson was out, caught at mid-wicket, a nice sharp catch by George Bailey, and bang, 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 the wickets fell. And suddenly we could barely believe what we were seeing. First to go, Alistair Cook. Lovely line from Ryan Harris, who probed at a weakness. Then on the stroke of lunch, literally. In fact, we were in red zone time, as Shane Warne calls it. We'd gone past the witching hour. Then Kevin Peterson in the middle of the afternoon. Snapped up by Bailey, alert, well-positioned fielder. Then Michael Carberry, who'd fought for hours. Shane Watson, the catcher, after an assault by Mitchell Johnson. That's a big wicket. Ian Bell had played so well during the English summer, and credit to Nathan Lyon for the extra bounce. And then straight after it, Matt Pryor, back-to-back wickets. He was on a hat-trick. He wasn't to get one, but Australia would have continued to keep picking up wickets. Mitchell Johnson doing for Joe Root, trapped on the crease, furious with himself, slamming his bat into the ground. Then Graham Swan, inside edge onto his pad. Another had gone. And Australia were in fantasy land. Look at that, Chris Tremlett fending off, and again it's Lyon in the action, throwing himself forward from gully. Stuart Broad played well for 32, and then Chris Rogers takes a terrific catch in the deep. Peter Siddle is in on the act. Finally he has a wicket to his name, all of which means that England are bowled out cheaply, and Australia have a big advantage here. 159 runs in front. England have to play very good cricket. There's plenty of it left today. There's a possible 25 overs today, though with a bit of cloud cover, the lights are on. There's no guarantee we'll get that much cricket, but England have to play well tonight. See how that pitch is getting those plate cracks now emerging. Fascinating. Michael Hussey's with me. Shane Warne is with me as well. And, well, it's been quite a day.
Well, doesn't it bring a smile to your face watching those dismissals? It's been a while. England have been dominant in recent times. Australia fought hard, but after yesterday being 500 and 630, everyone going, oh no, there's a bit of a lull, good fight back, and now all over England like a cheap suit. It's important now they back that lead up, 159-run lead. When they get out there, there is a few cracks out there, so quick wicket. Davey Warner, I think the key for Australia to do well is to not have that negative mindset. They must be positive in their head and upstairs. They must leave the ball well. They must play the ball well. If it's there to hit, hit it, and really rotate the strike. That's the key. Don't let the bowlers bowl ball after ball to you. We've seen both times. Yesterday, when England bowled well, they were allowed to dictate terms. The batsmen have to get singles, get up the other end and punish the loose ball.
And what about England? How do they approach this? They've got to take wickets, bowl Australia out, but they can't afford to let that lead build too much as well.
Yeah, and that's the toughest time to be captain too, when you've got to take wickets, but you've got to be really careful about the runs. The only way they can come out is be aggressive. A good test for Alistair Cook. Now, if you think about how the way Alistair Cook has captained a bit, he has tended to go negative pretty quickly. In Manchester during the Ashes Test match, he could have really got Australia out early. He had one slip and everyone out in the fence. Interesting to watch him, but the bowlers, going to be tough on them. They've only had one sleep from a big bowl yesterday and they were tired.
Yes, that's a test of character. They had to come out and bowl this morning to finish the Australian innings, which they did. Now they have to come and bowl again on the same day, knowing that there's a deficit to deal with. So it's character, and of course it's one of the reasons Test cricket's so interesting. The game takes time to turn over, and at various stages of it, various personnel have to dig deep, and in this case it's Anderson, Broad, Tremlett and Swan who have to find something out of the ordinary to allow England to leave the field tonight believing the match is still possible.
Yeah, and I'm going to be intrigued about the second half of this match, because England haven't found themselves in this situation too often. They've been a dominant team for the last few years, and Australia haven't found themselves in this position for the last year.
Rogers and Australia are away.
The question also, Hush, just to follow on from talking about how do you do this, it's really important that you don't, you can sometimes struggle here as a captain, say we need wickets, got to bowl our best bowlers, but you've got to be careful they don't bowl too much. They can't bowl long spells. I think it's about bowling short spells, in-out fields, but with an aggressive mindset as a captain to take wickets. You've got to think take wickets. If you just start to think defensively to stop the runs, that won't work. And we've seen in the first two innings of the match, both the bowlers, when they've been both sides bowling, when they're aggressive and the batting has been tentative, that's when the wickets have fallen. So the batsmen have to learn as well from the first innings, and that is to be a little bit more aggressive in the mind.
Warner's approach will be worth watching. Any opportunity to score he takes, as he did in the first innings.
It will be different because yesterday there was a little bit of moisture in the pitch early and it was probably a little bit slower. It's hardened up today. There's overcast conditions now. The lights are on. So it's going to be different from a batting point of view too.
Their bodies have to be sore, don't they? You saw yesterday late afternoon they were tired. Tremlett especially, got heavy outfield on the legs and the calves. They all really put in yesterday. That man Stuart Broad put in. Tremlett was labouring a little bit towards the end.
I think that's the stroke of the day. It's none for 5. Well, it may be that you have joined us for the very first time and you're amazed at that summary of the match so far. England bowled out for 136 in reply to Australia's 295, and now the Aussies off with a blistering boundary through cover by David Warner, and stepping into the commentary box are Messrs Healy, Taylor and Brayshaw.
Thank you, Mark. Stuart Broad, the hero from an English bowling point of view in the first innings, has got a big job to do now. For them to be any chance here, England, they've got to keep Australia to a containable score, if you like. And the third innings of a first-class game, whether it's a test match or a 4-day game, is so often the problematic one. So these gentlemen on screen have got to stay positive and make sure that they build on the dominance of today. And from England's point of view, they need big early wickets. Here we go.
And here's the danger man for Australia, Stuart Broad. He's had a really good test match. I like his competitive edge. He's been booed and bagged and picture left out of newspapers and all sorts of rubbish up here. And what he's done, though, is come out and taken 6 for 81. And then when he was asked a question with the bat a moment ago, he fought back and had a red-hot go. So he's a real competitor, this bloke, and he's the danger man for Australia at the moment.
I agree. He could easily have said with the bat, this is all too hard. It's flying around my head at 145, and that's not what I'm in the side to do. But he got in line and fought hard and stared Mitch Johnson down on more than one occasion. Ran hard, so he got the strike back when he could easily have just taken a soft one and got down the other end. He showed plenty with the bat.
Australia have got themselves out of jail here, and they've got a chance to employ all the plans they wanted to yesterday, win the toss and bat, and make the England side bowl long. Bowl for long periods of time, lots and lots of overs, and they've got a chance again now. They can really push Broad, Anderson, Swan, Tremlett right to the edge. Bowl tonight, bowl all day tomorrow, even longer than that if they want.
Big 90 minutes here, though, isn't it? I really sense this is a pivotal time in the game right now. Australia have got a more than handy lead, 164 at the moment, so it was 159 after the first innings. So 90 minutes now, or about 25 overs will be bowled. If Australia only lose maybe 1 wicket, obviously they'd love to lose none, but if they're 1, possibly even 2 down, they make 70 runs. All of a sudden they're 220 in front and only, well, no more than 2 down. I think they just about sign up for that.
You're the local here, Heels. Australia have got themselves into some pretty good positions in recent test matches against England, only to be denied by the weather. Have we got any issues there?
I don't think they're big issues. There'll be a bit of weather. You see this storm brewing at the moment, but it's going to be late enough not to interrupt the game badly. The Australians were thwarted 3 years ago by England. Don't worry about that. It was feeling this good 3 years ago, and Cook and Strauss came in and said, no way, we're not going to let you do it.
1 for 5. Early stages of Australia's second innings. Been an enormous day for them. 159 run lead, which is astounding when you consider they only made 295 batting first in the game. So Australia have got themselves into a wonderful position. Actually quite a defensive field, given this is the third over with a brand new ball, just 2 slips in a gully and a deep point. Two back on the onside. So much a part of modern field setting.
And that's really good stuff from David Warner. What didn't happen enough in the first innings for mine, it was when they pushed the field back to David Warner, which happened very quickly, and it's happened again today, he didn't pick up those ones enough. Here there's a huge gap on the onside, so just works it there. Stay busy now. If they're not going to give you the 4, well, pick up plenty of ones. Australia have got plenty of time to bat here. That's really good stuff from Warner. Good awareness.
I like that too. That's the first time Chris Rogers' front foot has got out to the ball. He's been falling into some shots. Comfortable on the back foot, but not so much on the front foot. So he's finally got it out there. Not totally complete, but he does get a second movement with that front foot.
Stuart Broad getting some work done. That was probably where he got hit while he was batting. Smashed into that left hand at one stage in his innings.
Anderson got the right hand too, didn't he? Both fingers. Anderson got cannoned into his index finger and middle finger of his top hand on the bat.
It's good aggressive stuff from the Aussies, wasn't it? We talk a lot about bowling line and length, don't we, up here? This is what some of the stuff England tail got. Plenty of short stuff. That was Anderson. Round about that right hand. Eyes off the ball. Where does this hit? Ooh, yeah, right. That's the 2 fingers he holds the ball with.
Good running again. That really hurts too. No matter how good modern batting gloves are, if you get your fingers jammed between the ball and the bat handle, that genuinely hurts.
This has been a really good over from the Australian opening batsman. Single, dot, single, single. He's already, Alistair Cook's trying to hedge his bets a little bit here. He's got the field back for Warner. He moves it up a little bit more for Rogers. But there is gaps out there, and they're finding them. So they've got to stay busy now.
Much more attacking field for Rogers. The third slip comes in.
Seems to be coming out well for James Anderson anyway. He's tempting Chris Rogers into some sort of a drive. Into there, the 2 fingers that did get hit. Any swelling or discomfort? Not obvious.
Australia 8 for no loss. This is only the second day. That's the most staggering part of what you can see on your screen there. Australia are into their second innings, so the third innings of the match, and we're still in the second day. There's plenty of time left in this game. Australia can bat for as long as they like. Kevin Peterson just enjoying some support.
I reckon some of the local Queenslanders' heels might be just reminding me about his comments about Brisbane.
Totally.
Oh, good shot. Nice aggression from Warner. That's how he plays. Going to pick up 3.
Nice again to see David Warner start as he did in the first innings, looking for loose deliveries. Already he's a lovely four from a sort of a squarish drive off James Anderson. Now a sort of a cut shot. He's sort of almost made himself a bit of room here. Just went on the length a little bit. It's in the air, but he placed it well enough. Looking to score, looking to put the pressure on the bowlers, and that's what we really haven't seen from either side, apart from maybe Warner yesterday and a bit of Haddon and Johnson. Put the pressure on the bowlers to get it in the right areas.
Love the comment that the great Richie Benno makes, and we say hello to Rich. We know he's going to be watching. When he says, you always do in cricket the thing you know that the opposition least want you to do. And the thing that England least want to have happen is that bloke on screen to go nuts. And so he's got to bat that way and grab that initiative away from England in these early stages of every innings.
Peterson doesn't shirk it either, does he? Puts himself right in the firing line down at fine leg. And he fields out on the boundary a lot. And if you're going to create headlines, you're going to cop them. I love you, Brisbane.
And the crowd are loving it too. You look at all the smiles in the background there, they're enjoying it. Plenty of Australians having a laugh and a smile there also, which is good to see.
That was the Richard Hadley chant, that.
It's good stuff from Broad, and well played too from Chris Rogers. It's good length this, just a bit of angle across the left-hander, just tempting him to play.
Good carry too, slapping into the gloves of Pryor. Still plenty of life in the pitch here at the Gabba. Still KP goes down on the boundary.
He's got that look on his face, hasn't he, Kevin Peterson? Just that look of having a bit of fun. Here we go. What does he do here, Peterson? Going to sign your bat? Oh, yeah. The bloke doesn't want it. He doesn't want the autograph. I think KP might have been going for his beer. That's what he might have been doing. Don't worry about the autograph, Pat.
Good over. None for 11. Well, what a difference a day makes. This time yesterday, cricket fans right around Australia really concerned. Now, in the box seat, 106-run lead, 10 wickets in hand. Now the concerns all with the English fans, and there are plenty of them here as well. Jimmy Anderson.
Might look for two here, David Warner. Very quick, and you get back. Good running that. Really good running. You talked about the concern. I think sometimes we all almost dwell too much in the past about pitches and what sides should get. You go back to sort of maybe 7 to 10 years ago, the pitches I think had less grass on it, maybe less bounce, and 400 became almost the norm. So all of a sudden the side's 7 for 270, and it's disaster. And yet we've seen today that 300s now, as it used to be, is not a bad score. So maybe we've got to all start re-evaluating a little bit.
Oh, well hit. There's protection out there, so we'll pick up a couple.
Now, there's no doubt that maybe the batting personnel in the Australian side's not what it was. Maybe back in the days of Hayden, Langer, Ponting, Martin, Waugh and Co, Gilchrist. But I think also there's no doubt to me that there is more in the pitches. This has been a beauty, I reckon, a really good test match wicket. 7 for 270 on day one suggests to me this is a good test pitch. But there's a bit more there for the bowlers. So I think we've got to all start thinking a little bit more that 300 doesn't put you out of the game. In fact, it's been shown that 300 is a good score.
Around the wicket now for Anderson. More runs for Davey Warner. He's going to test, but this time he decides against the second.
It's pretty easy what Alistair Cook's allowing to happen. Dave Warner's doing it really well, but he's just dabbing into big gaps that have been left for him. If those fielders are up, a different shot would have to be employed to get as many runs as he is. 14 from 9 balls and no risks.
He's playing it beautifully, David Warner. Using those available spaces nicely. Rogers at the other end, well, his job is just to try and keep the strike rotating as well. He's a different sort of player. The field's up more.
Chunked off the inside edge and no run. He looked really good in the first innings, Warner. His feet were in really good order. He was accessing the middle of the bat regularly. Ended up shelling one to cover and getting out for 49, but that was really the only false stroke he played.
Yeah, I felt at the time that maybe it was a mental lapse because he'd seen Watson go just before lunch and then his captain Clark straight after lunch. And I just sensed that maybe a slight lapse in concentration was caused by the fact he saw 2 big wickets fall at the other end.
He is such a weapon. If he can play the way he's capable of playing, Dave Warner, he'll go a long way towards establishing Australia in this series. So aggressive, takes the game on. He's already got fielders scattered everywhere. Australia only scored 16 in this innings. And then as soon as Rogers comes on, you can see it. The clamps come straight back on. 3 slips. In come the fielders. Run for 16. $175 runs the lead, 10 wickets in hand. Good situation for the home side, of course. Rogers 2 from 21 balls and Warner 14 from 9 balls, so that's a predictable storyline there too. Lots of Australian support in the house. Big ticket sales for this game here at the Gabba, and the noise is enormous.
Yeah, now another good single there. And yeah, surprisingly enough, I don't think it's sold out tomorrow or Sunday, which is a little surprising. Maybe that will change because Australia will be batting tomorrow. Handy lead.
Going to say that might change now. They've had some entertainment today. There you go. 1300 136 122 or ticketmaster.com.au. If you were in the house today, you saw a blistering